Chapter 1084. Yi Chen and Yi Feng rejoiced at the same time. They quickly stood up and said, "Father, why are you here?" "Ha! The Blue Dragon King personally came to my Yi clan. How could I not come? Why didn't the two of you tell me?" The newcomers scolded with a smile, appearing very approachable. No wonder no one sensed him. The one who came was the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a peak martial emperor, the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief, Yi Qing. Being addressed as the Blue Dragon King by such a person, Xiaochen simply could not accept it. He quickly stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior must be joking. How could I dare to call myself king before senior?" Yi Qing retorted seriously, "Why not? This is the title that the prime of the Bushan Palace, the Thunder King, personally conferred. Which martial emperor would dare to not acknowledge it? Senior, just call this little one by my name. I truly do not dare." Xiaochen smiled bitterly. The other party's seriousness put him at a loss. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Ha! I'll stop joking with little friend. Come sit. Yi Qing had a natural charm. His words and actions were very convincing. After everyone sat down, Yi Qing continued, "The number of great changes is a phrase that the orthodox Taoist immortal cultivators often mentioned during the Immortal epoch. Even now, no one can explain the original correct explanation. The Penglai sees people all have their own understandings of it. Speaking of which, why does little friend think that only 1 out of 50 is 49? Heaven never seals off all paths, leaving a chance for survival?" Xiaochen blushed with shame. He really could not come up with any great reason for this phrase. However, he often saw this phrase in all sorts of secret manuals and ancient books. He combined it with his flawless saber Dao and casually comprehended it, not daring to show it off in front of senior. After Xiaochen told the truth, Yi Qing smiled unconcernedly. There are many crucial and controversial points in this phrase. What does the number of great changes refer to? Why only 49 out of 50? There are many different opinions. Little friend, you can just casually say it. Yi Feng and the others also looked at Xiaochen curiously, causing him to feel a significant pressure. He smiled and said, "In that case, I was just speaking casually. Senior, please don't laugh at me. The way I see it, the number of Dian refers to the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. 49 out of 50 is how I understand it. The number of changes in the heavenly Tao requires 50 to be perfect and flawless. However, the heavenly Tao left behind one change, so it is impossible for anything to be perfect. There is nothing in the world that is flawless. This is a sliver of hope. There will always be this sliver of hope. Everyone's life is spent pursuing this sliver of hope. Obtaining this one will create a new one." While the others were still at a loss, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "You mean that the great Tao will not change? Even if you obtain this one, the heavenly Tao will change. In the end, you will find that the number of great changes is still 49, and you will have to search for a new one." After that, Yi Qing thought of something and said in sudden understanding, "I heard long ago that you comprehended the flawless saber Tao. Originally, I did not think much of it. However, after hearing what you said, I can conclude that you have indeed created a Tao that belongs to you." Xiaochen felt like he had met someone who understood him. He poured a cup of wine for Yi Qing and continued, "The great Tao is flawless, but it is also flawed. Flawless refers to a kind of pursuit, a kind of obsession. In life, there will always be a sliver of hope. Do not ever give up until the very last moment." Yi Qing felt something in his heart. Xiaochen's words happened to touch on his recent troubles. He drained his cup in one gulp and said, "That's right. There will always be a sliver of hope. Who knows what the future will be like? No matter what, I, Yi Qing, will definitely befriend you, Blue Dragon King. When you advance to Martial Emperor 5 years later, this year will give you a big gift." Xiaochen raised his cup and clinked glasses with Yi Qing, draining it in one gulp. This trip to the Northern Sea had taken up a lot of time. Given the tight time he had, it was not worth it. It was worth it to be able to meet his good friend Yi Chen and personally impart the mysteries of the massacre saber Dao to him. If he could befriend a senior like Yi Qing, it would all be worth it. Xiao Chun drank this cup of wine to his heart's content. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It is rare that you are in such a good mood. Let me speak about my thoughts on this great yen number, 49 out of 50. After Yi Feng, Zi Ying, and Yi Chen carefully experienced Xiao Chen's understanding, they were already entranced and gained many comprehensions. When they heard that Yi Qing wanted to speak as well, they could not help but become more interested. Yi Chen even stood up with a smile and said, "Father, let me pour some wine for you. Normally, when I ask you, you always say that you do not know anything. Today, you should speak more." Yi Qing smiled and scolded, "You blockhead. No matter how much I speak, you will not understand. Instead, it will harm you." The great yen number, my view, is the same as little friend Xiao Chen's. It is the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. However, the one that is removed cannot be chased or found. 1, 2, 3. Yi Qing started counting. At first, he did not feel anything. However, the three slowly discovered that something was wrong. As Yi Qing counted them one by one, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly, and a small world suddenly formed. Every time Yi Qing counted a world, the small world would change. It was like everything in the world was returning to its place. As the number increased, the small world slowly became more complete. Tall mountains, flowing water, blue sky, white clouds, flowers, trees, and people came and went. Without realizing it, Xiao Chen and the others started silently counting along with Yi Qing's numbers. When Xiao Chen counted to 49, the small world was completely formed. Yi Qing stopped counting. Xiao Chen felt stifled. When he wanted to count to 50, he could not do it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, the number 50 disappeared from his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Yi Qing drank the cup of wine that Yi Chen poured for him and smiled faintly. "Where is 50? This is my world. I am the heavenly Tao. The final change is myself. It cannot be thought of, it cannot be sought, it cannot be imagined." When Yi Qing waved his hand and scattered his small world, the other three, including Xiao Chen, showed incredulous expressions. They felt like they had opened another door, boundlessly mysterious and unfathomable. Thinking about how he had boasted in front of Yi Qing earlier, Xiao Chen could not help but feel embarrassed. This was the correct understanding. This was how the great Tao should be. Just at this moment, four people arrived with Yi Qing. However, they stood in the distance, looking like guards. One of them ran over and quickly said to Yi Qing, "Big brother, it is about time. The people of the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor and the other 9 factions should have already set off." Yi Qing stood up and looked at Yi Feng. "Feng, go and bring Mr. Qin over. Then we will leave together. Qin, take good care of little brother Xiao Chen and this young lady from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Take good care of them as well." An indiscernible sadness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Then he stood up to receive the order and left. "Little friend, don't let your Tao waver. The great Tao has always been one where hundreds of schools of thought contend. There is no correct great Tao. My Tao might not be the only one." Before Yi Qing left, he said this to Xiao Chen. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. I am going to the one you mentioned, the one chance of survival. Until the very end, I cannot give up." After saying that, the current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance left with the 4 people that followed him like shadows. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, feeling greatly touched. After a while, he reacted and asked, "Yi Chen, what is your father going to do? Why does he look so worried?" Yi Chen sighed and said, "Recently, I discovered a dragon cave in the Northern Sea. It seems to contain a Holy Spirit vein, perhaps even a King Spirit vein. My elder brother went to invite someone. Originally, he wanted to invite the publicly acknowledged strongest Geomaster, Jianghu. However, who could have imagined that the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people would invite him? When he went to invite other Geomasters, he discovered that the more famous ones had already been invited by other factions. So, he could only invite a low-ranked Geomaster. Xiao Chen understood. Although losing a Holy Spirit vein to a major faction like the Yi clan was painful, it was still acceptable. If a King Spirit vein was snatched away by the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor or another faction, The Yi clan's position as the top faction in the Northern Sea Alliance would definitely be unstable. The importance of a geomaster in fighting for a hidden spirit vein like this went without saying. Ordinary spirit veins could be discovered with one glance. With soaring spiritual energy and various mysterious phenomena, it would be hard not to discover them. However, everyone could discover such spirit veins. The various holy lands had already plundered them clean. Once they appeared, they would incite the various factions to fight over them. In this day and age, if one wanted to discover a new spirit vein, they could only rely on a geomaster to seek dragons and fix veins. After the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor managed to invite Jiang Tian away, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor had already snatched away half of the spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. The Yi clan had lost a great advantage. It was practically impossible for a mediocre geomaster to compete with the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor, which had the strongest geomaster. When Ziying heard this, she immediately looked at Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, "In that case, how about Brother Xiao give it a try? He is quite knowledgeable about seeking dragons and fixing veins. It would not be too much to consider him an expert." Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation, "Xiao Chen, you also know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that Ziying was taking revenge on him. He took a sip of wine and smiled. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I only know a little about this. Before a geomaster, it is not worth mentioning." However, Yi Chen did not care that much. He stood up and pulled Xiao Chen along with him. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go. In that case, come with me and take a look. I don't need you to do anything. Just watch." Ziying looked provocatively at Xiao Chen, smiling gently. Her meaning was clear. "You did not tell me anything. Now, it will be hard for you not to expose yourself." Xiao Chen could not avoid Yi Chen's enthusiasm. He said helplessly, "All right, I'll go and take a look. However, don't get your hopes up." Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. Just go and take a look. It will just broaden my horizons. Let's see how these geomasters subdue a dragon." Yi Chen led Xiao Chen and Ziying, rushing all the way. They finally caught up to Yi Qing's group, who were preparing to leave, at the gates of the city lord's residence. Xiao Chen sized up the group. Not including Yi Qing, there were at least 3 Emperor Wu. The others were all blue-robed emperor experts. There were also many peak consummation blue-robed emperors with souls condensed in their heavenly seal. Aside from these, there were also many strong grandmaster-level martial sages standing on the war chariots waiting in the air. They controlled the war chariots into battle formations, enough to pose a threat to Emperor Wu. Chapter 1085. With such a grand lineup, it could be seen that the Yi clan's attention to this operation had reached an extremely high standard. "Father, wait a moment." Seeing that Yi Qing was about to board the war chariot, Yi Chen pushed Xiao Chen forward and said, "Bring us along." Xiao Chen is somewhat proficient in seeking dragons and fixing veins. Shock flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Then, he turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "Little friend, you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" Now, everyone dares to call themselves a geomaster? You inexperienced brat, yet you dare to speak such nonsense. How come I have never heard of a geomaster clan with the surname Xiao? Just as Xiao Chen was about to deny it, a rude voice rang out. When he looked over, the one who spoke was an old man dressed in ancient attire. This should be a geomaster that the Yi clan invited. Yi Feng introduced apologetically, "This is Senior Yuan Qinghuan. He has been a geomaster for 100 years. Senior Yuan, this is Xiao Chen, an honored guest of my Yi clan." When Yuan Qinghuan heard Yi Feng's introduction that Xiao Chen was an honored guest of the Yi clan, his tone softened. Then, he said with a cold expression, "Since he is an honored guest of the Yi clan, I can't be bothered to say more. However, don't just casually say that you know how to seek dragons and fix veins. That is an insult to our profession. You are just a mediocre geomaster. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Yi Chen immediately lost his temper. Xiao Chen pulled Yi Qing back and said apologetically to Yi Qing, "This junior is only slightly interested in seeking dragons and fixing veins. I can't be considered to understand it, much less be proficient in it. I'm just going to take a look." Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go and take a look, then. Feng, prepare a war chariot for them. Come, let's depart now." The group of people rode on the war chariot, looking like celestial soldiers and generals. On the war chariot that Yi Feng and the others were on, Yi Chen was still brooding. He scolded, "This old fellow is not capable himself, yet he is putting on airs. If not for father stopping me, I would have beaten him up." Yi Feng frowned and said, "Don't be rash. He is already the strongest geomaster I can hire. He has experience subduing 10 superior spirit veins." Ziying interrupted, "However, I heard that Jiang Tian once helped an immortal holy land subdue a king's spirit vein." Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He said helplessly, "Father no longer holds much hope for us to subdue this unknown spirit vein. It is unavoidable for the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor to grow stronger. We can only think of other countermeasures." Yi Chen asked out of curiosity, "What countermeasures?" Yi Feng remained silent for a while before saying, "If there really is a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave this time, then we should advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor." "That's too risky," Yi Chen exclaimed. "There is nothing we can do about it. Once the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor obtains the king's spirit vein, they will definitely surpass our Yi family and become the new alliance chief." The war chariot fell silent. Yi Chen pulled Xiaochen to the side and whispered, "Xiaochen, can you tell me if you know how to seek dragons and fix veins? The sovereign tribulation is already very dangerous. Advancing it in advance will increase the danger significantly." Xiaochen understood Yi Chen's feelings. After a while, he said, "I can only promise you that if it really is a king's spirit vein, I can make it so that no one can obtain it. In terms of seeking dragons and fixing veins, I am still too inexperienced compared to those veteran geomasters." Yi Chen smiled and said, "That is all I need to hear." Xiaochen did not know what danger he would face if he exposed the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. However, for the sake of this friend before him, he could only ignore the danger. The chariot soon left the cloud-soaring island. After flying for half a day on the surface of the sea, they stopped on a sea that was clearly unusual and densely covered with barren mountains. Up above, there were already people from many factions gathered together. Every faction's lineup was only slightly weaker than the Yi clans. This was Xiaochen's first time seeing so many Emperor Wus. The atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xiaochen withdrew his thoughts and carefully sized up the situation below. The entire sea covered an area of more than 5,000 kilometers. There were many mountains at the bottom of the sea in the south. Only the tip of the iceberg could be seen, stretching out endlessly. Xiaochen counted carefully. There was a total of 18 mountains at the bottom of the sea, which startled him. While the peaks of the mountains above the water were no more than a kilometer tall, if one counted the mountains hidden under the water, they would be ridiculously huge. When seeking dragons and fixing veins, the first thing one needed to do was to look for the mountains and rivers, the ferocious beasts in the south. With such huge mountains and 18 of them, Xiaochen did not dare to imagine how many horrifying ferocious beasts were hidden in the dragon caves. Then Xiaochen looked to the north. There were hundreds of small islands just emerging from the surface of the sea. The north and south corresponded. The ferocious beasts in the south eyed each other with malicious intent. The dragon guards in the north guarded the side, blocking all evil. There were more than 100 dragon guards. Xiaochen was shocked again. No wonder the various factions sent out such a large lineup. There might really be a king's spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. Of course, Xiaochen could not come to a conclusion too accurately. The third segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, The 100 Changes of the Heavenly Mysteries, introduced the existence of many fake dragon caves. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for Xiaochen to open his heavenly eye. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain more useful information. It was not easy to make a concrete judgment just by looking at the surface of the sea. Xiaochen looked up and frowned slightly. The sky was not dark yet, and he could not see the starry heavens clearly. This was a headache. "Did you see anything?" Yi Chen asked anxiously. Xiaochen shook his head and remained silent. Yi Feng turned his head and said, "There is an alliance warship over there. Father is calling us over." Xiao Chen turned his head to look. The leaders of the various factions led the geomasters of their factions on a very large warship, continuously flying over. Let's go! The four flew to the deck. The deck was astonishingly vast. It was flat and boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen felt like he was on an aircraft carrier that he had only seen on television in his previous life. However, the warship they were on was much more powerful than an aircraft carrier. They were not on the same level. A tall platform was erected on the deck. Yi Qing sat on the throne on the platform. His followers, Emperor Wu, stood on either side. On his right was the geomaster Yuan Qinghuan. The leaders of the various factions stood on both sides of the deck with their geomasters. The gazes of the various major characters filled with curiosity as they looked at Xiao Chen. Although this junior was not as strong as Emperor Wu and was rather far from their circle, they had heard of his name long ago. Yi Qing smiled and pointed behind him, indicating for Xiao Chen and the others to just stand there and not speak. Alliance Chief Yi, can we begin the first step? The geomasters of our factions have been preparing for a long time already, an old man asked with an excited expression. Although the other leaders did not say anything, they clearly could not wait any longer. Yi Qing said, let's wait for a while. The Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's brother Shi is not here yet. There is no rush to check the earth vein for now. Brother Yi is really generous. Fellow Taoists, Shi Tianyu is late. Sorry about that. Amid loud laughter, a middle-aged man with an aura no weaker than Yi Qing's landed on the deck with the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean, Jiang Tian, his son Shi Feng, and a few Emperor Wu's followers. Xiao Chen, who was standing behind Yi Qing, felt a gaze. He looked up and saw Shi Feng looking at him provocatively. Yi Qing said, let's begin. Since Brother Shi is here, wait. Shi Tianyu waved his hand domineeringly and smiled. Checking the earth vein is just a small matter. There is no need for so many geomasters to work together. Old Mr. Jiang alone is sufficient. The others could not help feeling angry. From the very start, this Shi Tianyu intended to exclude the others and monopolize this spirit vein. Yi Qing felt upset as well. This Shi Tianyu did not give any face to him, the alliance chief, at all, not taking his words seriously at all. However, even if Yi Qing was upset, he had to endure it. Who asked the other party to invite Jiang Tian, the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean? Shi Tianyu ignored Yi Qing and said calmly, Old brother Jiang, sorry to trouble you. Jiang Tian nodded and slowly walked to the railing at the side. The people of the other factions quickly crowded over, wanting to see what would happen next. They saw the old man with the family name Jiang wave his hand and point to the sky. The clouds slowly parted like curtains on a stage, revealing a vast and boundless starry heavens with radiance. Jiang Tian waved his right hand, and a black flag appeared. Then he casually tossed it into the air. The flag transformed into 81 flags and stabbed into the water. In that instant, the surface of the sea turned transparent, allowing everyone to see the situation at the bottom of the sea clearly. The Jiang clan's worldly wind and water flags are indeed extraordinary. When many of the geomasters saw this scene, they all felt admiration for Jiang Tian. Although they were upset that Jiang Tian managed to suppress all of them by himself, they truly admired his strength. Xiao Chen quickly walked over to the railing and looked at the bottom of the sea. After a while, his expression changed slightly. Then he raised his head and looked at the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chen's expression changed completely. This was a chain of dragon caves. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. Perhaps there was an evil dragon hidden here. This was a very ominous situation that could kill Emperor Wu. 9 stars ceiling dragon. Tanlang, Juman, Luzuan, Wenxiu, Lianjun, Wuxiu, Pejuan, Left Minister, and Right Minister. All 9 stars are present. This is my first time seeing such a situation. There might be a king's spirit vein hidden here. Even if it is not a king's spirit vein, it should be a peak holy spirit vein. Yuan Qinghuan, the geomaster hired by the Yi clan, immediately cried out excitedly when he saw the situation at the bottom of the sea, feeling extremely shocked. Yi Chen asked with a smile, "Can Mr. subdue and suppress it?" Yuan Qinghuan felt stifled. How could he have the ability to subdue Xiaoqin? Even if the other geomasters were not around, it would be hard for him to deal with this alone. Furthermore, there were so many geomasters, especially with Jiang Tian present. No matter what, it would not be Xiaoqin's turn. He turned around and said angrily, "Go ahead if you can." Yi Qing frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Mister, just tell me the truth. How likely are you to subdue this dragon cave? How confident are you in fighting with the other geomasters?" Before a major character like Yi Qing, Yuan Qinghuan did not dare to be impudent. He stammered, Actually, I'm not afraid to speak the truth. All the geomasters in the heavenly starry ocean who can compete with Jiang Tian are either dead, in seclusion, or consecrated by an immortal holy land. There is no geomaster here who can stop him." Chapter 1086. It is not just this old man whose chances are slim. The other geomasters' chances are slim as well. We can only see if we can find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Seeing Yi Qing's unfriendly expression, Yuan Qinghuan continued, "Well, this old man can't come here for nothing. Usually, when I travel around the world, I found several dragon caves with top-grade spirit veins. As long as Alliance leader sends a few blue-robed emperors to follow me, after this, I will help Alliance leader Yi find a few supreme-grade spirit veins." Although a peak spirit vein was precious, how could it compare to a king spirit vein? Yi Qing did not have any interest in it. He looked at the transparent seawater below and waved his hand. "We'll talk about it later." As Jiang Tian moved his hands, the worldly wind-water banner illuminated the situation under the sea. Some of the mountains shrouded in fog could be seen clearly. As the various geomasters observed the earth veins, they could not help sighing. Occasionally, Yi Qing heard something about the 9 stars locking dragon. A great dragon would definitely appear in an auspicious place. He went to take a look, but he couldn't see anything. The bottom of the sea was full of messy mountains and precipitous ridges. There were no stars or dragons. He could not help asking anxiously, "Xiaoqin, what is the 9-star locking dragon?" Xiaoqin was looking up at the celestial phenomena. He withdrew his gaze and answered, "The 9 stars are the 9 stars in the sky." In the terminology of dragon seeking, it refers to the mountain peaks named after these stars. They usually appear around dragon caves. Among the 9 stars, there are 3 great auspicious stars. They are Tanlang, Jumin, and Wuxia. Normally, there is only one great auspicious star in a dragon cave, and the quality of the spirit vein will be higher. If there are 3 auspicious stars, it will be amazing. The left minister's and right minister's star peaks are small auspicious stars. They appear the most, and the spirit veins with them are of superior quality. If there aren't even small auspicious stars, even if there is a saint-grade spirit vein, the quality would be average. Ziying, who was listening attentively at the side, interrupted, "If there are auspicious stars, there must be ominous stars. According to what you said, Pejuan, Lianzhen, Lu Xiun, and Wenxiu are the 4 ominous stars." Xiaoqin raised his head and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "You got it right away." "You're right." Yi Qing asked curiously, "When the 9 stars gather, there are auspicious stars and inauspicious stars. Why do so many geomasters say that it is auspicious and ignore the inauspicious stars?" Xiaoqin looked up at the starry sky and said with a double meaning, "This is the ingenuity of feng shui. Look at the 4 inauspicious star peaks. They are all lower than the 3 auspicious stars. Compared to the 2 little Ji Xingfeng, they are even shorter. This way, the aura of the ominous star will be completely suppressed. Not only will it be unable to display its might, but it will also allow the Ji Xingfeng to use its momentum to strengthen itself, forming the rarely seen 9 stars sealing dragon." Not far away, Yi Qing heard Xiaoqin's discussion and said to Yuan Qinghuan, "Mr. Yuan, is what little friend Xiaoqin said right?" Yuan Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. After a while, he said, almost, but he still wanted to say something but found that Yi Qing, with a trace of a smile, had already strode over to Xiaoqin. Unexpectedly, little friend has such an understanding of seeking dragons and fixing veins, Yi Qing said with a smile as he walked over. Xiaoqin whispered, "It is just a superficial knowledge. Compared to the Geomasters here, I am still far from it. Yi Qing did not think so. He said, there is no need to be humble. If you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins, my Yi clan will have many opportunities to work with you in the future. Alliance Chief, Shi Tianyu is calling everyone over. He says that it is about time to prepare to wash the sea. Just as Shi Tianyu was about to say more, Yi Qing heard a report. He smiled apologetically and led the 4 Emperor Wu and Jiang Tian over to where Shi Tianyu was. Washing the sea was to clear out the seawater and leave an empty space. Although the various factions fought among themselves, no matter who obtained the spirit vein, it would strengthen the Northern Sea Alliance. Washing the sea definitely needed to be done together. The leaders of the 10 factions of the Northern Sea Alliance gathered at where Jiang Tian was, preparing to clear out the seawater at any time to facilitate fixing the veins. Old brother Jiang, can we begin? Shi Tianyu asked somewhat impatiently when he saw that Jiang Tian had already thoroughly explored the veins at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Tian shook his head and said, there is no rush. Let me take a look at the celestial phenomenon first. When the other Geomasters heard this, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Not all Geomasters knew the lost ancient stargazing technique. When Xiao Chen, who was standing far away on the deck, heard this, he took advantage of the fact that the many Geomasters and cultivators were all gathered around Jiang Tian to sneak to an unnoticed corner. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned continuously as he executed the magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chen was not truly going to unleash Starry Heaven Storm. Instead, he wanted to use this magic skill to blur the original celestial phenomenon, covering up the light of the stars and disrupting Jiang Tian's observation. Sweat poured off Xiao Chen's forehead like rain. The originally abundant magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like a flash flood. Soon most of it vanished. Jiang Tian did not care. After he clearly saw the 9 stars sealing the dragon below, he was already certain that this was a very auspicious dragon cave of extremely high quality. Observing the celestial phenomenon was just a habit. After taking a few glances and not noticing anything strange, Jiang Tian said, that's enough. Do you see my worldly windwater banner? Drain all the seawater where the worldly windwater banner is. At that time, everyone, let's see who can subdue this dragon based on our own abilities. That way, we can avoid harming our friendships. The other Geomasters laughed in embarrassment at Jiang Tian's last sentence. Who can compare to you, Jiang Tian? His words were as good as not saying anything at all. Yi Qing, Shi Tianyu, and the others turned around and appeared on the surface of the sea as if they teleported. With a shout, the 10 made their move at the same time, raising their right palms to the sky. A loud rumble rang out, sounding like thunder. A shocking scene appeared. Under the might of the 10 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, the seawater split into 10 portions like the ground. Each greater heavenly emperor controlled a portion, lifting up the vast seawater like it was a mountain. After that, the greater heavenly emperors casually tossed the vast seawater into the distance and landed on the surface of the sea thousands of kilometers away. The resulting tremors made one's heart pound heavily, deafening. The somewhat pale Xiao Chen walked to the side of the deck and looked at the vast sea below. Someone had dug out a large hole the size of Lingyun Island. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. The strength of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was truly incredible. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never be able to imagine how strong these people were. Shi Tianyu's group suspended the seawater in the air. The various Geomasters did not remain idle, either. They all took out their own dragon-seeking secret treasures and blocked off the seawater. Jiang Tian immediately descended and headed for the core of the 9 stars sealing the dragon. The other Geomasters quickly followed, their expressions extremely grave. The other lesser heavenly Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor also stored up power and flew down like sharp arrows. Then, the 10 Geomasters landed on the 9 star peaks one after another, preparing to open the dragon cave. The mystery that had troubled everyone for a long time, what grade of spirit vein was hidden in the dragon cave, was about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the dragon cave sealed by the 9 stars. Only Shaochen raised his head and looked at the starry heavens. At some point in time, the 4 ominous stars, Pejuan, Lianjun, Luzuan, and Wenxiu, had become extremely bright. As for the 5 auspicious stars, Tanlang, Juman, Wuxiu, Left Minister and Right Minister, they were all dim and dismal. Not many people could recognize the 9 stars. Furthermore, the starry heavens were vast, with countless stars. Probably only Jiang Tian, whose attention was no longer on the starry heavens, could make out the reason behind the dazzling starlight. Good or bad luck was hard to determine. There was no such thing as an unchanging landscape in geomancy. Aside from Jiang Tian, who hovered above the dragon cave, the other geomasters stood on the 9 star peaks, each holding a dragon-seeking secret treasure. A tense and excited atmosphere filled every corner of the grand scene. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. Jiang Tian was the first to make a move. He raised his hand, and cracks appeared on the seabed. Multicolored lights spewed out from them. The other geomasters executed their various means, preparing to force out the spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave in one go. The multicolored lights flickered and turned into 9 beams of light before stopping. Dense spiritual energy filled the world, causing a colorful spiritual rain to fall. Splash, splash. The rain did not stop. After the spiritual rain permeated the huge pits in the sea and every patch of mud, it gave off a vibrant life force. Everyone could feel the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the raindrops, and they were wild with joy. 9-colored multicolored light. This is a king spirit vein. Everyone was shocked. Although they had expected this, when they personally saw the 9-colored multicolored light and the 9-colored spiritual rain, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. How rare was a king spirit vein? It was one of the standards of a holy land strength. A sect without a king spirit vein could not be considered a holy land, no matter how strong it was. It was just like how the 9 ranks of the great families needed a holy spirit vein. The leaders of the 10 major forces were all gathered on the 18 mountains in the south, each of which was 100,000 meters tall. When they saw this 9-colored multicolored light, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. The Seoul Hegemon mountain manners Shi Tianyu smiled and said, "Brother Yi, with this king spirit vein, the Northern Sea Alliance will definitely become stronger. In the future, you will no longer have to work so hard. You can rest well." There was a hidden meaning in Shi Tianyu's words. The ambition of a wolf was clear. How could Yi Qing not understand? He said coldly, "Brother Shi, you are really considerate. However, it is still too early to say this." Shi Tianyu laughed maniacally and said, "Early? I don't believe that with Mr. Jiang here, no one will have a chance to snatch away this king spirit vein. The two of you, let's not argue for now. Subduing a king spirit vein is of great importance. Even with Jiang Tian here, we cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Northern Sea Alliance." One of the older elders among the 10 reminded them when he saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was filled with hostility. When the 2 heard that, they snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yi Qing frowned and stretched out his finger to wipe off the spiritual rain on his forehead. Then, his pupils constricted, and shock flashed in his eyes. The spiritual rain on Yi Qing's finger was actually scarlet. When Yi Qing looked up, his expression changed drastically. The 9-colored spiritual rain vanished. In its place, a blood rain fell in the sky. It was cold and emotionless, giving off an evil and strange aura. Chapter 1087. Blood Rain. Why is there a blood rain? Horror flashed in the eyes of the many cultivators on the deck. They had never seen such a vast blood rain in their lives. The many geomasters on the 9-star peak paled, their faces drained of all color. Their bodies trembled slightly. Blood rain falling from the sky, no light for 500 kilometers around. What an ominous situation! How can it be like this? The 3 great auspicious stars are suppressing the 4 great inauspicious stars, using their momentum to form the 9 stars sealing the dragon. This is clearly an auspicious land. Why is there such an ominous sign? Jiang Tian's expression turned grave as he looked at the sky. He saw that the 9 stars, including the Tanlang star, had already formed a line in the pitch-black starry heavens. It was like a beam of scarlet light had connected the 9 stars. Linked by blood, 9-star alignment. Jiang Tian's heart trembled. Damn it! Why did I only discover such a celestial phenomenon now? If I had discovered it earlier, I would not have been so rash. I could have thought of other ways to subdue this spirit vein. Now that I blindly opened the acupoints, the scarlet light appeared, and the 9-star alignment formed. It was too late. Without saying another word, he turned around and ran. He got up and flew back, and his face was filled with panic. Now that Jiang Tian had left, how could the other geomasters dare to continue opening their acupoints? They quickly followed, fleeing in the air. A deafening rumble echoed through the world. In the south, the 18 mountains that stretched for thousands of miles and were tens of thousands of feet tall were completely shattered one after another, without holding anything back. Surging shock waves surged out. Even though the warship Shaochen was tens of thousands of meters away, the shock waves still caused it to sway left and right. The roar resounded, and the sound waves shook space. It was like a voice from hell. The huge warship could no longer hold out, and it collapsed. Shaochen quickly took out his small silver boat and boarded Ziying, Yi Chen, and Yi Feng. Then he flew far away at lightning speed. What was that? Yi Feng was in disbelief. Just the roar alone had shattered the sturdy royal-grade warship from before. The blood rain continued to fall without end. Shaochen stood at the bow of the warship, unable to answer Yi Feng's question. There had to be ferocious beasts hidden in the southern mountains of the Dragon Cave. This was the reason why regular geomasters could not subdue spirit veins by themselves. They could not deal with ferocious beasts. For example, this time around, the 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu of the North Sea Alliance had been deployed on the ominous mountain. However, the situation was not looking too optimistic. When Shaochen collected the advanced spirit vein, a ferocious beast comparable to a Grand Master jumped out. No one could guess what kind of ferocious beasts were hidden in these 18 incomparably huge mountain ranges. In this sky full of blood rain, what kind of terrifying combat power would it erupt with? Only from the fact that even 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu couldn't take care of this group of beasts so quickly, could he tell a thing or two about it. The entire ocean crater was in complete chaos, and the terrain had completely changed. Hundreds of mountains in the north rose up from the ground and shot towards the fleeing geomasters. These mountains were much larger than the ones Shaochen had faced in the past. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare to underestimate the power of these mountains. If he were to face them head-on, he would be heavily injured. Fortunately, the North Sea Alliance had made a lot of preparations this time. They brought several blue-robed emperors to help the 10 geomasters block the many mountains. Quickly, this is a great ominous land with a powerful ferocious dragon hidden. The many geomasters shouted as they ran. The vast group did not even bother to wipe off the blood rain that covered them as they fled. After the geomasters left, the seawater, which had been blocked by the barriers earlier, crashed down with the sound of the waves. It felt like the sky was shattering. The scene was incredibly majestic. The huge crater filled up, and the seawater closed up once more. The cultivators of the North Sea Alliance who had escaped all felt fear in their hearts. The earlier moment was no more than 10 breaths of time. However, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The sea churned endlessly, and the seawater turned scarlet. None of the Emperor Wu came out, still fighting with the mysterious ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea. The group felt very nervous. They did not know what kind of group of ferocious beasts this was. 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu and many lesser Celestial Emperor Wu working together could not deal with them. Plop! Yi Qing flew out of the water amid a splash. The 4 lesser Celestial Emperor Wu following behind him were covered in wounds. Yi Qing looked around and saw Shaochen and the others. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A strong suction came out, and the small silver warship flew over. Without saying anything, Yi Qing sent out a palm strike and tore space apart. Then he led the others into the crack. The figures of the Yi clan's blue-robed emperor experts all flashed in. The leaders of the other factions appeared one after another with Emperor Wu. They all had fatigued expressions and did not say anything. Then, they tore space apart and led the people of their factions, preparing to flee far away. Everyone's hearts were filled with questions. What kind of existence made the greater celestial Emperor Wu so anxious, not willing to stay a moment longer? The instant the spatial crack closed, Xiao Chen vaguely saw a scarlet dragon claw poke out of the water and tear space apart, tearing apart countless war chariots and warships. Fortunately, the blue-robed emperor cultivators above had all retreated. Otherwise, no one would have survived this claw. When the Yi clan's group reappeared, they were already in the sky above Lingyun Island. Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said sullenly, unexpectedly, there is a mutated evil dragon with a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave. To think that Jianghu did not discover it and rashly open the dragon cave without any preparations. It looks like he does not live up to his reputation. Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. Father, what do you mean by that? Yi Qing smiled and said, that is to say, no one can obtain this king's spirit vein now. If that group of people from the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor want to target my Yi clan, they will have to think twice before doing so. As Yi Qing spoke, a spatial crack opened. Shi Tianyu, who had an unlucky expression, appeared with the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. Shi Tianyu happened to see Yi Qing smile and could not help but rage. He felt extremely upset, so he snorted coldly and led his people away. Yi Chen smiled and said, in that case, we have to celebrate. That group of people from the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor thought that by inviting Jiang Tian, they would gain a lot no matter what. They are really sullen now. Yi Qing nodded and said, there is no need to celebrate. After this matter, it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. Such lucky things cannot happen all the time. Only by advancing to sovereign martial emperor can the Yi clan maintain its position. Xiao Chen smiled gently at the side. The obstruction of the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor's plan would give Yi Qing a long buffer time to break through to sovereign martial emperor. Xiao Chen had fulfilled his promise to Yi Chen, so it was time for him to do his own things. Yi Qing and the others tried to get Xiao Chen to stay. However, when they saw that he had made up his mind, they did not say anything more. As Yi Qing watched Xiao Chen leave, he entered deep thought. He kept feeling that Xiao Chen appeared too calm. Something was not right. Xiao Chen did not truly leave. One night later, when the morning sun rose, he appeared in an ominous land, a place where even Emperor Wu did not dare to linger. As he looked at the scarlet sea below him, Xiao Chen took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully searched through the third segment of the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. Xiao Chen had discovered long ago that this dragon vein was not simple. However, there were too many people here, preventing him from displaying it. The underground had always been a place with the densest Yin-attributed qi. Normally, the things buried underground were covered in Yin-attributed qi. If one was not careful, they could mutate into something evil. If this turned into a great ominous land, the evil that came out would be even more incredible. However, no matter how well a mutated and corrupted spirit vein hid, there would always be traces of it. The dragon vein before Xiao Chen hid it very well, nearly fooling most geomasters. Just from the landscape of the earth vein, few could tell that this was a dangerous land. Only by combining the stars would one be able to tell. If not for the Paradise Secret Canon that Xiao Chen grasped, which was far superior to the geomaster's dragon-seeking arts, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. Even with Xiao Chen's current level, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. I found it. With the blood linking, the 9 stars linking. The 9 stars sealing the dragon will turn into the blood berserk dragon formation. If one blindly opens the blood berserk dragon formation, there will be a rain of blood, which will multiply the strength of the nearby ferocious beasts. When the evil dragon comes out, it will flee far away, and it will be hard to find. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, that was the case. He knew that the Paradise Secret Canon would have records of this. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued reading. His main concern was whether he could find the evil dragon that came out or not. Xiao Chen continued reading without missing a single word. Finally, he found some clues. The evil dragon in this formation would come out prematurely. There was only one choice. That was to swallow up the other spirit veins and find another dragon vein. Otherwise, this king's spirit vein that had lost its safe place would slowly wither day by day. Its rank would drop continuously until it disappeared. After reading up to this point, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This gave him an opportunity. When the evil dragon found a new dragon vein, it would definitely fight with the new dragon. When the two dragons fought, no matter who won, it would end up in a sorry state. Xiao Chen thought about how the Northern Sea Alliance could not subdue this evil dragon with such a large force. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat in sorry states. Even if Xiao Chen ran into an evil dragon now, he would have to retreat. Xiao Chen thought about the scene he saw when he entered the void. The scene of a towering blood claw breaking out of the sea and sweeping through the surroundings still made him tremble in fear. Searching for the evil dragon was just a mark for himself. When he grew stronger in the future, he would come back to subdue this king's spirit vein. A king's spirit vein was not something that could be found on a whim. As Xiao Chen continued reading, a clue that caught his attention appeared. The dragon vein that hid a king's spirit vein would definitely form a small ancestral vein. As the ancestral vein continued to develop, a series of spirit veins would appear, ranging from high to low, from Holy Spirit vein to the lowest spirit vein. Not to mention the low-grade spirit vein, the Holy Spirit vein was already sufficient to attract Xiao Chen's attention. As for how to find this dragon vein in the ancestral vein, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own ability. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye. A strange purple eye appeared, clearly seeing the situation at the bottom of the sea. The terrain of the dragon vein was already utterly destroyed. The 9 astral peaks crumbled, and scarlet bubbles continuously leaked out of the cracks in the ground. I cannot see the ancestral vein's direction like this. I have to go down. Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye and prepared to go down. Xiao Chen, it is best not to go down first. This place feels strange. Chapter 1088. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring, frowning as she tried to persuade Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Ao Jiao. Then, he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Little Ao Jiao, why do you look different?" This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Ao Jiao after consuming and refining the azure underworld fruit. There were no changes to Ao Jiao's appearance, demeanor, or figure. However, Xiao Chen felt that there was something that he had not noticed. Was he imagining things? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, indicating for Xiao Chen to take it. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed it. Her skin was smooth and soft, even giving off a faint warmth. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Warmth? What's going on? It is indeed warmth. Ao Jiao is an item spirit. How can she have warmth? That is inexplicable. I didn't tell you to hold it so hard, Ao Jiao said coquettishly. Xiao Chen quickly let go. After apologizing, he asked, "What's going on? The azure underworld fruit has such an effect?" Ao Jiao said, "Do you still remember that old man in the Blue Dragon Palace?" "That's right, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. He used a finger to send me away. After I woke up, my body has been slowly changing." Xiao Chen recalled that there was indeed such a scene. Back then, that old item spirit seemed to have said that when Ao Jiao woke up, she would properly thank him. What exactly are the changes? Ao Jiao's eyes flickered with confusion. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what the changes are either. However, I can clearly feel that I can cultivate on my own. This is even more obvious after I revived. The mutated fruit that nourishes the soul can allow my strength to increase significantly. As for what happens after that, you can see for yourself. As for what will happen in the future, I don't know either." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Since that old man from the Blue Dragon Palace did this, it should not be a bad thing. After I become a martial emperor in the future, I will ask him personally and understand." "Alright, I'll go with you. I'm strong enough to face the advanced blue-robed emperor now." Ao Jiao nodded. What? Golden light flickered, and little yellow feather flaunted its prowess as it appeared. It squeaked, indicating that it also wanted to go down. Xiao Chen smiled and said, The two of you are not allowed to come out. I will go down alone. If there is any danger, I can use the freedom wings to flee quickly. But, no buts. Just listen to me, okay? The danger below was unpredictable and Xiaochen did not want Ao Jiao to take the risk, especially now. Ao Jiao felt helpless. She hugged Little Yellow Feather and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. If there is any danger, remember to leave immediately. Don't worry. It should be fine." The ferocious beasts already followed the evil dragons far away or went to search for new spirit veins. Furthermore, I still have the life-saving plume feather that Little Yellow Feather gave me. Xiaochen smiled faintly. After Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather entered the immortal spirit ring, he took a deep breath and entered this vast scarlet sea. Xiaochen quickly descended to where the dragon cave was. Then he looked into the distance, carefully observing and searching the messy and dilapidated landscape. As long as the direction of the ancestral vein's origin followed, he would be able to find the Holy Spirit vein that existed in the ancestral vein. After subduing this Holy Spirit vein and searching for the fleeing evil dragons, as long as the plan went smoothly, Xiaochen would gain a lot. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the small perfection blue-robed emperor immediately. The tall mountains and the ground were all destroyed. After searching for a long time, Xiaochen could not find the ancestral vein's origin. However, he did find several traces of the evil dragons leaving. Half a day later, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye again. The landscape was the most intact on a slope 50 kilometers to the east. It should be easier to find some things there. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and flew in the water. His strong speed nearly split the seawater in half, creating a vacuum. When Xiaochen landed on the slope, he looked ahead. To others, the terrain appeared chaotic and confusing. However, when he compared it to the Paradise Secret Canon, many scenes flashed in his mind. As Xiaochen looked around, the scenes slowly became clearer and more complete. That should be the place, Xiaochen said softly as he used his heavenly eye to look at the terrain tens of thousands of kilometers away. A dragon returning to its head, 1,000 mountains surrounding it, and evidence from all directions. Finding the ancestral vein's origin in a situation where the terrain was nearly completely destroyed was not easy. Xiaochen closed his heavenly eye, intending to go over and verify it one last time. Then, he could follow the vein and find the Holy Spirit vein that grew from this ancestral vein. As for spirit veins of other grades, they did not interest Xiaochen for now, so there was no need to waste any effort. Rumble. Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Countless blood-colored bubbles surged upwards. Xiaochen's heart tightened as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. A strange roar came from the distance. Xiaochen's body trembled uncontrollably as if he had met his natural enemy. A bone-deep fear prevented him from doing anything. How can it be like this? What's going on? What in the world is coming? Xiaochen panicked. It was extremely difficult for him to do anything. He could not even lift his eyelids, much less activate the freedom wings. Xiaochen knelt at the bottom of the sea as that mysterious monster approached. He felt that if he still did not do anything, he would really die here. Ao Jiao quickly flew out and pulled Xiaochen away, preparing to break out of the water with Xiaochen. If you don't want him to die, it's best not to move. Just as Ao Jiao was about to circulate her energy to bring Xiaochen away, an old man suddenly appeared. He formed hand seals and many flags flew out from his body. The flags covered the heavenly mysteries and protected this world. Rumble! Rumble! The scarlet bubbles surged up even more violently. The entire Scarlet Sea was surging, looking extremely horrifying. When that mysterious thing arrived, Xiaochen felt like the little blue dragon in his dantian was carrying a mountain. The pressure was extremely painful. Xiaochen felt even more miserable. This was his first time encountering such a thing. He was shocked. After the panic, he tried his best to calm himself down. What exactly is it that makes my body tremble in fear, making the Yuanying blue dragon martial spirit tremble in fear? I have to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, it will be a huge problem for me. Xiaochen felt like that mysterious thing circled the Scarlet Sea for a long time, like it was searching for something. After a long time, It quickly went far away. When everything calmed down, Xiaochen blinked and recovered to normal. Then, he turned around and looked warily at the person who saved him. When Xiaochen saw this person's appearance, he felt somewhat surprised. It was actually the Geomaster that the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor invited, Jiang Tian, the person that Yuan Qinghuan called the strongest Geomaster. Ao Jiao stood beside Xiaochen, looking warily at the other party as well. This person had suddenly appeared. She could not figure out his intentions. Jiang Tian ignored the wariness of the two. He carefully put away the worldly wind-water flags and gestured for Xiaochen to break out of the sea, indicating for him to go out and speak. Waves splashed up as Xiaochen and Ao Jiao broke out of the sea together. Ao Jiao asked anxiously, "Xiaochen, are you all right?" Xiaochen had not suffered any substantial damage earlier, so he shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Ao Jiao checked for herself. After she verified that he was fine, she relaxed. Splash! Jiang Tian broke out of the water and looked coldly at Xiaochen. He said indifferently, "You managed to cultivate the heavenly eye. It looks like you obtained the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. Were you the one who used a spell to disrupt me from looking at the stars yesterday?" This person had a dignified aura. His cultivation was clearly much lower than Xiaochen's, only Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, when he spoke, he was aloof, looking down on Xiaochen. He did not care about Xiaochen, a mere blue-robed emperor. However, this person was very natural, giving Xiaochen a lot of pressure. This was the natural aura of a major character. No matter how the weak tried to imitate it, they would not be able to imitate it. Xiaochen nodded calmly. There was nothing to deny. Jiang Tian snorted coldly and said, "You are really daring to do anything. Perhaps I really should not have saved you earlier. It would have been better to let that whole ghost eat you up." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know what that thing is?" "There are very few things in this world that I do not know about. That is a Ho, an ancient ferocious beast that feeds on dragons. It eats dragon brains and swallows dragon marrow. Killing dragons is like squashing earthworms. It is the natural enemy of all dragons. 10,000 years ago, if not for the Qing Emperor killing it, leaving behind only a scattered soul, you would have died here even if you had 8 lives." Jiang Tian said unhurriedly with a cold smile on his face. Unexpectedly, dragons had a natural enemy. Furthermore, it was such a tyrannical natural enemy. This was the first time Xiaochen heard of this. Xiaochen finally understood why his body trembled in fear, feeling so powerless. He was the Blue Dragon King. He possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and cultivated the Blue Dragon body-nourishing art. Whether he was willing or not, the mark of a dragon was deeply ingrained in his bones. He could not wash it off no matter what. Fortunately, the Qing Emperor killed it, leaving only its soul. What did it come here for? Xiaochen asked as he met Jiang Tian's gaze. He felt that this person before him gave off a mysterious feeling. Indeed, as Jiang Tian said, he was omniscient. Naturally, it smelled a dragon and wanted to eat that 9-star evil dragon to recover its strength, Jiang Tian replied indifferently. Jiang Tian replied indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Since we are done with the small talk, take out the divine grade black patterned gold that you obtained from the auction in Cloud Treasure City." This old man saved your life. Do you think it was for nothing? Xiaochen was speechless. This was the first time he met such a tyrannical person. He did not seem to have asked for help. However, even if Xiaochen wanted to, he could not hand over the divine grade black patterned gold. He had already merged it into the dragon revealing mirror. Ao Jiao, who was at the side, could no longer watch this. She scolded angrily, "You old fellow, you are too shameless. How can you do this, forcefully saving someone and then demanding something?" Xiaochen waved his hand to stop Ao Jiao. Then he took out the dragon revealing mirror, which gave off a divine aura, and handed it to Jiang Tian. "I already used the divine grade black patterned gold. If you want it, you can refine this dragon revealing mirror." Ao Jiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. The dragon revealing mirror was crucial to whether Xiaochen could subdue the Holy Spirit vein. How could he just give it away like that? Jiang Tian received the dragon-revealing mirror with a slightly dissatisfied expression. He commented, "The craftsmanship is pretty good. This dragon-revealing mirror ranks among the top 10 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Unfortunately, I do not know the Paradise Secret Canon, so I cannot activate it. I can only treat it as trash and melt it down. Even so, I can only take out half of the divine grade black patterned gold." Chapter 1089. It's a so-so. Consider this a pass. There is also the Azure Underworld fruit. Your soul is not injured. Don't tell me that you used it already. Take it out as well. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he stopped Ao Jiao, who was about to fly into a rage. He said calmly, "I'm sorry about this. I have indeed used it. If old sir has any other requests, you can state them all. I have 10 million black astral coins, a holy spirit vein, an emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown, an incomplete immortal equipment, the beautiful mountain and river painting." Xiao Chen did not like owing favors, especially to people he did not like. If he could settle things with them, he would do so as soon as possible. Precious treasures came out of Xiao Chen's mouth, but Jiang Tian remained unmoved. He interrupted impatiently, "Don't treat trash as treasure. How laughable. I only want the Azure Underworld fruit." Xiao Chen's expression changed. Which one of the things in his hand would not make the blue-robed emperor risk his life for it? To think that this fellow was lying through his teeth. Jiang Tian glanced at Ao Jiao. Then, he said in understanding, "So, it was refined by you, the item spirit. No wonder you were unable to hand it over. Looking at your eyes, it seems like you do not feel that your body is full of trash. Country bumpkin, you are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll return your dragon-revealing mirror. Now, you have to help me with something before you can repay this favor." Xiao Chen did not know what was going on. What exactly was this Jiang Tian thinking? He could not figure it out at all. Xiao Chen did not accept the dragon-revealing mirror. He frowned and said, "I do have to repay this favor. However, I still have something to do. Time is limited. If Mr. Jiang keeps pestering me, I can only put this favor aside for now. Goodbye." Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "Something to do? Do you think that after learning the half-baked Paradise Secret Canon, you can subdue and suppress spirit veins all over the world to help you gather the resources for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate? Indeed, you have some advantages. You are as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor and do not need the cooperation of cultivators to suppress spirit veins. However, if you really think that, you are too naive." Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party with a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Jiang Tian smiled and said, "I am certain that you have not finished reading the first part of the Paradise Secret Canon that is not directly related to the dragon-seeking secret technique. Otherwise, you would not ask that." Xiao Chen's heart sank. The contents of the first part were all messy records. It had nothing to do with the dragon-seeking secret skill. He had indeed only read the beginning and skipped over it. It wasn't that he couldn't concentrate, but he didn't have much time. He really couldn't spend it on these unimportant things. "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Tian did not answer. Instead, he said with a cold expression, "Pick up your dragon-revealing mirror and obediently follow me to do something. Otherwise, not to mention becoming a martial emperor in 5 years, if you really do as you wish, you might not even live for a year." Ao Jiao muttered in a soft voice, acting all mysterious. Jiang Tian directly ignored her. He looked at the silent Xiao Chen and said, "Do you really want to die that much? Or are you in a rush to subdue a holy spirit vein 50,000 kilometers away? It is just a holy spirit vein. So what if I give you one?" Golden rain fell from the sky. A roaming dragon flew out of Jiang Tian's body and danced in the air, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This was a bona fide holy spirit vein. Xiao Chen made up his mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed this holy spirit vein. Then he closed his eyes and refined it. As the holy spirit vein was refined, the thousands of motes of liquid that formed the heavenly seal slowly turned corporeal, gaining some texture. It no longer looked as soft as before. The entire dragon-shaped heavenly seal's silhouette became much more solid. Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and picked up the dragon-revealing mirror on the sea. Then, he said to the strange Jiang Tian, "I'll come with you. At least you have some boldness. Otherwise, it would be useless to bring you over. Come with me to meet a few people first." Jiang Tian turned around expressionlessly. Xiao Chen quickly followed and asked, "Who are you meeting?" "A true geomaster." "A true geomaster?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat dizzy. Many geomasters regarded Jiang Tian as the strongest geomaster. After the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor invited him out, all the geomasters lost their fighting spirit. Such a person definitely lived up to his reputation. However, now Jiang Tian said that he wanted to bring Xiao Chen to meet a true geomaster. Could it be that there were stronger geomasters than him? Xiao Chen could not suppress the doubts in his heart. He could not help feeling curious about this strange Jiang Tian, who did not play by the rules. "Senior, aren't you known as the strongest geomaster? Could it be that you are not a true geomaster? Are there people who are stronger than you in seeking dragons and fixing veins?" Jiang Tian mocked. "That group of geomasters only have the title of geomaster. What kind of geomaster are they? They are not even comparable to a half-baked person like you. To think that they are not embarrassed to call themselves geomasters? I never said that I was the strongest geomaster. When we get there later, keep your eyes open and don't speak nonsense. You have no right to speak there." Jiang Tian's words always had a hint of arrogance. Xiao Chen did not feel convinced. However, when he thought about how even the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's Manor Lord was polite to Jiang Tian, he could not help but feel unconvinced. The other party circle was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, he could only teach Jiang Tian a lesson. Xiao Chen had a proud character, but he was not an ignorant fanatic who showed off his arrogance. He had always been respectful and knew how to endure and learn, carefully walking the path of cultivation. For now, Xiao Chen wanted to see what Jiang Tian was up to. Furthermore, Jiang Tian said earlier that Xiao Chen was too naive. He had to figure out why. Xiao Chen said, "Very well, I won't ask about that. However, I already promised you. Now, you have to tell me what you want to do, right? If you can give me the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit, I won't care where you go. If you can't give them to me, don't ask. Someone will tell you when we get there," Jiang Tian said without even turning his head as he strode forward. "Never mind. If I don't want to ask, then so be it." Xiao Chen followed behind Jiang Tian. At the same time, he took some time to carefully study the fourth section of the Paradise Secret Canon, Prison Drawing. Prison Drawing mainly emphasized the practical secret techniques of the Paradise Secret Canon. When cultivated to a high level, one could change the world with a wave of one's hand. If one wanted to cultivate this series of secret techniques, one had to cultivate the Paradise Divine Art first. This cultivation technique was split into 7 layers. The cultivation of the Paradise Divine Art required one's usage of the Heavenly Eye to reach a certain level. Xiao Chen asked himself if he could already control the Heavenly Eye as he pleased. He could open and close the Heavenly Eye as he pleased. He could also focus his gaze to see even further away. He could also use the Heavenly Eye to distinguish between illusion and reality. Xiao Chen should have already met the cultivation requirements of the Paradise Divine Art. It was time to make preparations to cultivate it. Jiang Tian, who was walking in front, turned his head back and saw that Xiao Chen did not relax even as he walked. It seemed like Xiao Chen was making good use of his time to cultivate. No matter how much Jiang Tian looked down on Xiao Chen, it was rare for someone of the younger generation to have such patience and perseverance. After walking for half a day, a lone island appeared before Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately went up, and Xiao Chen followed close behind. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the island. There was already an old man seated cross-legged on the island. When the old man heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and sized up Xiao Chen, who was behind Jiang Tian. Then he smiled and said, "Jiang Tian, since when did you start taking in disciples?" Jiang Tian replied indifferently, "I already swore that I would never take in a disciple in this lifetime. I will not break the rules of the Geomasters." How unfortunate. You have no children, and you do not want to take in disciples. Your bloodline is probably going to end soon, the old man said with a smile. Cut the crap. Clearly, Jiang Tian was not willing to discuss this topic. He directly said, let me introduce first. This is Xiao Chen, the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Thunder King. He is the culprit behind the appearance of the 9-star evil dragon this time. Xiao Chen felt that he was not in a position to speak, so he did not argue, tacitly agreeing. Following that, Jiang Tian introduced this old man. This old man was called Bai Mingfeng, a hidden geomaster. Ordinary people would not know this name. After the introductions, the two started chatting, leaving Xiao Chen at the side. Xiao Chen did not interrupt, listening calmly. From the contents of the two's conversation, he roughly understood what Jiang Tian wanted him to do. When the 9-star evil dragon appeared, it needed to find another dragon cave with a king's spirit vein to survive. Then, it needed to kill and swallow up the original king's spirit vein. If that were all, it would not be a big deal. What the two geomasters worried about was the mysterious phenomenon of 9 stars aligning and a rain of blood falling from the sky when the evil dragon appeared. The 9-star evil dragon had already mutated and metamorphosed again, becoming the legendary 10-star evil dragon. It would continue swallowing until it swallowed up all the king's spirit veins in the entire heavenly starry ocean. This would result in a calamity that might even threaten the 3 ancestor veins of the heavenly starry ocean, wiping out the spiritual energy of the heavenly starry ocean and turning it into a wasteland. Is it that serious? Xiao Chen could not help interrupting as he listened at the side. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, how do you think those desolate seas formed on the sea chart? There are precedents for this. In the end, you are the one who caused this calamity. If you cannot take out the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit, then just obediently help me suppress and seal this evil dragon. Bai Mingfeng frowned and asked, what can he help us with? Leave that whole ghost to him to deal with. Leave the rest to us, Jiang Tian said indifferently. What the heck? Xiao Chen originally thought that the other party was interested in his paradise secret cannon. He had not expected that Jiang Tian wanted him to deal with the whole ghost. Bai Mingfeng reacted and smiled. Yes, indeed, only he can deal with that darn thing. Xiao Chen said awkwardly, Senior is joking, right? When the whole ghost passed by, Xiao Chen could not even move. How could he deal with it? Jiang Tian retorted rudely, back then, the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho even at his peak. You are the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Don't tell me that you cannot deal with a Ho ghost that has turned into a soul. Don't worry. Your body already endured the terrifying might and pressure once. It will be better the second time. Seeing that Xiao Chen still hesitated, Jiang Tian said coldly, no matter what method you think of, you have to block that Ho ghost. This fellow is even more of a threat than the evil dragon. Chapter 1090. Once this is done, I'll help you get the saint spirit vein you want. If we fail, I'll make it clear to you that you will not be alive to collect the holy spirit vein hidden at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. Now that he had boarded a pirate ship, he had no choice but to agree. Footsteps resounded, and 2 old men walked over to the lone island. The 2 old men glanced at Xiao Chen and ignored him. They said calmly, we found the tracks of that evil dragon. We have to be fast. Otherwise, it will find the first king's spirit vein in less than 3 days. Let's go. Bai Mingfeng and Jiang Tian were swift and decisive. They immediately stood up and left, quickly following the 2 old men. The 4 old men rode the wind, merging with the world. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen, these people are hidden geomasters. The matter of the 10-star evil dragon should be true, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen nodded, agreeing with Ao Jiao's opinion. These 4 geomasters were all extraordinary, unfathomable, much more brilliant than he was. How much do you think we can trust Jiang Tian's words? Xiao Chen asked. Ao Jiao thought for a while and said somewhat dispiritedly, this old man is very hateful, completely unfathomable. However, I feel that his words are somewhat trustworthy. It was better to trust him than not. After this matter was over, let's see what reasoning he can come up with. We've arrived. The 2 old men at the front stopped and said, Xiao Chen looked around. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. All he could see was a flat sea. The sky and the sea merged into one. He could not see the end. There was not even an island. Stand to the side. When that whole ghost smells it, it will definitely chase after us. Just remember not to let that ghostly thing block us. Jiang Tian directed Xiao Chen to stand far away. Then, together with Bai Mingfeng, he explained to the other two old men, dispelling their doubts. Open. The four old men made a gesture and shouted softly. The seawater was like a curtain, slowly pulling open from the middle. Soon, the whole picture of the seabed was directly exposed to their vision. A huge scarlet dragon lay quietly at the bottom of the sea, coldly eyeing the four geomasters in the air. A great battle was about to break out. In the distance, Xiao Chen sighed in amazement at the means of these geomasters. With their combined strength, they were actually able to easily split apart the seawater, intending to suppress this dragon alone. Four geomasters chanted their incantations in the vast seabed. As they waved their hands, the topography of the seabed changed rapidly. Like the work of the gods, all sorts of strangely shaped mountains rose into the air, forming different landforms and suppressing the blood dragon. After Xiao Chen figured out these people's intentions, he could not help but praise them in his heart. These four old geomasters were actually thinking of using manpower to create a dragon cave to bury this dragon. Gulp, gulp. The sound of bubbles resounded. Xiao Chen lowered his head to take a look, and his expression could not help but change. Trouble had arrived. It's coming. As the bubbles churned, fog rose from the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked into the distance. The natural enemy of dragons, the ancient mutated beast Ho. It eats dragon brains and dragon marrow. It kills dragons like crushing earthworms. Let me see what exactly it looks like. A green figure walked out of the fog. Xiao Chen could not see it clearly at all. That green figure flew past him, heading for the blood dragon at the bottom of the huge pit behind him. It was like the whole ghost saw an incredibly delicious delicacy, luring it to charge over without a care for anything else. The four geomasters used their dragon-seeking arts to create a dragon vein, a tall mountain, and a long river. Tall mountains rose into the air, crisscrossing each other as they suppressed this 10-star evil dragon. The two sides exchanged blows, fighting intensely. When the Ho ghost appeared, the evil dragon trembled in fear. Its eyes filled with horror. However, the four geomasters ignored the Ho ghost, continuing to do what they were doing as if they did not see it. They even took advantage of the evil dragon's fear to raise many tall mountains, stacking them like building blocks to suppress the blood dragon. Tens of kilometers away, Xiao Chen, who was on the surface of the sea, felt very puzzled. What was going on? The Ho ghost, which was charging at the evil dragon, suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. It stared at Xiao Chen and gave off a jade green light. Its gaze was filled with boundless hatred. This overwhelming hatred caused it to ignore its favorite delicacy, not caring about it at all. Xiao Chen finally saw the Ho ghost's appearance clearly. Its body was like a horse, and its entire body was jade green. However, its four hooves were slender beast claws with incredibly sharp claws. Its head was like a lion's and had sharp fangs. Although it was a soul, Xiao Chen could not feel any pressure from it. This was an ethereal soul. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. This was especially so for the four geomasters. They completely ignored the Ho ghost behind them as if they were certain that this Ho ghost would not harm them. Damn, I got betrayed. When Xiao Chen reacted, he could not help cursing. Then he turned around and ran. How was he relying on himself to deal with this Ho ghost? They were simply using him as bait to attract the Ho ghost's attention. The Qing Emperor had destroyed the physical body of the Ho ghost. After becoming the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chen had awakened the blue dragon martial spirit. When this Ho ghost's soul saw Xiao Chen, it was like it saw the person who killed its father. No wonder that Bai Mingfeng smiled so strangely, saying that only he could deal with the Ho ghost. It turned out that this was what he was thinking. Fortunately, it was as Jiang Tian said. After his body experienced the initial fear, it had already adapted to this Ho ghost of the dragon world. Otherwise, this group of old fellows would have tricked Xiao Chen to death. A strange roar came from behind Xiao Chen, and a shock wave surged over. The seawater under Xiao Chen's feet shattered and rumbled endlessly. Xiao Chen did not dare to turn his head. The shock wave brushed against his back. As he ran, the seawater behind him shattered and chased him closely. Bang! The sound wave caught up to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's body was blasted into the air, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. There was no time to complain. Xiao Chen spread the freedom wings and soared into the air, not daring to fight this Ho ghost at all. Just one roar could injure him. If Xiao Chen still believed Jiang Tian's nonsense, he would really be an idiot. He said that the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho at its peak. As the descendant of the Qing Emperor, how could Xiao Chen not be able to deal with this soul? What a joke! What could Xiao Chen deal with? They were not even on the same level. This Ho ghost had lived for tens of thousands of years and devoured countless spirit veins. Even if it was not at its peak, it had at least 1% of its strength. It was definitely not something that Xiao Chen could deal with now. Facing the pursuing Ho ghost, Xiao Chen had no other choice but to run as far as possible. As he ran, Xiao Chen noticed a strange phenomenon. Several times, when the Ho ghost was clearly about to catch up, he could already hear its heavy breathing. However, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes showed a conflicted expression, like it was resisting some order. While fleeing, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to think too much. As he faced that layered roar, his heart felt like it would leap out at any moment. Xiao Chen's internal organs trembled, and cracks appeared in them. The sound waves inflicted direct internal injuries. At this rate, even if the Ho ghost could not catch up to him, it could still use the sound waves to kill him. Use the reincarnation lamp. Ao Jiao quickly reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen suddenly startled awake. No matter how strong you are still a ghost without a physical body. The reincarnation lamp is specialized in dealing with evil spirits. It should have a restraining effect. Xiao Chen flipped his palm, and the reincarnation lamp soared into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of essence blood and lit the lamp wick. The image of an immortal appeared in the hazy flame and started chanting the Taoist scriptures, dealing with the horrifying sound waves of the Ho ghost. It seemed to have some effect. The deafening roars disappeared. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. Xiao Chen did not look back, leaving the reincarnation lamp hanging in the air as he continued running. As Xiao Chen ran for his life, he did not know how far he had run. Eventually, he felt incredibly tired, so he stopped in front of the sea and panted continuously. Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind was severely injured. The reincarnation lamp that helped him block the Ho ghost in the distance actually shattered. Just at this moment, the 4 geomasters appeared at the same time, all of them significantly injured. Jiang Tian pulled Xiao Chen up and said, "Let's go." The 4 geomasters executed their arts at the same time. The world changed, and the seawater became like a huge mouth, swallowing up the 5 at the same time. Then, it became as smooth as a mirror, becoming whole again. When the Ho ghost, which had rushed over, saw Xiao Chen vanishing without a trace, it roared in anger. The seawater shattered like a mirror, giving off loud bangs. Boom! When the 5 reappeared, they were already 500 kilometers away, on a desolate island that no one could find. They were now completely safe. Jiang Tian put down Xiao Chen and revealed a rare smile. He said, "You did pretty well. You successfully escaped and helped us suppress the evil dragon. You truly live up to your name as the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Prime Thunder King." However, Jiang Tian's pale complexion made this smile look extremely unsightly. The other 3 were also very weak. Bai Mingfeng rushed to say, "Jiang Tian, we already helped you settle the trouble you caused. You just have to explain the rest to this little fellow." After saying that, Bai Mingfeng left. The other 2 old men also left after saying some simple words. Jiang Tian tossed a piece of vellum to Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "You should go as well. The answers you want are in there." Xiao Chen caught the vellum but did not look at it. Instead, he looked coldly at Jiang Tian, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What, you want to make a move on me? Ha! I advise you not to have such thoughts. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. Oh, I was wrong. You won't die. On account of the Thunder King, no major character would dare to kill you. Jiang did not fear Xiao Chen's gaze at all. He said calmly, "You should take a look at the vellum first." Xiao Chen opened the vellum with some bewilderment in his eyes. There was a complete map of the sea on the vellum. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, all the dragon caves with Holy Spirit veins were marked on it. However, they were all drawn in bright red, looking very ghastly. Jiang said unhurriedly, "Now you understand why I told you to search for Holy Spirit veins all over the world. You will not survive more than a year, right?" Chapter 1091. This is the perilous land of all the Holy Spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. With your eyesight, you will not be able to tell if they are real or fake. As long as you run into any one of them, you will most likely die. Xiao Chen did not say anything, just looking at it. Indeed, he felt his hair stand on end. In his anxiety, he would not be able to avoid misjudging the situation. As long as he made one mistake, he would really die. This is a map of the distribution of spirit veins that the four of us geomasters drew when we roamed the world. How many you can subdue will depend on your own ability. Then, Jiang handed Xiao Chen a piece of vellum. Similarly, there were many Holy Spirit veins marked on it. It was very detailed and clear at a glance. In just an instant, Xiao Chen understood the value of this second map. It was simply a priceless treasure. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "Why are you helping me?" Jiang replied calmly, "It's still the same thing. Only you can deal with the Ho Ghost. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor could kill its physical body. 10,000 years later, its soul will definitely be yours to kill. We are true geomasters, masters of the earth. Protecting the balance of this world will always be our most basic responsibility. The Ho Ghost is the most uncertain factor that will break this balance." It was hard to imagine that this old man before him would say something like that. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Senior, you mentioned the Ho Ghost. I have something to say. I feel that someone is controlling the Ho Ghost." When Jiang heard that, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "What kind of creature is the Ho?" "It is an ancient mutated beast. Killing dragons is like killing earthworms. Even if it dies and only its soul remains, it cannot be controlled." Jiang words were very certain. Thinking about it, the demon ghost was already so powerful. If it could still be controlled, how horrifying would the master behind it be? Even so, Xiao Chen still had doubts in his heart. Earlier, when the Ho Ghost chased after him, he had seen a struggling expression in its eyes several times. This was definitely not wrong. If not for someone controlling it and ordering it to swallow up that evil dragon, which conflicted with its decision to kill Xiao Chen, how could he explain this? Jiang said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. You should focus on how you are going to advance to Martial Emperor within 5 years. Before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Fortune and misfortune are hard to predict. The matters of the world are like the feng shui of this world. There is never a set that stays the same. Good and bad are unpredictable. I won't beat around the bush either. I'll make it clear to you. It looks like you're in a dead end, unable to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years. Then, like a meteor, you will vanish in a flash, turning into dust and disappearing. However, in reality, even without the matter of biological lifespan, you still need to become a Martial Emperor within 5 years. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the strange old man and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang said unhurriedly, "How long do you think the Thunder King can live? There are no martial gods in this world and no one can live forever. The Thunder King has already lived for over 10,000 years and every day he lives is a life-defying heaven. If the Thunder King is not around, how can a single Haotian emperor protect you? Before a true major character, killing you would still take only one finger. Now that something like this happened, it gives you a sense of urgency. Advancing to Martial Emperor within 5 years also increases your chances. Who knows if this is a fortune or a disaster?" Xiao Chen's heart sank. Then he smiled and said, I never thought of it that way before. Now that I think about it, it is indeed as Senior said. Fortune and misfortune come together. Goodbye. Jiang Tian left as soon as he said he would, not dragging his feet at all. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen unfurled the 2 sheets of vellum. One represented life, which recorded all the Holy Spirit veins that the 4 geomasters discovered. The other represented death. It recorded all sorts of strange and unfathomable situations that could kill Emperor Wu. Touching them meant certain death. After a while, Xiao Chen grasped the 2 sheets of vellum tightly. Regular geomasters were limited by their cultivation. It would be difficult for them to subdue a dragon vein by themselves or deal with the various hidden ferocious beasts. Xiao Chen possessed the combat prowess of the great perfection blue-robed emperor and the dragon-fixing needle and dragon-revealing mirror. With these 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures, he could subdue a spirit vein by himself. Heaven would never seal off all paths. There would always be a chance of survival. This was Xiao Chen's chance of survival. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he vanished into the vast sea. He left for a long time. There was no news of the Blue Dragon King in the heavenly starry sea. No one knew where the Blue Dragon King had gone. The Zodiac Hall and the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas sent scouts everywhere. However, they could not find Xiao Chen's location. Rumors spread everywhere, and different versions of the story spread everywhere. Some said that Xiao Chen went to the Penglai Sea, which no one knew the way, to search for spirit herbs that could resolve his problems. Others said that Xiao Chen went to the Kunlun continent to seek help from the Thunder King. There were also people who said that Xiao Chen scattered his cultivation to live past 100 years, becoming an ordinary person and completely disappearing, never to appear again. However, as time went by, people slowly stopped talking about Xiao Chen. After all, he was a genius who was past his prime. There was no point in talking about him. This was especially so when the news of the solar holy son and the lunar holy daughter breaking through to the blue-robed emperor at the same time came out from the Zodiac Hall. This made everyone forget about Xiao Chen's existence. Everyone turned to discussing the rumors about Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao. Shocking news spread out from the Zodiac Hall. When the solar holy sun and the lunar holy sun worked together, they could already defeat a great perfection blue-robed emperor of the older generation. They could even easily defeat a small perfection blue-robed emperor alone. News continued to spread. As a prime, the cyclic astral emperor, Emperor Wu, had already taken out all the accumulations of the immortal Holy Land that the Zodiac Hall had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The cyclic astral emperor personally guided the 2 in their cultivation, preparing for the 2 to reach the small perfection blue-robed emperor realm before the 4 seas hero gathering, completely suppressing the other immortal holy lands. However, things were not that simple. Not only did these 2 obtain great fortuitous encounters on the road to burying emperors, the holy scions of the other holy lands did not fall behind. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan, the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu, the 5 poison sects Fang Xiaojun, and the Yin-Yang paradises Tong Susu all broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm at different times. Immediately, the entire heavenly starry ocean surged with excitement. Everyone felt anticipation for the 4 seas hero gathering, which was about to begin in 10 months. With so many outstanding youths breaking through to the blue-robed emperor realm together, the 4 seas hero gathering, which happened once every 20 years, had not been so lively in the past 10,000 years. There were even some busybodies who started to make bets in the periphery, betting on who could stand out and suppress all the outstanding talents to obtain the Lunar Palace's greatest gift, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Aside from the immortal Holy Land's holy sons and holy daughters, the most popular ones were the veteran experts of the previous 4 seas hero gathering. As long as one was not over 50 years old, one could continue to participate in the 4 seas hero gathering. Cultivators had an average lifespan of 300 years. A 50-year-old person did not look old and could be considered a youth. Several of the experts of the previous 4 seas hero gathering were in their 20s when they participated. Now that they had passed their 20s, they were still a few years away from turning 50, so they did not violate the rules. In reality, The biggest attraction of every Four Seas hero gathering was the competition between the old and the new outstanding talents. In every Four Seas hero gathering, there would be a newcomer making a strong debut and becoming famous. There were also veteran outstanding talents who retained their glory and fame. However, this time, it was a golden age. The outstanding talents of the new generation all came with a ferocious aura. Some people guessed that the veteran outstanding talents would be wiped out if nothing unexpected happened. All that remained to be seen was whether a miracle would happen or not. Perhaps a strong dark horse would appear out of nowhere. Anything was possible. In the Western Sea, the Blue Dragon Kings conferred base, Heavenly Star Island. Under the management of Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho's group, the three holy masters' land nearly turned this place into a desolate island. Lan Xiaobai used the peak spirit vein that Xiaoqin gave him to rebuild the city at the top of the mountain. Then, he formed guards to maintain order in the city. Kim Taeho opened up another path. With Neptune's former subordinates, the 7 heroes of the dragon, blocking the way, Xiaoqin opened up a trade route to the Black Sea. Opening the trade route to the Black Sea had completely revitalized the island's economy, allowing ordinary mortals to have an excellent life. Ordinary people did not matter in the world of cultivators. Just a martial monarch could kill a large number of them. However, the foundation of this world was made up of ordinary people. Geniuses came from ordinary people. Not only did they bring prosperity, but they also brought hope. As long as a sect was established and nurtured properly, these ordinary people would be able to accumulate strength quickly through systematic training. At this moment, Lan Xiaobai, Kim Taeho, Yu Chenxi, Lord Jiao, and the others gathered in a palace on the tallest peak of Heavenly Star Island. Aside from Lan Xiaobai, everyone else frowned heavily, showing depressed expressions. Yu Chenxi asked, "Debao, there is still no news of Xiaoqin." Kim Taeho shook his head and replied, "No. The last time he appeared was at the Northern Sea Alliance. After that, there was no news of him at all. I spent a lot of money in the Black Sea, but I did not manage to buy any news of him." When the others heard that, they all sighed softly. They had managed Heavenly Star Island for Xiaoqin. However, the master of Heavenly Star Island was currently missing. How could they not feel at ease? This was especially so for the people present. They all had pretty good relationships with Xiaoqin and were worthy of being called friends. They were more concerned about his life or death than anyone else. Lan Xiaobai, who already had the air of a leader, smiled faintly and said, "This is actually a good thing. If we cannot find him, those people who want to harm him will not be able to find him either. This proves that Xiaoqin is at least safe." However, the news of Xiaoqin not advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years spread like wildfire, making it hard for us to feel at ease. Lord Jiao did not understand how to read people's expressions, so he said what everyone was most unwilling to say. The others immediately looked at him. Old Nine said blankly, "Did I say something wrong?" This Lord Jiao did not say anything wrong. He only has 20 years to live. Kim Taeho folded his golden folding fan and wrapped it on Lord Jiao's head. He scolded, "Do you know how to speak properly? Are you forcing this fat lord to make a move?" Melancholy flashed in Lan Xiaobai's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Without seeing Xiaoqin, we can't take it seriously." Don't. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. A disciple entered and reported, "Young Master Lan, there is a blue-robed emperor outside Blue Dragon City with many cultivators, requesting to enter the city." Lan Xiaobai's face turned cold. He suddenly stood up and said, "That group of people from the 7 heroes of the dragon is here to cause trouble again. This is really never-ending. You, go and invite Elder Qin over. I'll go and take a look." Chapter 1092. As of now, Lan Xiaobai's cultivation had not fallen behind at all on Heavenly Star Island. He had already become a great Grandmaster-level martial sage long ago, only a hair's breadth away from the blue-robed emperor. Together with the Azura race's strong spatial talent, an ordinary blue-robed emperor might not be a match for him. "No, it's a girl wearing a veil. She said her name is Emochin." "Emochin?" Lan Xiaobai muttered to himself, as though he had never heard of this name before. He said, "Debeo, I'll leave this person's background to you. You have to give me the answer within half a day. That should be fine, right?" Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "I can tell you now. That is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Chen appeared there for a period of time before. It seems like he even had some interaction with this girl. Don't worry, she is definitely not an enemy." As for Xiao Chen's whereabouts, Kim Tae-ho had always been in charge of Heavenly Star Island. Hence, when Kim Tae-ho heard Imo Chen's name, he immediately recalled her. Lan Xiaobai revealed a slightly interested expression. He smiled and said, "It looks like something good is coming. There is no need to invite Elder Qin over. Come with me to meet this Miss Imo Chen." Outside the vast Blue Dragon City at the foot of the mountain, Imo Chen led the 10-peak blacksmiths of the Imo clan to admire the majestic city walls. "First, miss, is this place our new home?" An old blacksmith asked with some joy as he looked at Blue Dragon City. Right now, the deaths of the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain had brought about chaos. All the major factions had sent their experts over, intending to redistribute their territories. In the great chaos, human life was like grass. The flames of war raged everywhere. If Imo Chen had not led the Imo clan far away from the center of the chaos, who knew how many people would have died? However, the Imo clan was no longer willing to live the days of hiding. This Heavenly Star Island before them was no longer a place for them. Although the outside of the island was surrounded by several major factions, when the old men arrived on the island, they were shocked. The prosperity of the island far surpassed their imagination. The shattered Cloud City from a long time ago was probably just like this. How exactly did such a city survive under such heavy seals? It was still flourishing and growing with each passing day, which greatly attracted their curiosity. Imo Chen recalled Xiao Chen's words. Back then, he said that if she wanted to find him, she could go to Heavenly Star Island. If she needed help, she could go to Heavenly Star Island as well. "It's fine. What he said can't be wrong," Imo Chen said, nodding her head gently. As Xiao Chen spoke, a man and a woman flew over from the city gates. They were the temporary managers of Heavenly Star Island, Lan Xiaobai, and Yu. Lan Xiaobai appeared very elegant as he descended. He had a smile on his face as he walked over to Imo Chen. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Miss Imo Chen, sorry for not going out to meet you. You bring them to the city to rest. I will personally bring Miss Imo Chen around." Yu nodded with a smile. Then she led the 10 old men behind Imo Chen into the city, leaving Imo Chen alone with Lan Xiaobai. Some questions were best asked when there were fewer people around. Clearly, Lan Xiaobai understood this principle. "Miss Imo Chen, what brings you here?" Lan Xiaobai asked directly. The two strolled around the city. Imo Chen sized up the people in the city with interest. This was especially so when she discovered many Black Sea cultivators. Now, she somewhat understood why this city was so prosperous. After hearing Lan Xiaobai's words, Imo Chen glanced at him and said, "I'm here to look for someone. However, since he did not come out, he should not be on the island." Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, "I understand. Right now, all of us old friends are looking for him. However, no one knows where he is." Imo Chen was not in a rush. Instead, she consoled Lan Xiaobai. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He will never go back on his word." Lan Xiaobai smiled to himself. The moment Imo Chen said that, his wariness of this girl completely vanished. After some deliberation, he asked, "In that case, Miss Imo Chen, what are your plans now?" Imo Chen replied calmly, "I want to bring all my clansmen and move to Heavenly Star Island." Lan Xiaobai could not help rejoicing in his heart. According to the information he obtained from Kim Tae-ho, the Imo clan that Imo Chen came from was the top refining clan of the Cloud Sea domain. As for Imo Chen, not to mention her cultivation as the blue-robed emperor, her being able to come to Heavenly Star Island would be a great help. More importantly, according to Kim Tae-ho's information, Mo Chen had obtained the Book of Heavenly Works, a divine canon for refining weapons. She was very likely to become a divine refiner. Such a person would line up in the various holy lands and receive them lavishly. It was a great thing for her to come to Heavenly Star Island. Thinking of something, Lan Xiaobai said somewhat embarrassedly, "No one in Heavenly Star Island will object to Miss Imochen coming. However, the 7 heroes of the dragon have sealed off the path to Heavenly Star Island. It will be difficult for her to bring her entire clan over." Imochen nodded and smiled softly. "I already knew about this when I came. It's fine. I believe this situation will not last for long." Lan Xiaobai felt some envy for Xiao Chen. He wondered how this fellow managed to do it. First, the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea appeared at Heavenly Star Island at the same time, helping Kim Taeho clear the final obstacle to entering the Black Sea. Now, there was another Grandmaster-level refiner, bringing her entire clan over. Imochen changed the topic, thinking of something. "Young Master Lan, have you heard that the 4 Seas Hero Gathering that happens once every 20 years is about to begin?" "Naturally, I have heard about that. However, Heavenly Star Island is very far from Bright Moon City. Furthermore, the transportation formation on the island is completely destroyed. Furthermore, the 7 heroes of the dragon have blocked off the path ahead. It is very difficult to get out. I'm not very clear on the specifics of this." Lan Xiaobai looked at Imochen doubtfully. He did not know why Imochen would ask this. Imochen said in understanding, "In that case, it looks like young Master Lan does not know that the most important gift of this 4 Seas Hero Gathering is the last mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate left behind. It is made of heaven's subduing rock, and the words Dragon's Gate were personally written by the Qing Emperor." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, his expression changed. He exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that Xiao Chen will appear at the Bright Moon City Hero Gathering?" "It is not that he will appear but that he will definitely appear. No matter how strong the rumors are, I firmly believe that he will appear. Furthermore, he will bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island," Imochen said with absolute certainty, a resolute expression in her eyes. 4 Seas Hero Gathering. Lan Xiaobai looked into the distance as he muttered to himself, "Will he really appear?" Honestly speaking, Lan Xiaobai was somewhat doubtful. He was not as resolute as Imochen. The words of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter were sufficient to make those rumors even more confusing. However, Lan Xiaobai was willing to believe that Xiao Chen would definitely appear. He would bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island, the land that the Blue Dragon King conferred. Xiao Chen would not forget what he promised Lan Xiaobai. One day, he would hold the first martial arts gathering and leave a mark on this age of geniuses. In the Zodiac Hall of the Southern Sea, the stars looked like a chessboard, densely packed and crisscrossing in the seawater. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these stars reflected in the seawater were all exquisite palaces. The thousands of palaces shone with starlight. The light from the Sun Palace and the Moon Palace was the most dazzling and dazzling, displaying 2 different styles. One was masculine and tyrannical, giving off a boundless light. It was very dazzling, not daring to look directly at it. The other was soft and lingering, giving off a bright light. It was as cold as snow, bone-chilling. One person flew out from each of the 2 astral palaces. Immediately, the stars dimmed, and the light covered them, only showing off the 2's outstanding looks. As the disciples of the various astral palaces looked at the 2 in the air, intense envy flashed in their eyes. The Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao and the Sun Palace's Chu Yang were now shining with brilliance. They had become the blue-robed emperor at the same time, receiving the personal nurturing of the prime astral emperor. Now that they came out of closed-door cultivation, they had probably broken through to small perfection as the blue-robed emperor. The 2 met in the air. When they saw each other's cultivation, joy flashed in their eyes. Fu Hongyao smiled and said, "Senior brother, you came out of closed-door cultivation as well." Chu Yang nodded and said calmly, "1 year ago, I personally saw that Xiao Chen could not avenge your humiliation. This time, as long as he dares to appear at the 4 Seas Hero Gathering, I will personally help you get rid of this tumor." Fu Hongyao thought back to the humiliating scene at the king conferral ceremony. Even now, it was still a heart demon. After thinking about it, Fu Hongyao said calmly, "Senior brother, there is no need to care. I don't believe that a has-been genius will have the courage to appear. The ones that senior brother should care about should be the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan and Yen Shursan. These two should be your greatest opponents. A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He said indifferently, "It is best that they do not appear. Otherwise, I do not mind leaving behind an indelible humiliation in his final moments." How vast was the heavenly starry ocean! Even Emperor Wu could not travel to every corner of it. There were too many desolate sea regions with too many maps that could not be marked. If a person threw himself into this vast sea and really wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Unless one used a secret treasure that could peer into the mysteries of heaven, no one would be able to find him. Xiao Chen did not hide, nor did he try to do so. However, others would not be able to find any traces of him. The reason was none other than the fact that he had been at the bottom of the sea for the past 9 months, close to 300 days, not coming ashore even once. Given the blue-robed emperor's strength, Xiao Chen could breathe underwater without any pressure. If time permitted, he could easily stay underwater for even longer. Why not come ashore? No one would like to hide in the darkness, where there was no sunlight, no air, and no signs of human habitation at the bottom of the sea. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. However, he did not have enough time. He had to count every minute and second on his fingers. He could not afford to waste any of it. If he appeared on the surface of the sea once, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not be tempted by the fresh air or the colors of the sun. It would only wear down his fighting spirit and waste time. Since that was the case, there was no need to appear on the surface of the sea. He just had to focus on finding dragons and fixing veins. Somewhere at the bottom of the sea in the Eastern Sea, in a world where there was no daylight, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and walked around with a calm expression. The surrounding terrain turned into many images flashing in Xiao Chen's mind. They were like scenes from a movie, miraculous and profound. This was the ability of the heavenly eye after Xiao Chen cultivated the paradise divine art to the 3rd layer. It could allow him to clearly see everything in his surroundings within a second. Xiao Chen took out the vellum that Jiang Tian gave him and quickly glanced at it before putting it away. Then, he fixed his gaze on the hidden dragons in front. That was a place surrounded by many mountain peaks. Xiao Chen carefully looked around and found Tanlang Peak, Jimen Peak, and Wuxia Peak. Chapter 1093. With the 3 auspicious stars present, the Holy Spirit vein in this dragon vein could reach superior grade. However, among the many Holy Spirit veins, it could only be classified as above average. The reason was that although the 3 auspicious stars were present at the same time, they were not of outstanding quality. The Greedy Wolf Peak was flat and pointed, like an unearthed bamboo shoot, sharp on all sides and flat on the top. The Greedy Wolf Peak before Xiao Chen was uneven at the top and not round at the bottom. The only redeeming feature was that it was rather straight, not skewed, like a sharp sword piercing through the water. The other 2 auspicious stars each had their own advantages and disadvantages. There was no need to elaborate on them. With Xiao Chen's current dragon-seeking art, he could find all sorts of stars with just one glance and instantly determine their advantages and disadvantages. After practicing for more than 9 months, Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art improved rapidly. Compared to when he was at the Northern Sea Alliance, he was already much stronger. When Xiao Chen saw Jiang Tian, he would definitely be shocked and withdraw much of his pride. No matter what, Jiang Tian would never have imagined that Xiao Chen would undergo such an inhumane cultivation, going to the bottom of the sea for 9 months without coming out. Not to mention the vile environment, just the loneliness and solitude was something that even Jiang Tian might not be able to endure. Aside from the 3 auspicious stars, Xiao Chen also discovered the Army Breaker Peak, an ominous star. The Army Breaker Peak here was both huge and tall. Its aura was much stronger than any of the 3 auspicious stars. However, a lone tree cannot make an army. No matter how strong a lone wolf was, when facing the combined might of the 3 auspicious stars, it would lose. There would not be any mutated evil dragons. It was just that because of this, the hidden dragon grounds became more dangerous, and there were more uncertainties. Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye, not feeling too worried. In the past 300 days, he had faced several situations that were even more dangerous than this. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and stopped on the greedy wolf peak. After confirming the dragon cave, with a thought, the dragon-revealing mirror flew out of his body. Hundreds of formations were embedded on the edges of the ancient bronze mirror. Xiao Chen formed hand seals with both hands, and the patterns on the edges spun like gears. The formation hidden within the dragon-revealing mirror began to perform precise and complicated calculations. A moment later, a purple pillar of light shot out from the silence. Opening the acupoint was done in one step. Amid a loud rumble, the surrounding mountains collapsed one by one, and the cracks on the ground expanded rapidly. Not long after, the mountain under Xiao Chen's feet collapsed in just a few breaths' time. Xiao Chen remained unperturbed. He calmly sank along with the mountain. Rumble! Hundreds of guard mountains in the north flew toward Xiao Chen like giant cannonballs amidst the tumbling and chaotic seawater. They carried the power of the blue-robed emperor, which was equivalent to an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen moved his right hand behind him and a long spear appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen gripped the spear tightly. Purple thunder fire blazed on the spear's body. Flames were burning in the water. This was a wonderful sight, and it looked extremely strange. A spear burning the heavens. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart. He pushed off the water and took a step forward. Then he thrust his spear forward. The might of Xiao Chen's profound martial technique was unleashed without holding anything back. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In the next moment, the seawater flowed backward. 50 kilometers of seawater in all directions surged up in the direction of Xiao Chen's spear. The entire stretch of seawater curled up like a piece of cloth. The hundreds of approaching mountains could no longer advance under such might. Looking down from the sky, one would see a 3-kilometer-tall tsunami rising from the surface of the sea without any wind or waves. It looked like the end of the world. As the surging seawater slowly rose, Xiao Chen's feet, followed by his torso, and finally his brain. When he looked around, there was a large empty space. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. After a while, he closed his eyes and waited quietly for the seawater to fall. Boom! The seawater suddenly fell. As it rose and fell, it erupted with a huge force, shattering the mountains and boulders in the seawater in an instant. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw that the 8 ferocious beasts in the southern mountains had all leaped out. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put away his spear, not even bothering to look at it. Then, he tossed out the dragon-fixing needles behind him, forming a dragon-sealing formation and trapping the spirit vein escaping underground. At the same time, Xiao Chen's intense battle unfolded. The weapons in his hands quickly changed. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, staff, leg techniques, and fist techniques, he executed 10 different profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen moved among the 10 ferocious beasts that were as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. As he fought intensely, he practiced the various profound martial techniques of the changing character formula. After 9 months of cultivation, Xiao Chen had clearly improved. Not only could he execute every profound martial technique with familiarity, but he even gained his own comprehension of them. The profound martial techniques that Xiao Chen executed were very natural. If not for his appearance, it would be impossible to guess that Xiao Chen was a bladesman. For hours later, Xiao Chen killed all the ferocious beasts. Then, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The qi was like a sword piercing 5 kilometers away. This was Xiao Chen's advantage. If it were another geomaster, even if they could find spirit veins of various grades, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. However, without Xiao Chen's combat prowess, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. It would be impossible for them to subdue the spirit vein alone. With a thought, the dragon-revealing mirror spun again. A red light surging with killing qi shot out from it and chopped at the spirit vein roaming dragons sealed by the dragon-fixing needles. Miserable cries came from underground. When the cries stopped, Xiao Chen withdrew the dragon-revealing mirror into his body. Then, he formed hand seals and waved his hand. The ground opened up, and a clump of golden spirit veins origin floated out. In an instant, the seawater turned golden. Before the golden light spread too far, Xiao Chen quickly placed it in his universe ring. Ao Jiao, how many is this? 20 already. That was right. Xiao Qin had already stored 20 Holy Spirit veins. 2 months ago, his cultivation had already reached peak small perfection, only a step shy of great perfection. Continuing to consume Holy Spirit veins was no longer of much help to him. He needed stronger spirit veins. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of small perfection blue-robed emperor and reach great perfection blue-robed emperor, successfully forming the dragon-shaped heavenly seal. Xiao Qin kept these Holy Spirit veins, not for himself, but for his brothers and friends on Heavenly Star Island. Ao Jiao put away the Holy Spirit veins with a smile. Then she said, "Don't go back on your word. You have to give me half of these Holy Spirit veins. I'll help you mature the spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. The lunar cassia tree, the dragon mark fruit, the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and the netherworld flower have all wasted a lot of time." Xiao Qin smiled helplessly and said, "Whatever you say. It's time for us to go out." "Right, it's time to go out. Are you going to retrieve the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet? I have been keeping track of the days for you." Ao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Plop. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet, and his body moved like a roaming dragon as he leaped out of the sea. The water on his body evaporated, and the blazing sun washed away the mud on him. He looked radiant, like he had been reborn. Xiao Qin gave off a sharp light, looking even more dazzling than the sun. After landing firmly on the water, Xiao Qin took a long, luxurious breath. This was the first time he felt that just taking a deep breath could make him feel so comfortable. This was the first time he felt that the color of the sun was so enchanting. Xiao Qin looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He actually felt somewhat dazed. "Stop looking. Bright Moon City is very far from here. If we don't hurry up, we might be late," Ao Jiao reminded him. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "Right, we do have to hurry up. There cannot be any accidents with the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet." Xiao Qin did not care about the other objectives of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. He only cared about one thing, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, which the Qing Emperor personally forged, had to be obtained at all costs. There could be no mistakes. Xiao Qin unfurled the freedom wings, and his figure flashed. His magic energy surged as he took a step forward, traveling 50 kilometers. Bright Moon City was the most bustling city in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Bright Moon City welcomed its highest flow of people in 20 years. Everywhere was packed with people. There was an endless stream of carriages, not stopping for a moment. Fortunately, Bright Moon City was normally extraordinarily bustling. Furthermore, it had held many Four Seas Hero gatherings, so the Lunar Palace was already experienced. 1 month ago, Bright Moon City raised the threshold for entry. Unless one was a martial monarch, one could not enter the city unless they had an invitation. Only after the gathering ended did the city reopen to the public. Aside from this, there were many other eye-catching measures. Floating palaces floated in the sky of the vast and majestic city for people to stay in, alleviating the pressure of the crowd. The venue of the Four Seas Hero Gathering was Bright Moon Plaza in the city. Before the start of the Grand Assembly, there were countless arenas in Bright Moon Plaza. Every day, there would be cultivators sparring on them. This was a rare opportunity for all the young heroes of the Four Seas to gather in one place. Naturally, after they met, they would compete with each other. Exciting fights were always what the spectators loved to watch. Sometimes, famous cultivators would appear and compete with each other. This made people scream in excitement. Aside from the free arenas, the lunar palaces people specially set up several arenas to liven things up. For example, in some special arenas in the air, there would be a reward for how many rounds one could last without losing. Another example was the Lunar Palace's young cultivators defending the arenas. As long as they defeated their opponents, they would receive a reward. Even if they failed, they would not suffer any losses. The atmosphere of fighting in the entire city was very intense. However, with the Bright Moon Palace's strict management, everything was very orderly. There was no chaos at all. 7 days later, Xiao Qin traveled quickly. Relying on the freedom wings' so close yet worlds apart magic skill, he arrived outside Bright Moon City before the gathering started. Originally, Xiao Chen was somewhat worried that someone would recognize him and attract some trouble. However, he soon realized that no one was paying attention to him amidst the crowd and the bustling scene. Even if there were not 10,000 people dressed in white like Xiao Chen, there were at least 8,000 of them. This was simply too ordinary. Furthermore, the focus of the cultivators' discussion was on the holy science of the immortal Holy Lands. After walking for so long, no one had mentioned Xiao Chen. Chapter 1094. Xiao Chen was happy to relax. He did not have to wear a conical bamboo hat, which would have been troublesome. The holy scions and holy daughters successfully broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. This was within Xiao Chen's expectations, so he was not too surprised. When Xiao Chen arrived at the city gates, he released some of his aura and entered the city unobstructed. Xiao Chen had already anticipated that Bright Moon City would be extraordinarily bustling during the Four Seas Hero Gathering. However, when he arrived in the city, he was startled. The scene before him reminded him of the Five-Nation Youth Competition in the Sky Dome realm many years ago. Back then, the scene in Dragon Sealing City was no different from now. It had also been extraordinarily bustling. However, in terms of scale and grandeur, it could not be compared. Xiao Chen revealed a nostalgic expression. During the Five-Nation Youth Competition, Xiao Chen had been reserved and proud. At that time, he had not feared any expert. However, he had not been confident of victory. Along the way, he had taken every battle seriously. After putting in a lot of effort, he had managed to climb to the top after much difficulty. Even now, Xiao Chen remembered the Little Dragon King, Xinyuan Zhantian, Yu Chenxi's Breaking Dawn, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe Staff Technique, and the grudges between Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian. All the more, he could not forget the final battle with Chu Chaoyan. After that, Xiao Chen could finally say loudly, "Those who defeat me will be defeated by me. Those who wish to be defeated cannot be defeated by anyone." Now, Xiao Chen no longer showed a reserved and proud expression. Instead, he showed calmness and confidence. All along, Xiao Chen had felt that his mental state and strength were much higher than these outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. Even though these outstanding talents had become blue-robed emperors and relied on the resources of their sex to become small perfection blue-robed emperors, they were still not enough for Xiao Chen to look at. The reason was none other than the vast difference in mental state, cultivation, and personal accumulations. There was no way to compare them. Ao Jiao, what is the format of the Four Seas Hero Gathering and what are the rules? Following the flow of people in the city, Xiao Chen watched the matches on the stage with great interest while asking Ao Jiao about the details of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were currently taking care of the various spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen quickly replied, "I don't recall there being any rules. It is just that whoever can outshine everyone else can snatch the top prize." Xiao Chen stopped and said in surprise, "So casual?" "That's right. Other than the first few who had to deal with the cultivators of the Penglai Sea, there weren't a lot of cultivators." From then on, the Four Seas Hero Gathering has continued very casually. There are no hard and fast rules, and there is no need to go through the complicated format of the preliminaries and finals. Ao Jiao spoke frankly with assurance. Then, she continued, there are no contestants. Every spectator is the main character. As long as you are confident, you can jump into the arena and challenge any of the holy scions. If you win, your name will spread throughout the world. If you lose, you will not be able to avoid physical pain. In serious cases, you might end up with some hidden injuries that will accompany you for life. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, then there will be close to 1 million spectators. If everyone goes up once, won't it be a mess? The gathering will last for half a month, and it will not be over. Ao Jiao smiled and said, that won't happen. There are experts in the Lunar Palace. Everyone has to survive a palm strike before they can enter. It can be considered a threshold. The threshold for every gathering is different. I believe the threshold for this year will be especially high. Xiao Chen thought to himself, unexpectedly, it is not an elimination competition like the arena competition. To think that the so-called gathering is so casual. It is a competition of individual elegance. This is truly unexpected. Ao Jiao burst out laughing and said, "What are you worried about? It is a competition of elegance. However, if one is not strong enough and gets beaten up like a pig's head, how can there be elegance? In the end, it still depends on whose fist is harder. As long as you keep beating up others and not being beaten up, elegance will naturally come out." Xiao Chen understood. That's right. While it is elegance, in the end, it is strength. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. Then, he stretched out his right hand to his shoulder and firmly grasped a wrist. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he looked back. When he saw the owner of the arm, his pupils constricted, and shock appeared in his eyes. "Brother Qi, it has been a long time." The person who came was Qi Wuxia, whom Xiao Chen had not seen since he parted ways in Neptune's palace. Qi Wuxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "Let go first. The city does not allow private fights. If you still do not let go, the Lunar Palace's guards will be here soon." When Xiao Chen heard that, he sent out his spiritual sense. Indeed, he saw a few sharp gazes directed at him. If he had any killing qi, he would have taken action immediately. Xiao Chen quickly let go and asked, "Why do I not see Long Fei? Didn't he come with you?" When Qi Wuxia heard that, he smiled jealously. Comparisons are odious. This fellow found an opportunity to break through to the blue-robed emperor and is preparing to show off his skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. This brother is barely a great grandmaster-level martial sage. He is currently challenging the 24 bridges. It is a very interesting arena. Come, Brother Xiao, I'll bring you over to take a look. Seeing Qi Wuxia's mysterious appearance piqued Xiao Chen's interest. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, there were many interesting arenas in Bright Moon City. The next sentence of the 24 moonlit bridges was, "Where can a beautiful person learn how to play the flute?" What was so special about this arena? This Bright Moon City is rather fun. That brat Long Fei is really reckless. I really look forward to seeing how he will be defeated. Qi Wuxia laughed heartlessly. Then, he led Xiao Chen on a mad dash and arrived at a bustling place. Excuse me. Qi Wuxia led Xiao Chen to a quiet, desolate viewing spot, ignoring the supercilious looks from others. Xiao Chen looked to the front and saw an arch bridge carved from white jade on a clear river. The jade bridge was exquisite and ancient, but the beauty on the jade bridge was beautiful. However, the beauties on the jade bridge were even more beautiful than the bridge. They looked even more ancient and ancient. Many white-clad women were outstanding beauties with outstanding grace. When Xiao Chen counted, there were a total of 24 at the end of the jade bridge. A veiled woman stood on the railing of the bridge, playing the flute. The music was melodious and pleasant to the ears. It sounded like she was weeping. The other 23 women held swords in their hands. Their eyes shone with a cold light as they weaved through the jade bridge. Their movements were elegant but filled with murderous intent. Together with the illusory flute music, they performed a murderous dance. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. It was clearly daytime, but a full moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was like fire, its cold light competing with the sun, completely suppressing the light of the sun. Those familiar with Bright Moon City knew that this was the mysterious and ethereal lunar palace of the heavenly starry ocean. It hung high in the sky all year round, its light forever suppressing the sun. The bright moon, the jade bridge, the flute music, the flowing water, and the sword dance. This scene was very beautiful and pleasing to the eye, making one reluctant to leave. When Xiao Chen returned to the jade bridge, the one bitterly enduring the murderous sword dance of the 23 women was naturally the corpse race's white-bone sovereign's descendant, Long Fei. Qi Wuxia was at the side, nodding and exchanging opinions with Xiao Chen, discussing the various beauties of the women on the bridge. They all have their own specialties. It is really hard to choose. Brother Xiao, help me choose one. This time, I have to bring a Lunar Palace disciple back to Bright Moon City. Aside from the Holy Daughter, the other female disciples of the Lunar Palace could marry. Furthermore, the outstanding youths and noble clan disciples of the heavenly starry ocean all took pride in marrying a Lunar Palace disciple. The matriarchs of several holy lands and noble clans were once Lunar Palace disciples. From a certain point of view, The lunar palace's special status today seemed to be related to this. However, it would be difficult for Qi Wuxia to marry a female disciple. He could not hide his evil aura. After checking his background, even if the young lady agreed, the lunar palace would not. However, Xiaochen had never heard of a lunar palace female disciple marrying into the primal chaos domain. Without needing Xiaochen to refute, someone at the side could no longer bear to listen. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Aside from the Holy Daughter, the lunar palace also has the title of Jade Lady. There are 24 of them in each generation. The 24 people before us are the 24 Jade Ladies of the lunar palace. These are the daughters-in-law of the many immortal holy lands and noble clans. With your appearance, you want to marry the lunar palace's Jade Ladies? Stop dreaming." When Qi Wuxia heard this, he smiled faintly and did not get angry. Instead, he sized up this person. This person wore white robes and wore a white hat, looking very scholarly. He held a white folding fan in his hand, looking elegant and handsome. With one look, it was clear that he was a disciple of a Confucian sect. Qi Wuxia leaned over and said with a smile, "You have extraordinary grace and a righteous aura. You should be a disciple of a Confucian sect, right? I have not asked for your great name yet." A trace of pride flashed on the scholar's face. Then he said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "I am untalented. I am Lu Hao, an inner courtyard disciple of the Heavenly Province Academy." Qi Wuxia immediately showed a shocked expression. He exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Heavenly Province Academy? To think that you are a disciple of an immortal holy land. I simply could not tell earlier. Sorry. Clearly, Lu Hao felt extremely satisfied with the shock and astonishment on Qi Wuxia's face. He put on an act and waved his hand. "It is just an immortal holy land. Just treat it normally. Also, when facing the lunar palace's Jade Ladies, you cannot have any profane thoughts. You can look at them from afar, you can praise them, you can admire them. However, you cannot have any dirty thoughts. That is the way of a gentleman." Qi Wuxia nodded and said, "Brother Lu is right. This little brother did have some dirty thoughts earlier. Fortunately, Brother Lu reminded me in time." Xiaochen, who stood at the side, found it funny. With one look, he knew that Qi Wuxia was trying to con him. However, Xiaochen could not be bothered to remind Qi Wuxia. He did not have a good impression of this bookworm who spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. As long as Qi Wuxia did not go overboard and cause trouble, it would be fine. Qi Wuxia was a yes man, continuously flattering that Heavenly Province Academy disciple. By now, that Heavenly Province Academy disciple could no longer tell north from south. The two walked to the side and started chatting. "Speaking of which lunar palace's Jade Lady does Brother Lu admire the most?" Lu Hao had a righteous expression on his face. A fervent look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the girl playing the flute. Naturally, it is the leader of the 24 Jade Ladies, Miss Fang Qingxian, who excels in both the sword and the flute. Qi Wuxia nodded meaningfully and said, "Miss Fang Qingxian is indeed like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She has an aura that can topple cities. However, I wonder what kind of pretty face she has under the veil." Chapter 1095. The fire in Lu Hao's eyes did not subside, and he said with some reluctance, "It's a pity that Miss Fang Qingxian will only be able to take off her veil after crossing the 20 bridges and have the chance to be alone with her." Looking at the bridge, even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, Long Fei was having a hard time moving forward. He was on the verge of losing at any moment. He knew that Lu Hao did not stand a chance. Qi Wuxia whispered, "Actually, this little brother has an item that can not only allow Fang Qingxian to remove Brother Lu's veil but also allow her to play the flute for Brother Lu alone." Lu Hao looked at Qi Wuxia doubtfully and asked, "What is it?" "Yin Yang Wonderland's holy medicine, the wondrous pleasure aphrodisiac. As long as you have it and find an opportunity to meet Fang Qingxian, Brother Lu can easily take her down." A look of surprise flashed across Lu Hao's eyes. It was obvious that he had heard of the famous ecstasy potion. However, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he angrily cursed, "Filthy, despicable, vulgar, scram." When Qi Wuxue saw Lu Hao getting angry, he showed a flustered expression as if he was frightened. He quickly said, "This little brother knows his mistake. This little brother knows his mistake. This little brother will take his leave now." Stop. Lu Hao shouted coldly and stopped Qi Wuxue. With a righteous expression, he said, "Hand over your filthy thing. If it remains in your hands, it will definitely harm the women of your maiden clan. Hand it over to this young master." Qi Wuxue appeared depressed, clearly unwilling. Lu Hao said coldly, "With one look, I can tell that you do not have a proper background. Indeed, you are not anything good. This filthy thing has to be destroyed. Quickly hand it over." Qi Wuxue reluctantly took out a jade bottle. Lu Hao grabbed it and frowned. He asked doubtfully, "This is the wondrous joy aphrodisiac?" Qi Wuxue smiled harmlessly. Then he sent out some hidden energy and flicked off the bottle cap. He smiled and said, "Whether it is real or fake, young Master Lu will know once you smell it." When the bottle cap was opened, a fragrance immediately wafted out. When Lu Hao heard what Qi Wuxue said, he could not help but take a deep sniff. As if he was addicted, he could not stop once he started. Not long after, Lu Hao's face was flushed red and he felt his body heating up. His mouth was parched and his body was burning with desire. He suddenly startled awake and tossed aside the jade bottle. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, "You tricked me." Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and stepped forward. Then he easily restrained Lu Hao, whose rationality was about to collapse. He said, "How could it be a trap? I am just fulfilling young Master Lu's wishes. Don't you want to meet this Miss Fang Qingxian? I'll help you right now." Then, Qi Wuxue picked up Lu Hao and quickly tossed him to Fang Qingxian, who was on the Jade Bridge. The effects of the medicinal energy had already taken effect on Lu Hao, who had already lost all reason. His entire being was dominated by desire. When he saw Fang Qingxian, he sped up in the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His face was filled with lust as he threw himself at Fang Qingxian with a wretched smile. This scene immediately shocked everyone on the Jade Bridge. Unexpectedly, someone dared to do something improper to the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies in front of everyone. Fang Qingxian, who had been playing her flute calmly, clearly did not expect such a thing. When she saw Lu Hao's lewd smile in the air, her flute music immediately turned chaotic. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She put down her flute and drew her sword with her right hand. Then, she heavily smacked Lu Hao's face, knocking him into the river. Without the flute music, the murderous sword dance of the 23 white-clad women immediately lost a certain charm, and its might decreased significantly. Long Fei took advantage of this opportunity and waved the folding fan in his hand. Starlight filled the sky, and a white bone dermic incarnation appeared behind Long Fei, its expression solemn and cold. The two large white bone hands of the white bone dermic incarnation flashed quickly. The formation of the 23 white-clad women fell into chaos, all of them dealing with it in a flurry. Long Fei's eyes narrowed. His figure weaved through the crowd and struck them one by one. One by one, the white-clad women were knocked off the Jade Bridge by Long Fei. On the riverbank, Qi Wuxue picked up the jade bottle and said with a smile, "My treasure, you have rendered a meritorious service again." Xiao Chen walked over and said indifferently, "Give me the jade bottle." Qi Wuxue was stunned when he heard that. Then he chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Brother Xiao, you like this as well?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I am different from you. I intend to study it with a critical mind." Qi Wuxue tossed the jade bottle over and smiled. "Brother Xiao is indeed Brother Xiao. The moment you said that, you immediately set yourself apart from that Heavenly Province Academy disciple." After Xiao Chen walked over, he leaned over and said, "In the future, if you have anything good, remember to give it to Brother Qi as well. I want to study it with a critical mind." Xiao Chen opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, "This is just an intense aphrodisiac, not some wondrous joy aphrodisiac." Qi Wuxue was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He had not expected Xiao Chen to dare to directly drink it. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "You are incredible." Naturally, this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. The wondrous joy aphrodisiac is a holy medicine of the yin-yang paradise. Aphrodisiac is just one of its functions. The more important thing is that it can harmonize yin and yang, nourishing each other. When used with the yin-yang paradise's dual cultivation technique, it has a miraculous effect. As Qi Wuxia spoke, Shaochen took another sip. As Qi Wuxia spoke, he became speechless. He was stunned once more, not knowing what Shaochen was doing. Brother Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Although this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac, its pure aphrodisiac effect is even more tyrannical than the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. I do not have an antidote, Qi Wuxia said anxiously. Who would have imagined that Shaochen would only blush slightly? He did not seem to notice anything strange. Shaochen closed his eyes and circulated his energy for a while. Then, strands of smoke appeared above Shaochen's head. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he returned to normal. Shaochen looked at Qi Wuxia seriously and said, Brother Qi, although unorthodox methods can achieve miraculous results, they are not omnipotent at times. Before absolute strength, everything else is just a fabrication. It is fine to use it occasionally. However, do not get too engrossed in it. Otherwise, one day, you will die because of these unorthodox methods. Once you reach small perfection of the blue-robed emperor, these aphrodisiacs and poisons will not pose any danger to you. With the power of the heavenly laws, you can break down these medicines as you please. With just a thought, you can decide whether you want them to work or not. You can easily paralyze your opponent. Qi Wuxia suddenly startled awake. He understood Shaochen's intention, to treat him as a friend. Shaochen used the most realistic example to tell himself not to use these unorthodox methods. This also reminded Qi Wuxia not to use these methods on experts above small perfection Emperor Wu. Otherwise, the other party would make a fool out of him. Seeing Qi Wuxia enter deep thought, Shaochen knew that he had already achieved his goal. Back in the Sea Deity Palace, Qi Wuxia's cultivation was no weaker than Long Fei's. However, Long Fei had reached the blue-robed emperor ahead of him, while Qi Wuxia was still a great grandmaster-level martial sage. The two of them had been together for a long time. Why was there a difference? It was definitely not because Qi Wuxia's fortuitous encounter had not arrived. Instead, it was because Qi Wuxia was somewhat engrossed in these unorthodox methods. Hence, Shaochen reminded the other party. Whether it was useful or not, at the very least, he took action and did not watch Qi Wuxia get engrossed. Qi Wuxia recovered his wits and smiled. Brother Xiao, thank you for your kind intentions earlier. Originally, Long Fei had been trying to dissuade me. However, I did not take it to heart. Earlier, I did feel like I woke up from a dream. Shaochen smiled faintly and said, It's good that you understand. However, I like your earlier style. These hypocrites, who are hypocrites and like to pretend to be elegant, should be taught a ruthless lesson. Qi Wuxia chuckled and said, This kind of sanctimonious people are all like that. However, you seem to have let Long Fei off easy. After he passes this special arena of the 24 bridges, he will be able to meet a beauty. Shaochen glanced at the Jade Bridge and changed the topic. Long Fei smiled and said, It will not be that easy. Fang Qingxian, who is guarding the end, is the greatest problem. The reputation of excelling in both the flute and the sword is not just for show. After defeating all 23 women, Long Fei finally arrived at the end of the Jade Bridge. Now, he faced the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies, Fang Qingxian, excelling in both the flute and the sword. Fang Qingxian blocked in front of Long Fei with her sword. Her expression was cold, and no one could see her true expression. Long Fei felt somewhat infatuated with her. He smiled and said, Miss Qingxian, will you show mercy? When I was still in the Kunlun continent, I heard of Mrs. Name and have admired you for a long time. Fang Qingxian replied in a melodious voice, I am indebted to young master's favor. However, rules are rules. Since young master is able to cross this bridge, Qingxian will naturally abide by her promise. Long Fei withdrew his smile and said sullenly, In that case, I can only offend you. Just at this moment, water splashed in the river below the bridge. Lu He, who Fang Qingxian had slapped back into the river earlier, leaped out again. Drenched, he pounced at Fang Qingxian like a madman. Fang Qingxian had no choice but to make another move, knocking him into the water. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that Long Fei had already taken the opportunity to fly out of the bridge. Qi Wuxia shouted, "Damn! He really got off easy." Long Fei turned around and said calmly, "Miss Qingxian, I have already crossed the bridge." Fang Qingxian smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Don't you feel like you took advantage of a loophole?" Long Fei was rather thick-skinned. He took out an engraved medallion and smiled without changing his expression. "I can only say that the heavens are helping me. Who could have imagined that the normally well-dressed Confucian sect disciple would be such a beast in human clothing? I hope that Miss Qingxian will not stand me up tonight." Fang Qingxian took the nameplate, which had Long Fei's address written on it. She glanced at it and put it away. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Hao leapt out from the river once again, like an unkillable cockroach. Fang Qingxian frowned slightly. Just as she was about to deal a heavy blow, a figure suddenly flew over, moving incredibly fast. That person quickly landed 3 palm strikes on Lu Hao's chest, causing him to vomit a mouthful of black blood. The flush on his face receded. When he looked at the person who arrived, he immediately said excitedly, "First senior brother, someone tricked me." The person who arrived was the top expert of the Heavenly Province Academy's younger generation, young Master Qingshu, who was currently in the limelight. Young Master Qingshu did not say anything. He bent over and checked Lu Hao's body. Then, he said indifferently, "My Confucian sect is righteous. We have a strong restraining effect on such evil beings. If not for your own evil intentions, you would not have lost your mind so quickly. You asked for it." After saying that, young Master Qingshu turned to Fang Qingxian and said, "Miss Fang, this time, our academy's disciples have offended you. The Heavenly Province Academy will not object to any punishment from the Lunar Palace." Young Master Qingshu's words were very appropriate, and no one could find fault with them. Chapter 1096. Fang Qingxian said indifferently, "I'm fine. Just take care of your sect's disciples." Young Master Qingshu performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked in the direction Lu Hao pointed. When he saw Qi Wuxia, his expression turned completely sullen. This time, young Master Qingshu was having a small gathering with the inheritors of the Holy Lands, Fu Hongyao, and the others. Suddenly, he received news that an academy disciple went berserk in the 24 bridges, so he immediately rushed over. After young Master Qingshu figured out the situation, he became enraged. To think that someone dared to scheme against the Heavenly Province Academy. Just as young Master Qingshu was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed the white figure beside Qi Wuxia. Feeling somewhat surprised, he said coldly, "I was wondering who was so bold, daring to scheme against the people of my Heavenly Province Academy. It turns out that the Blue Dragon King ordered it." Unexpectedly, the righteous Blue Dragon King would do such a despicable thing. Upon hearing young Master Qingshu's words, everyone immediately looked at Xiao Qin, finding this inconceivable. To think that the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, was so ordinary, like a passerby. They had not noticed him for so long. Fang Qingxuan's eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Xiao Qin and revealed an expression of shock. "Damn! Can you stop making irresponsible remarks? That medicine is your Heavenly Province Academy disciple. He snatched it from me and wanted to frame the Lunar Palace's jade ladies. What does that have to do with us?" Qi Wuxia scolded. Lu Hao panicked. His brain was not working properly, so he blurted out, "First senior brother, listen to my explanation. It was that brat who said that the medicine was the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. That's why I fell for it. You really can't blame me." When Fang Qingxian heard that, her expression changed. She scolded angrily, "What a perverted thief!" Qi Wuxia laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, did you hear that? He admitted it himself. If that young Master Qingshu can still distinguish right from wrong, you should clean up your sect." Young Master Qingshu said coldly, "You speak without thinking. Do you really think that a has-been Blue Dragon King can protect you? Young Master Qingshu understood that he could not get entangled with a person like Wuxia. The more he spoke, the worse the situation would become. So, he could not be bothered to say anything more. His figure flashed, and he closed the folding fan in his hand as he charged at Wuxia. Wuxia was somewhat surprised by young Master Qingshu's sudden attack. Bright Moon City strictly forbade private fights. If there were grudges, they could fight in the arena in the city. The prerequisite was that both parties had to be willing. Otherwise, if they acted on their own, they would be punished by Bright Moon City. Clearly, this young Master Qingshu wanted to use his status to kill Wuxia in one strike. At that time, Wuxia would already be dead. Even if Bright Moon City punished him, there would be nothing to fear. Could it be that he, the successor of an immortal holy land, was really going to be thrown out? Young Master Qingshu moved very fast. Wuxia could not even catch his shadow. Long Fei, who was behind the Jade Bridge, could not make it in time to help. In the time it took for a spark to fly, an intense clash resounded in the surroundings, startling Wuxia. He discovered that Xiaochen was blocking in front of him. Xiaochen also held a folding fan in his hand. He folded it and pressed it against the top of young Master Qingshu's folding fan. Young Master Qingshu did not appear surprised. He smiled and said, "In the past, when you were still a blue-robed emperor, I was somewhat afraid of you. Now that I am also a small perfection blue-robed emperor, do I still fear you?" It seemed like young Master Qingshu intended to test out Xiaochen's strength. After failing to injure Wuxia in one strike, he immediately targeted Xiaochen. "Pu Qi!" Young Master Qingshu suddenly opened the folding fan in his hand. His fingers moved slightly, and the unfurled folding fan danced like flower petals, spiraling up. As the folding fan rose, the righteous qi on young Master Qingshu's body grew increasingly stronger. His aura soared continuously. A mysterious phenomenon appeared behind him. The bamboo and small bridges drawn on the folding fan appeared one by one. The spirited righteous qi looked like bamboo standing tall. Xiaochen took a look and opened the folding fan in his hand as well. Then he gently pushed it forward, and the folding fan floated up. The small bridge, the flowing water, the bright moon, and other mysterious phenomena appeared as well. The two both had a bridge under their feet. However, the mysterious phenomena behind them were different. One had a bright moon, and the other had emerald green bamboo. The two rising folding fans faced each other, competing with their strong auras and mysterious phenomena. The two on the bridge did not remain idle, either. They quickly exchanged attacks, exchanging punches and palms, dealing with moves as they came. Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. This young Master Qingshu's palm technique was rather exquisite. Furthermore, it contained a righteous qi that resonated with the bamboo behind him, complementing each other. If Xiaochen did not bring out his true abilities, he would not be able to do anything to this young Master Qingshu for a while. However, this was not the time to expose his strength. There were many eyes in this place. Xiaochen noticed that the experts of Bright Moon City had already arrived silently. For some reason, those experts did not make a move to stop the two from fighting. Apart from that, there were also several powerful auras rushing over. Some of them had terrifying righteous qi, and their cultivation bases were extremely high. With one look, it was clear that these were the Heavenly Province Academy's experts. Hence, Xiaochen was not in a rush. He just treated it as playing with the other party. As for young Master Qingshu's clamoring, Xiaochen just laughed it off. As an adult, would you be angry at a brat showing his teeth? Clearly not. Right now, that was Xiaochen's mental state. He did not feel angry at all. Compared to Xiaochen's surprise, young Master Qingshu was utterly shocked. He had already brought out 60% of his strength, even bringing out his will of wood. However, Xiaochen, who was fighting him, seemed unaffected. He did not even bring out the saber Dao that he was most proficient in. After exchanging 100 moves, Xiaochen lost the patience to continue playing. Suddenly he changed his moves. He used fists, claws, and palms, executing 3 different moves. Xiaochen did not increase his strength at all, but his moves became unpredictable and strange. The fist was the Kuan Pang spreading wings. The claw was the craggy dragon claw, and the palm technique was the bright moon-like fire. Xiao Chen took the essence of each and ingeniously merged them together. This was the first time young Master Qingshu saw such a move. He immediately felt overwhelmed, opening up many openings. If young Master Qingshu knew what was good for him, he would have quickly retreated at this moment. However, young Master Qingshu was not convinced. He still wanted to clash with Xiao Chen to determine who was stronger with fists and palms. Seeing that the other party wanted to fight for real, Xiao Chen found an opening and punched young Master Qingshu's chest. The fist turned into a claw, then a palm. With just one contact, Xiao Chen sent out 3 different kinds of energy. Young Master Qingshu grunted and fell to the ground. The ancient wooden bridge under his feet shattered, and the bamboo for 5 kilometers around exploded like firecrackers. The mysterious phenomenon spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the folding fan landed in his grasp. The bright moon, exquisite flowing water, and many other mysterious phenomena combined into a charming illusion that entered the fan. Xiao Chen gently fanned himself with his folding fan, and his white robes fluttered as he descended. His casual movements gave everyone a sense of carefreeness that was pleasing to the eye. After young Master Qingshu landed, he clearly did not expect that after becoming the blue-robed emperor after much difficulty and exhausting many of the sect's resources, he would still suffer a great loss at Xiao Chen's hands. Young Master Qingshu waved his hand and grasped his folding fan. His aura suddenly changed, rising again as he prepared to fight with all his might. Enough! Young Master Qingshu, don't forget where this is, Qingxian said coldly from the Jade Bridge. Young Master Qingshu's expression changed. Finally he calmed down. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I know why you are here. You want to take away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet in the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. I will absolutely not let you do as you wish. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, I'm just afraid that you do not have that ability. The Blue Dragon King is still as arrogant as ever. A cold snort rang out. A large group of outstanding youths flew over from the northeast. The holy scions of the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the divine dragon palaces of the 4 Seas, the Yin-Yang Paradise, and the myriad Fiend Island all appeared together. There were also the young treasure master Yi Ling, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, and some of the veteran outstanding talents of the previous 5 Seas Hero Gathering. Clearly, someone had gathered this group of outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean earlier. Chu Yang stepped forward and looked at Xiao Chen below. He said indifferently, I was wondering why Brother Qingshu was gone for so long. It turns out that you are still around. The 5 Poison Sect's holy scion said coldly, You are just a has-been genius of the Kunlun continent, yet you dare to be so unbridled in our heavenly starry ocean. Do you really think that we outstanding talents are just decorations? The crowd below became restless. Unexpectedly, the commotion on the 24 bridges attracted so many outstanding talents. Furthermore, several of the holy scions seemed to be prejudiced against Xiao Chen, not acknowledging him as an outsider. Xiao Chen sized up the group of people in the air. They all had different expressions, but they all appeared to be in high spirits, full of pride and arrogance. He understood that when these people fought for the source of despair in Despair City, they were all shocked by the strength he displayed. Several people wanted to challenge him, but they were not confident. Now that he had advanced to the blue-robed emperor, they were naturally eager to step on him. Xiao Chen, things seem to have gotten a little out of hand, Qi Wuxia, who was at the side, said in a soft voice, finding it hard to control himself. Xiao Chen replied calmly, They will not dare to act rashly in Bright Moon City. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the mockery of the holy science. He called out to Long Fei and prepared to leave. Such an attitude immediately angered several people. Several of them could not hold back and wanted to make a move. When Yu Bingyun saw the situation, she said indifferently, Bright Moon City prohibits private fights. If you have any grudges, wait until the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. Chu Yang snorted coldly and glanced coldly at Xiao Chen's back. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. What Blue Dragon King? He is just a coward. The 5 poison sects Holy Scion mocked and left with his head held high. The many other outstanding talents also scoffed at Xiao Chen's actions. They felt that he was afraid, which was why he did not dare to face them. Soon, the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, who had been missing for 9 months, appearing in Bright Moon City spread like wildfire. Earlier, several people guessed that Xiao Chen, who had only 20 years left to live, would absolutely not appear. When a person received such grievous news and faced heavy mental pressure, not to mention improving their strength, it would already be a good thing if they did not regress. Right now, Xiao Chen was like the setting sun in the west, the setting sun. Chapter 1097. As for the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean, they were like the sun rising from the east. The blazing sun blazed like fire, growing stronger by the day. What was there to compare? Xiao Chen had come to Bright Moon City just to let a group of outstanding talents who had advanced to blue-robed emperor trample on him and soar, ruining his reputation. Long Fei and Qi Wuxia arrived at Bright Moon City a month ago. They were luckier than most people and managed to rent a quiet and elegant courtyard. The 3 chatted, talking about the past after they parted. Both sides had their own fortuitous encounters. Long Fei and Qi Wuxia's luck should be pretty good. They had visited several forbidden lands in the Eastern Sea and gained pretty good harvests. Long Fei relied on an even more persistent and determined character than Qi Wuxia's. His talent was not bad in the first place, so he successfully advanced to Quasi-Emperor 3 months ago. Xiao Chen also gave a simple account of his encounters in the heavenly starry ocean. Then he expressed his gratitude for the clue to the despair throne that Long Fei gave him. It's just a small matter. I simply could not take out a proper congratulatory gift, so I used this to deceive them. When speaking of this matter, Long Fei smiled embarrassedly, telling Xiao Chen not to stand on ceremony. Qi Wuxia interjected, "Oh right, Xiao Chen, didn't you obtain a conferred land? When are you going to bring us over to play?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "After this 4 Seas hero gathering, the 2 of you can come with me to Heavenly Star Island." Long Fei hesitated for a while before saying, "I'm afraid I can't go." Xiao Chen understood that he had just advanced to blue-robed emperor and needed a large amount of resources to break through to small perfection. He needed to rush back to the corpse race to seek the support of his clan. Long Fei could advance to blue-robed emperor at such a young age. His future in the corpse race would definitely be bright. The corpse god palace would definitely use a large amount of resources to nurture him. Qi Wuxia smiled and said, "You finally made it. Perhaps even the heaven-punishing corpse god's first disciple is no match for you now." Long Fei was silent for a while, then he shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Aside from me, the younger generation of the corpse god palace have all gone to the star battlefield. Their growth is very fast. The heaven-punishing corpse god's disciple has already advanced to the blue-robed emperor half a year ago." Xiao Chen knew a little about the younger generation of the Kunlun continent going to the astral battlefield, but it was extremely limited. As for what was going on, he had no idea at all. Based on Long Fei's words, it seemed like the corpse god palace had made arrangements in the heavenly starry ocean as well, allowing him to easily obtain information about this. Xiao Chen asked, "Did the younger generation of the Kunlun continent's 5 domains really go to the astral battlefield?" Long Fei sighed softly, "They all went. However, that place is really not a good place. From what I know, more than half of the outstanding youths have already died in the astral battlefield, never to return. The physical and combat talents of the high-level demons are much stronger than ours. Only the god race and a few powerful ancient races can fight them head-on. Right, there's one thing you need to pay special attention to." Feeling curious, Xiao Chen asked, "What is it?" Long Fei said seriously, "Your old opponent, Di Wuk, is probably the person who matured the fastest in the astral battlefield. Since he made his debut, he has never been defeated. After losing to you once, he truly matured." Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said, "That suits me. I also hope to have a fair fight with him." During the king conferral ceremony, Di Wuk had taken advantage of the chaos to suppress Xiao Chen while he was fighting with the descendants of the other primes. As for Xiao Chen, He had relied on Ao Jiao's sudden appearance to turn the tables. In the end, the two had not truly fought to their heart's content. Qi Wuxia said indignantly, "These so-called holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean are truly frogs in a well. They always think that they are very incredible. In the end, they are nothing compared to the outstanding talents of our Kunlun continent." Clearly, Qi Wuxia still remembered the earlier threat from the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu. Long Fei smiled and said, "You can't say that. In terms of overall standards, the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean are definitely weaker than the peak outstanding talents of the various races of the 5 domains. However, there are always oddities everywhere. You cannot underestimate them. I think that the inheritors of the immortal holy lands and the disciples of the large clans are not weak. They cannot be underestimated." Qi Wuxia knew that Long Fei was right. However, he still felt unconvinced. He shouted, "Brother Xiao, help me teach this group of outstanding talents a lesson in the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now, especially that young master Qingshu. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the primal chaos domain." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and put down his wine cup. "Someone is here." Long Fei asked, finding this strange. "Who would come here? Is it to look for Brother Xiao? Should Wuxia and I leave?" Xiao Chen shook his head and looked at Long Fei. "There's no need. The ones who should leave are me and Wuxia. Your Miss Qingxian is here." "What? Fang Qingxian is coming? I'll go and welcome her. I'll go and welcome her." When Qi Wuxia heard Xiao Chen's words, he reacted even faster than Long Fei. He did not look like he wanted to leave at all. Long Fei, on the other hand, appeared calm. Finding this strange, he said, "That should not be the case." Qi Wuxia still had some self-awareness. He had used a trick to cross the 24 bridges. Furthermore, when he gave the engraved medallion, Fang Qingxian did not say that she was coming. Soon, Fang Qingxian and Qi Wuxia arrived at the courtyard. Long Fei quickly stood up and walked over. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Unexpectedly, Miss Fang came as promised." Fang Qingxian smiled softly and said, "No matter what, rules are rules." Young Master Long broke the Jade Bridge Bright Moon formation. Naturally, Qingxian will abide by the rules. After saying that, Fang Qingxian removed her veil, revealing a nearly perfect face that no one could find any flaws. Under the moonlight, she looked even more serene and serene. Qi Wuxia and Long Fei were immediately stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. As Xiao Chen drank, he raised his head and took a look. He praised her in his heart. She is indeed a rare beauty. She has her own unique charm. The leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies truly lives up to her reputation. Long Fei startled awake and hid his flustered expression. Then he smiled and said, "Have a seat. This courtyard is simple and crude, and there is nothing to entertain Miss Fang with. You guys chat. Wuxia and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave first." Xiao Chen smiled and put down his wine cup. Then he pulled Qi Wuxia, who was unwilling to leave, away from this place, creating a chance for Long Fei and Fang Qingxian to be alone. After they left, Qi Wuxia sighed, "I gave a great beauty to Long Fei for nothing. This is really a great loss." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Actually, you have to think on the bright side. If Long Fei and Fang Qingxian really have a chance, your chances of finding a Lunar Palace disciple will be much higher." Qi Wuxia smiled and said, "There are thousands of female disciples in the Lunar Palace. However, who can compare to Fang Qingxian? Wait, that's not right. The Holy Daughter can. Unfortunately, the Holy Daughter cannot marry." As they chatted and laughed, the two returned to their respective rooms. Xiao Chen maintained his good habits. After he returned to his room, he continued cultivating. Right now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of small perfection blue-robed emperor. If he wanted to advance further, a Holy Spirit vein would no longer be able to help him. 10,000 heavenly sage laws gave him a foundation that rivaled that of an ancient martial emperor when he entered the blue-robed emperor. However, this foundation was too great, resulting in his breakthroughs at every stage. All of them required countless more resources than ordinary cultivators. For example, if he did not have a king spirit vein, he would not be able to break through to great perfection blue-robed emperor. To merge his heavenly seal, he could only rely on time to slowly accumulate and break through bit by bit. However, what Xiao Chen lacked the most was time. As for a king spirit vein, not to mention whether he could find it or not, Xiao Chen knew his limits. Even if he found it, he would not be able to subdue it. For now, Xiao Chen could only place his hopes on the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. When the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 8th layer, he would see if he could break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. However, when Xiao Chen thought about the lightning tribulation he encountered when breaking through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, the 8th layer would definitely be extraordinary. Dong, dong, dong. In the middle of the night, someone knocked on Xiao Chen's door. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then he opened the door. The one who knocked was the Lunar Palace's Jade Lady, Fang Qingxian. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It is late at night. Miss Qingxian, why are you here instead of returning to the Lunar Palace?" Fang Qingxian smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, it looks like you are not as cold and emotionless as rumored. To think that you can make such a joke. I am here to invite young Master Xiao to accompany me to the Lunar Palace." The Lunar Palace was that bright moon in the sky. It seemed like it was unreachable to ordinary people. Even the honored guests of the immortal Holy Lands rarely heard of it. Xiao Chen felt somewhat curious, wondering if he heard wrong. "In that case, I am truly honored." Xiao Chen did not hesitate to agree. He had always been curious about the Lunar Palace taking out the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as a gift. Since there was a chance, naturally, it would be great if he could make a trip to the real Lunar Palace. As for the danger, there was no need to think about it. If the Lunar Palace wanted to harm him, there were countless opportunities to kill him in Bright Moon City. There was no need to go to such lengths. Fang Qingxian asked curiously, "Although the Lunar Palace has not invited a male for many years, you should not care about this. Why would you feel honored?" Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. He had run into a serious lady, so it was not good for him to say too much. He pointed to the front, indicating that she should just lead the way and not say anything else. "There's no need. I have a jade talisman and can send you over now. Without a jade talisman, even if you are Emperor Wu, you can forget about entering the Lunar Palace." Fang Qingxuan's tone contained some pride as she took out a bright moon jade talisman. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Extend your hand." Xiao Chen sized up the other party doubtfully. Then he extended his hand. Fang Qingxian grasped the jade talisman with her left hand and grasped Xiao Chen's hand with her right. After activating the jade talisman, Fang Qingxuan's body lit up with light. Then she carried Xiao Chen away in a flash, disappearing from where they were. This was not the first time Xiao Chen saw such a talisman. So, he did not find it strange. However, when he felt a chill, he felt a chill. When he felt a chill, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked around. He discovered that he and Fang Qingxian had appeared on a tall platform. There was a complicated transportation formation under their feet. There was a girl standing guard in each corner. When they saw Fang Qingxian, they bowed gently. "Greetings, Senior Sister Fang." Fang Qingxian let go of Xiao Chen's hand and waved at her junior sisters. Then she said calmly, "Follow me. Don't wander off." Chapter 1098. Xiao Chen was looking around curiously. When he heard this, he quickly followed. A faint layer of cold qi rose from the ground of the Lunar Palace, looking like an immortal fog lingering. However, it was exceptionally cold. Even with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he felt a chill. This showed how cold it was. Fortunately, the Lunar Palace was filled with flowers and leaves. Occasionally, bell-like laughter came from the women moving about, driving away much of the chill in the Lunar Palace. Indeed, it was as Fang Qingxian said, there was not a single man in this place. Xiao Chen's appearance was very eye-catching. Along the way, several young maidens pointed at him and whispered to each other. Xiao Chen's sixth senses were very sharp. He could clearly hear all the whispers. He did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard some of them, so he stopped paying attention to them. Fang Qingxian, who was leading the way, stopped. Xiao Chen stopped as well. When he looked ahead, he saw an exquisite and beautiful palace made of white jade. The palace gates were heavily guarded. There were 1,000 steps of white jade, and there was a guard every 10 steps. There were 2 long lines of pretty girls carrying swords on their backs. "Senior Sister Fang, you are finally here," a girl said to Fang Qingxian as she walked down the steps gracefully. Then, she sized up Xiao Chen curiously and asked, "Are you the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chen?" Fang Qingxian nodded. "You are the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chen?" Before Xiao Chen could answer, Fang Qingxian smiled and said, "Junior Sister Lan, there is no need to verify it. He is the one. You brought him up." I was just asking casually. Come with me." At this point, Fang Qingxian no longer stepped forward, letting Xiao Chen enter alone. After climbing the 1,000 steps, Xiao Chen looked up and saw the words, "Meditation Moon Palace," on the palace gates. Xiao Chen paused for a moment. The words on the palace gates gave him a familiar feeling, making him feel exceptionally close. "You may go in." The girl leading the way pushed open the doors and invited Xiao Chen in. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and walked in with large strides. The palace gates slowly closed behind him, but he did not see a single person in the palace. Just as he was feeling suspicious, "Young Master Xiao, we meet again." A familiar voice rang out. Yu Bingyun appeared from the back door, holding the arm of an old woman with a head full of white hair. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. Hidden within her frail body was a power that could destroy all things, causing Xiao Chen to shiver. However, there was a smell of decay on their bodies, and they were lethargic. They were no different from the 3 great fiends Xiao Chen met in Despair City. This was a sign of one's lifespan reaching its end, about to pass away in meditation. Unless one had exceptional spiritual medicines, it would be difficult for them to continue living. Furthermore, the old woman before them looked much older than the 3 old demons. Time and the marks left on her body were even deeper. Even a divine medicine that could extend one's lifespan would not have any effect on this old woman. Yu Bingyun whispered, "Master, he is the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen." The old woman's footsteps waned. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she revealed a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with reminiscence as she said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Bingyun, withdraw first. I want to speak with him alone." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly at Xiao Chen before withdrawing. Now, only Xiao Chen and the old woman before him remained in the spacious jade-white palace. "Young man, will you accompany this old woman for a chat?" Xiao Chen did not dare to delay. He nodded in agreement and walked over to help the old woman to a stone table in the corner of the palace. The old woman's voice trembled somewhat as she asked several questions about the Xiao clan in the lower realm. Xiao Chen did not understand, but he still explained everything in detail. As the old woman listened, tears flowed out of her eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, "What a distant memory. Back then, the ancestor of the Ying clan and I escorted your Xiao clan away. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years have passed. When I was alive, I was glorious. After I left, I did not expect that Xiao Chen's line would fall into such dire straits." Xiao Chen was shocked. Was the person the old woman mentioned referring to the Qing Emperor of the past? Could it be that she had met the Qing Emperor before? Or did the 2 of them have some sort of interaction? That was impossible. There was only one person from the same era as the Qing Emperor, the Thunder King. 10,000 years after the Qing Emperor died, he was still alive, shaking the world with his might. The Thunder King was already a miracle, a living legend, an immortal myth. It was impossible for there to be a second person from the same era as the Qing Emperor to be alive in this world. Even sovereign martial emperors could only live for 5,000 years. Only primes could live for more than 10,000 years. However, after 10,000 years, there would be a tribulation every year, known as the 10,000-year tribulation. Every time one survived a 10,000-year tribulation, the next one would double in intensity. Tribulation after tribulation was difficult. No one could survive it forever. Regular primes could only survive 9-10,000-year tribulation at most. Only the Thunder King was an exception. No one knew how he managed to survive for several thousand years in one go. Wait, it might not be impossible. Xiao Chen thought of the lunar palace's longevity art. That profound cultivation technique was still fresh in his memory. The old lady continued to ask questions about Xiao Chen, and they were all about himself. Xiao Chen suppressed the questions in his heart and told the old woman about his encounters in the past few years. It is like how he was back then, surrounded by enemies. However, he suffered even more than you did when he was young. At that time, the deity race was far stronger than it is now. The land of the three holy masters was also much more glorious than it is now. At that time, the fiend race had fiend gods. The corpse god palace and the ghost race were much more high profile than they are now. However, he killed them all by himself. He killed anyone who was not convinced. He destroyed the souls of many primes. Countless sovereign martial emperors fell to his saber. He personally massacred a glorious age of geniuses. Xiao Chen had heard a little about the Qing emperor's methods. Back then, the Qing emperor had made too many enemies. After he died mysteriously, the dragon's gate crumbled overnight. However, the words of others were not as shocking as the old woman's. It was like a bloody scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. At this point, Xiao Chen no longer doubted the old woman's identity. The vicissitudes in the old woman's words and the sorrow in her expression were not something that could be faked easily. If you were given another chance, would you regret announcing your identity as the Qing emperor's descendant on the proud son of heaven ranking? The old woman changed the topic, asking Xiao Chen a question. That was the turning point for Xiao Chen in the Kunlun realm. Since then, he had been facing heavy pressure. It could even be said that everything that happened now stemmed from that time when he publicly acknowledged his identity as the Qing emperor's descendant. However, he did not regret it at all. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I don't regret it." The old woman did not ask why. She stood up tremblingly and sighed, "You don't regret it? That's right. From the moment you awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, you were destined not to regret it." Seeing that the old woman was about to leave, no longer interested in continuing the conversation, Xiao Chen quickly stood up. He still had many questions that he had not asked. However, the moment he stood up, he did not know which to ask. As the old woman slowly walked away, about to disappear around the corner of the palace, Xiao Chen asked, "Senior, can you tell me how the Qing emperor died back then?" The old woman did not turn around. She only let out a drawn-out sigh. "Do you think that such a tyrannical person will have a good end? Since that is the case, it is better not to know." "Senior." Feeling anxious, Xiao Chen stepped forward and called out again. "Young Master Xiao, Master is tired. Let her rest." Yu Bingyun appeared and advised Xiao Chen, not letting him continue. It was not easy to meet such a person. In the end, it was the other party who kept asking him questions. After asking for so long, when Xiao Chen wanted to ask, the other party had already left. Xiao Chen felt it was a pity. However, he was not a person who liked to force things, so he just shook his head and let it go. "I can answer young Master Zhao's question." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Yu Bingyun with some disbelief. Yu Bingyun said calmly, "Actually, you should be able to guess how the Qing emperor died. Just look at why so many holy lands and major characters want to kill you, and you will know." Xiao Chen asked, "You mean to say that people surrounded and killed the Qing emperor?" Yu Bingyun nodded and said, "Why are there no traces of the Qing emperor's death? That is because the various holy lands are too ashamed to record it. In every era, there will be a martial emperor who can sweep through the world, gathering the heavenly Tao's luck and becoming unrivaled. The era 10,000 years ago was the Qing emperor. The era before the Qing emperor was the Tianwu emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. Back then, for some reason, the Qing emperor fell out with the Tianwu emperor's inheritor, resulting in a huge battle. This battle not only shocked everyone, even destroying the Tianwu dynasty that the many factions of the Kunlun realm feared, but it also ended the legend of the Qing emperor. Xiao Chen nodded. He knew about this. In the end, the Qing emperor won. He even saw the heavenly flame's origin flame that the Qing emperor used the deity sovereign's blood to seal in the Blue Dragon Palace. After that, the Tianwu dynasty vanished like smoke in the vast demonic calamity, becoming the legend and history of the Sky Dome realm. As for what happened after that, Xiaochen was not clear. The records of the various factions stopped there as well. Then, they suddenly jumped to the Qing Emperor's death and the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. I know all this. I want to know what happened after that. Yu Bingyun did not rush to answer. Instead, she said, "Come with me." Xiaochen followed Yu Bingyun all the way to a staircase. Then, they followed the staircase up and arrived at the top of the Meditation Moon Palace. Standing there, Xiaochen could vaguely make out the silhouette of Bright Moon City. There were tens of thousands of lanterns lit up there, looking as bustling as ever. Yu Bingyun looked down and said, "Even if the descendants of the Tianwu Emperor are not as strong as their ancestors, they are not to be trifled with. Furthermore, they have the horrifying heavenly flame." Although the Qing Emperor killed the last Tianwu dynasty martial emperor, he was significantly injured. After that, he was surrounded by the 18 demon monarchs. However, he remained valiant, defeating the 18 demon monarchs. Even when the Dark Church's church master made a move, he could not kill him, allowing him to retreat and return to the Kunlun realm. However, he did not receive a welcome in the Kunlun realm. Instead, he was surrounded. He did not get burned to death by the heavenly flame or killed by the demon monarchs. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people in the Kunlun realm. When Xiaochen heard this, he entered deep thought. He felt that there were many points in Yu Bingyun's words that were worth discussing. Chapter 1099. For example, why did the Qing Emperor have a conflict with the Tianwu Emperor's inheritor? Why did the people of the Deep Abyss demonic race appear coincidentally? There were too many suspicious points. However, even if Xiaochen asked her, she probably would not know. All she could see were the records of the various holy lands. Yu Bingyun gave Xiaochen a strange look and said, "You seem rather calm." Xiaochen did not answer Yu Bingyun. Instead, he frowned and said, "You mentioned the Dark Church. How much do you know about this church?" "I don't know much. The founder and elders of this church are very mysterious. This is especially so for the church master. His status is no lower than the demon monarchs. They also created the demonic god. They have branches in the 3,000 lower realms." Indeed, there was not much. Xiaochen did not linger on this question. He asked, "What is the relationship between that old lady and the Qing Emperor?" When Yu Bingyun heard this, she revealed a somewhat sorrowful expression. She said indifferently, "You should have heard that in the history of the Lunar Palace, there was a holy daughter who fell in love with an outsider. That was my master." This was more or less what Yu Bingyun expected. Otherwise, she would not have asked Xiaochen so many seemingly ordinary questions. She was the most talented holy daughter in the history of the Lunar Palace. At the age of 20, she cultivated the longevity art to the 10th layer. Furthermore, she even completed the last 2 incomplete layers, making great contributions to the Lunar Palace. Unfortunately, she fell in love with someone she should not have. Her hair turned white, and she aged. She locked herself in this Meditation Moon Palace for more than 10,000 years and gained nothing. Yu Bingyun continued, "I'm a little curious. What did my master ask you? In order to bring you to Bright Moon City and meet you, she sent you to Bright Moon City. In order to bring you to Bright Moon City and meet you, she ignored the palace master's objections and forcefully changed the most important gift of this 4 seas hero gathering to the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet." Xiaochen felt somewhat sorrowful. After thinking for a while, he honestly told Yu Bingyun the contents of his conversation with the old lady. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she felt very surprised. Unexpectedly, this old lady spent so much effort to bring Xiaochen to Bright Moon City just to ask him some trivial matters. After a long time, she said, "The 10,000 years in the Meditation Moon Palace did not erase her longing. I really want to see for myself how charming the Qing Emperor of 10,000 years ago was. What kind of charm did he have to move the Lunar Palace's holy daughter? Just how strong was he to be able to personally bury an entire golden age?" Honestly speaking, Xiaochen was very curious as well. However, speaking of which, although Master took out the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, it will only benefit others. Yu Bingyun changed the topic, changing the topic to the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Xiaochen smiled and said, master of the sect, master of Shao clan's emperor. With a smile, Yu Bingyun looked seriously at Shao Chen and said, "Your heavenly seal is not complete yet. That is to say, you are still a small perfection blue-robed emperor. If it's just this, it's still a bit too difficult for you to stand out and dominate the crowd with your elegant demeanor. The most important thing is that you are an outsider. If you do not have an absolute advantage and defeat the various outstanding talents, the Lunar Palace's judges might not give you the top prize." Shao Chen's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There is such a thing? Isn't the Lunar Palace neutral?" "That's right. The Lunar Palace is indeed neutral. It will not get involved in the conflicts between you and the Holy Science. However, there are not many people in the Lunar Palace who have a good impression of the Qing Emperor. If you cannot create a situation where they have nothing to say and can't argue with you," Yu Bingyun continued unhurriedly, "even if your elegance is the most outstanding among all the outstanding talents, you might not be able to obtain the top prize." Shao Chen did not get angry, just somewhat shocked. After all, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. The Lunar Palace had not begged him to participate in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. He was the one who wanted to come. On the other hand, Yu Bingyun had said many things to him that she should not have. For example, the last part. As a member of the Lunar Palace, logically speaking, she should not have told him this information. Shao Chen did not think that he was the Qing Emperor, relying on his charm to subdue this holy daughter. He was not that naive. This Yu Bingyun before him was still unfathomable. He could not figure out her background or what she wanted. "I'm leaving. Thank you for the final reminder. However, I have to obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. 3 days later, you will see a situation that will leave everyone speechless. I will use my own strength to let the Lunar Palace judge and hand the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to me." Shao Chen spoke calmly, but the expression on his face was extremely resolute. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the sky. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat startled. Unexpectedly, after Shao Chen obtained her news, he did not feel frustrated or angry at all. His mental state did not show any openings at all. As Yu Bingyun watched Shao Chen jump off the Meditation Moon Palace and leave, she said softly, "I really look forward to it 3 days later. I want to see whether you are confident or arrogant." 3 days later, Shao Chen, Qi Wuxia, and Long Fei woke up early and gathered in the courtyard. Qi Wuxia only intended to join in on the excitement of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Of course, he did not expect to make a name for himself. As for Long Fei, he made ample preparations. He wanted to clash head-on with the holy scions of the immortal Holy Lands and see the distance between him and them. As for Shao Chen, his target was very clear, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. He was here for the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. "Don't go yet. I'll pray to the gods first." Qi Wuxia held on to Long Fei and Shao Chen. Then, he pressed his palms together and bowed to the east. "I hope that I, Qi Wuxia, can have a good time today. I hope that Long Fei can make a name for himself and win the attention of many beauties. I hope that old brother Shao Chen can teach those holy scions a lesson on my behalf." Long Fei smiled helplessly and said, "There is no such thing as a god in this world. The deity race's methods are only used to trick ordinary people to obtain the power of faith." After Qi Wuxia finished bowing, he said mysteriously, "Naturally, in this heavenly starry ocean, we worship the sea god. I heard that the sea god really exists at the end of the ocean. There are many believers in the vast oceanic world. Of course, the believers are just ordinary people. Cultivators rarely believe in such things. I heard that at the end of the ocean." Shao Chen had already reached the courtyard gates. He turned his head and said, "Let's go. It's time to go to Bright Moon Plaza." Long Fei immediately followed. Qi Wuxia said, "Wait for me. I'm not done yet." Bright Moon Plaza was very crowded, with many entrances. When the three arrived, there were no good spots left. They could only choose a relatively high spot in the periphery. Given their eyesight, they could clearly see the arena in the plaza, which was very far away. That was a vast arena with a formation laid by a sovereign martial emperor below, changing the laws of space. If one went deep into it, they would feel an even vaster space. Even if a peak consummation expert like the blue-robed emperor fought in there would be no need to worry about the shockwaves affecting the spectating cultivators. Many exquisite pavilions hovered in the air above the plaza. Those were the VIP pavilions that the Lunar Palace prepared for the various holy lands and large clans. At this moment, the gathering had not officially started yet. More than 1,000 female disciples performed the famous bright moon sword dance of the Lunar Palace. This was much larger than the scene that Long Fei participated in back then. The bright moon rose and fell, the sword images flashed, and the beauties danced. The performance before the opening was not boring at all. Wuxia watched intently, clicking his tongue in praise. He said excitedly, "Later, when the bright moon soars into the sky and the 10,000 swords fly together, the Four Seas Hero Gathering will officially start." Xiao Chen watched interestedly. The bright moon above the arena glowed with a faint light. The 1,000 white-clad women looked like fairies dancing around the bright moon. There were also disciples playing flutes behind them. The one leading them was Fang Qingxian. The flute music spread out, merging with the sword dance. It was hard to tell who was leading and who was following. It was like they were in a dream. It was hard to tell whether they were immersed in the flute music or in the ever-changing bright moon sword dance. The flute music suddenly turned lofty and hot-blooded. That was the sound of killing, the hot-bloodedness hidden in every cultivator's body. Under the sound of the flute, he was completely ignited, burning fiercely. There was a flame burning in his chest. The 1,000 white-clad women formed a circle of swords. They all danced with their swords in different movements as they chanted sonorous and hot-blooded poems. When the flute music reached its climax, it suddenly stopped. A huge bright moon that could compete with the sun soared into the sky from the circle of swords. Many swords flew out of the hands of the white-clad women. Everyone was startled awake in that instant, shocked by the scene before them. Loud rumbling rang out. As the bright moon soared, the vast arena actually soared into the air as well, leaving the ground. After that, the arena split up and formed smaller arenas that hovered in midair. They were like stars surrounding the moon, serving as a contrast to the tallest and largest arena. Xiao Chen counted carefully. Not counting the largest arena, there were a total of 100 smaller arenas of varying heights. They surrounded the tallest arena, hovering in the air. On each of the small arenas, there were 10 white-robed women who did not leave. As for the largest arena, Fang Qingxian led 10 elite female disciples to guard it. Wuxia explained, "It's finally starting. The first ones to face in the first stage are those 10 Lunar Palace disciples." Xiao Chen asked, "Does everyone have the qualifications to go up the arena? Is there a need for any additional explanation or declaration?" Long Fei had arrived early and was no stranger to this. He smiled and said, "Just be casual. Although the Four Seas Hero Gathering style is constantly changing, it has always been casual. This is to give everyone a chance to display themselves." Wuxia nodded and smiled interestedly. In every Four Seas Hero Gathering, there are always people who rush up excitedly, wanting to be the first to occupy the arena. In the end, they get blasted off by 10 girls. I wonder who will end up as a joke this year. As the three spoke, the plaza was already in an uproar. Countless people soared into the air, rushing to the arenas in the center with faces filled with excitement. The Lunar Palace experts guarding the arenas attacked at the same time. With one palm strike, they immediately eliminated most of the people. After that, they no longer bothered with them. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw such a scene, so he could not help feeling startled. Aside from the Four Seas Hero Gathering's great influence and fame, there was another important reason for such a grand occasion. Chapter 1100. As long as one entered the arena and defeated an opponent, one would obtain a reward from the Lunar Palace. This was especially so for the first stage. By defeating 10 Lunar Palace female disciples, one would obtain the highest reward. One would have the opportunity to obtain all sorts of rare treasures. In terms of wealth, as the top city of the heavenly starry ocean, Bright Moon City collected taxes from the merchants in the city every year, easily surpassing that of the other holy lands. If it was any other holy land that was hosting such a grand event, they probably wouldn't be as generous as this. The extraordinarily bustling scene lasted for a long time. As the 10 female disciples worked together to knock out the many rash cultivators, the place slowly calmed down. Xiao Chen could clearly see that without the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be very difficult to defeat the 10 female disciples. However, a true expert would not rashly make an appearance in the first stage. This was probably an invisible threshold that the Lunar Palace had set up. I'll go. Both of you wish me luck. Qi Wuxia laughed loudly and soared into the air, flying towards a small arena. After Qi Wuxia made his move, some of the Grandmaster-level martial sage youths could no longer hold themselves back. The true elites of the Four Seas hero gathering started to make their appearance. Occasionally, one could hear someone being recognized and gaining popularity. Xiao Chen and Long Fei showed no intention of making a move. Clearly, this was just an appetizer. In the air, none of the holy scions in the exquisite jade pavilions showed any intention of making a move. Long Fei smiled and said, Qi Wuxia is going to succeed. Xiao Chen squinted and looked over. Only one Lunar Palace female disciple remained in the arena where Qi Wuxia was. However, Qi Wuxia did not seem to be in a rush to obtain victory. As they exchanged moves, he occasionally said something to that Lunar Palace female disciple, angering her out of humiliation. Xiao Chen smiled speechlessly and said, This fellow's nature is really hard to change. Long Fei shook his head as well and said, His talent is even better than mine. This is truly unfortunate. As the Lunar Palace disciples entered the arena one by one, Qi Wuxia's arena became exceptionally eye-catching, enraging several people. When Qi Wuxia saw the situation, he stopped joking and smiled. Sister, I will not play with you anymore. Go down first. I'll look for you later. After saying that, Qi Wuxia gently threw that Lunar Palace female disciple off the arena. No need to wait any longer. After understanding the rules of the Four Seas Hero Assembly, Xiao Chen stood up and prepared to take the stage. His target was the highest stage, where Fang Qingxian was leading the 10 elite disciples. It was the most difficult and most eye-catching stage. From the beginning until now, no one had visited that arena. Even the most arrogant person would know their place. Many people were looking forward to seeing who the first son of Saint would be, but they also knew that the sons of saints would not appear so early until the time was right. Therefore, most people didn't look at the arena that attracted the most attention. They all knew that this arena was prepared for the chosen. They did not have the qualifications to go up, and they would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Long Fei immediately said, It's not good to go on stage too early. If you expose your own strength too much, it will become harder and harder to fight towards the end. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, Brother Long, I know what I'm doing. If not for what Yu Bingyun said 3 days ago, Xiao Chen might not have been so high-profile and rash. He would have waited for a while. However, now that he wanted to obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he needed to be high-profile and rash, leaving others speechless. Before Long Fei's flabbergasted gaze, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and spun 3 times in the air. Then he gently landed on the tallest and largest arena in Bright Moon Plaza. Xiao Chen moved too fast. Furthermore, most people did not expect someone to charge to the highest arena so early. As a result, not many people noticed that there was an additional person in the highest arena. The instant Xiao Chen landed, his field of vision immediately widened. The arena was much larger than it looked on the outside. Fang Qingxian held a bamboo flute in her hand. She was somewhat surprised at Xiao Chen's arrival. She smiled softly and said, Blue Dragon King, you should not have come now. Indeed, Xiao Chen should not have come now. No matter how one looked at it as someone who was competing for the top prize, he should not have appeared so early. For the sake of snatching the limelight, Xiao Chen exposed his strength too early. Xiao Chen did not answer. He looked to the front and observed the strength of the group of people on the other side. Xiao Chen knew Fang Qingxuan's strength. She was still far from the small perfection blue-robed emperor. The 10 elite female disciples at the back had pretty good cultivations, all Grandmaster-level martial sages. From the finer details, one could discover that the accumulations of the lunar palace were much stronger than those of the 9 ranks of the great families, the Haotian sect. At the very least, the Haotian sect definitely did not have so many disciples who were grandmaster-level martial sages. Shao Chun already had an understanding of the strength of this group of people. He performed a cupped fist salute and said calmly, "There is no need to say anything more. Miss Fong, make your move." "Sorry for the offense." Then, Fong Qingxian elegantly twirled the bamboo flute around her finger. Then she moved to the back. The 10 white-clad female disciples held their swords and split into 2 rows. They stood in a row beside Fong Qingxian, raised their swords, and charged at Shao Chun together with the sound of the bamboo flute. The instant the bamboo flute rang out, the 100,000 cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza seemed to wake up from a dream. Only now did they discover that a person had leaped onto the highest arena at some point in time. Countless pairs of eyes looked over in an instant, finding this extremely inconceivable. Why would someone choose to go up at this moment? Was he extremely confident in his strength or simply wanted to show off? Was he not afraid of exposing his strength too early by jumping out now? However, when everyone thought about it, the many holy signs in the pavilion in the air did not move. They immediately felt that this was a cultivator who was about to make a fool of himself. However, when everyone clearly saw the white figure on the arena, they were all shocked. It's the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chun. What is he trying to do? He is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one left in our heavenly starry ocean? This is a ruthless slap to the faces of all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. Unexpectedly, the first person to go up on the most eye-catching arena is the Blue Dragon King, an outsider. What's so amazing about that? He is just showing off for a while. He will be the one crying later. Voices of criticism rose and fell, turning the entire place into chaos. Several people could not help standing up from their seats. Even on the other small arenas, many of the people who were originally fighting stopped and turned their gazes over. There was only one question in their minds. Why did none of the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean think of going up to the highest arena in advance? Shao Chun is an outsider. Why does he have the right to ride on their heads? Does he still think that he is the Blue Dragon King with boundless potential? The many holy scions and outstanding talents in the many pavilions in the air, who were resting with their eyes closed, suddenly opened their eyes at the reminder of their elders. The 5 poison sect's holy scions could not help cursing, "Damn! He is too arrogant." The Sun Palace's Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and radiated a boundless murderous intent. He snorted coldly and said, "Damn! He is too arrogant." The Sun Palace's Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and released a boundless murderous intent. He snorted coldly and said, "He is really not afraid of death." Soft voices rang out in the Yin-Yang Paradise's pavilion. A group of female disciples looked at Shao Chun, who was on the arena. Their eyes were faintly discernible. "Elder Sister Susu, this Blue Dragon King is really putting on airs. This is our heavenly starry ocean's gathering, and he, an outsider, actually managed to get ahead of the many holy scions and stand on the highest arena." Tong Susu revealed a look of pity on her pretty face. She said, "How unfortunate. If he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, he will only have 20 years left to live. In the end, he is a short-lived fellow. Otherwise, this elder sister would really fall in love with him." Even now, Tong Susu could not forget the scene of Shao Chun forcefully drawing his sword when he faced the many outstanding talents in Despair City. However, in the blink of an eye, Tong Susu's melancholic expression was replaced by a charming one. She smiled seductively and said, "Later, elder sister will make a move and defeat you with my own hands. Don't be too harsh. Those stinky men do not know when to stop." In the Myriad Fiend Islands Jade Pavilion, Yan Shisan, Di Xinhan, and Mu Qingyun all felt that this was incredible. Mu Qingyun said, "Big brother, what do you think he is doing? Right now, your cultivations are no weaker than his. Is he really not afraid of exposing his trump cards?" Di Xinhan, the strongest person of the Myriad Fiend Islands' younger generation and one of Chu Yang's 2 greatest rivals, entered deep thought. He could not understand what was going on either, so he looked at Yan Shisan. Yan Shisan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Given my understanding of him in the Kunlun continent, he is not the kind of person who likes to stand out. He must have his reasons for doing this. I don't think so. He is probably going to suffer a setback this time. He seems to have underestimated the strength of the many outstanding talents of our heavenly star island. Not to mention the others, just Big Brother's heavenly spiritual body is already at the small perfection blue-robed emperor. Just his physical body alone is unstoppable. Furthermore, Brother Shisan's massacre sword Dao has already reached the peak. Even the old seniors of my myriad fiend island who use the sword admit that they are not his match. Mu Qingyun, who had nearly been killed by Xiao Chen with one saber strike, analyzed the situation somewhat indignantly. Yan Shisan and Di Xinhan did not comment. Although they acknowledged Xiao Chen's strength in their hearts, they did not think that there would be a large gap between them and Xiao Chen now that they had reached the blue-robed emperor realm. The Lunar Palace's judges were in the most exquisite palace in the air at all times, paying attention to everything below. They paid attention to everything below. Not a single detail in the bright moon plaza could escape their eyes. Outside the balcony, Yu Bingyun watched as Xiao Chen entered the arena. Then, she shook her head slightly. This was the method Xiao Chen thought of. Did he think that by making an early appearance and showing off, the judges would be speechless? In that case, Yu Bingyun would only be disappointed. This was arrogance. There was no way he could snatch away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. A murderous chi slowly soared amid the flute music. 10 white-clad women soared into the air on the highest arena, dancing around with their swords in hand. This dazzled everyone, too much for the eye to take in. As the 10 women pressed forward, Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked, but he could not find any openings. Chapter 1101. The murderous sword dance before him was made up of elite disciples. Its overall might was more than double that of the one he faced on the Jade Bridge, making it even harder to deal with. Under the guidance of the murderous sound, the bright moon sword dance, an ancient inheritance of the Lunar Palace, lived up to its reputation after tens of thousands of years of modification. The combination of 10 Grandmaster-level martial sages and 1 Fang Qingxuan's flute did not simply merge the strength of these people together. Instead, it multiplied the strength of these people. As long as one fell into it, any of the holy scions would have to fight a bitter battle. Several of the outstanding talents did not want to go down early because they were not confident of breaking this murderous sword dance in a short time. Even if they won, they would have to put in a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen snatched away the limelight. Now, they could not help but call him an egomaniac in their hearts. Many people smiled coldly. They wanted to see how the arrogant Xiao Chen would fall into this murderous sword dance and lose the chance to obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet for the sake of showing off. Would Xiao Chen waste a lot of time in this murderous sword dance and expose his trump cards? Clearly not. Since Xiao Chen could not find an opening, he would force one out. Just as the spiraling murderous sword dance was about to envelop Xiao Chen smiled faintly and let out a loud roar. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness burned as he executed the dragon tone art at full power. The dragon roar that erupted out instantly tore through the sky, 10,000 times more horrifying than the thunder of the 9 heavens. A beam of light pierced through the shattered clouds and landed on Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the white-robed Blue Dragon King with a dazzling golden light. Following that, the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around scattered like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The light from Xiao Chen's body spread throughout the world. In an instant, it was like the entire world had become several times brighter because of Xiao Chen, giving everyone a piercing sunlight. This was because he, the Blue Dragon King, roared and tore through the sky, shaking the surroundings and shattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. The bright moon swordsmanship did not have any flaws, but as long as one grasped it well, one could easily create an opening. That flaw was naturally in Fang Qingxuan's flute music that was filled with murderous intent. The dragon tone art was mainly used to deal with the deity race's mental energy martial techniques. However, martial techniques were dead, while people were alive. As long as it could disrupt the opponent's rhythm, any martial technique could be used. This was the principle of learning and applying flexibly. The instant the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around shattered and the sunlight shone on the ground, Xiao Qin moved. He charged forward in a straight line, knocking the white-clad disciples in front of him into the air like sandbags. The rhythm of the bright moonsword dance had already been broken. Before Xiao Qin, these Lunar Palace disciples were just ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. Naturally, they could not block Xiao Qin. In an instant, Xiao Qin arrived before Fang Qingxian. As she was the one blowing the flute, Xiao Qin's dragon tone art focused on Fang Qingxian. At this moment, Fang Qingxuan's complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She had just grasped her sword when Xiao Qin struck her wrist with a palm strike, causing her sword to fall to the ground. Xiao Qin did not stop moving. He pressed forward and sent out another palm strike. Just as his palm strike was about to land, he thought of something and held back in time. When his palm strike landed on Fang Qingxuan's right shoulder, he sent out a force that knocked her back but did not injure her at all. With one dragon roar and one exchange, Xiao Qin easily broke the famous bright moonsword dance. The situation of Xiao Qin getting tangled up in several people's expectations did not happen. Instead, Xiao Qin quickly broke the bright moonsword dance, with a lightning-fast momentum. Like a whirlwind, Xiao Qin did not drag things out, clean and efficient. Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered as he stood on the most eye-catching arena. If not for the clouds slowly gathering for 5,000 kilometers in the sky, many people would have suspected that everything they saw was just an illusion. Everything they saw was just an illusion. "Thank you for letting me win," Xiao Qin said with a cupped fist salute as he turned around and faced the white-clad disciples still on the arena. The Lunar Palace disciple bowed gracefully and returned the greeting before drifting away. She was like a fairy dancing in the air, a delightful sight to behold. The various holy scions in the many jade pavilions in the air were all shocked. They had not expected Xiao Qin to break the bright moonsword dance so easily. All of them remained silent as if they could not accept this reality. In the jade pavilion where the zodiac hall was, Chu Yang stood up with a sullen expression, preparing to charge down. However, Fu Hongyao and the group of elders quickly stopped him. "Holy Scion, there is no need to rush. This is just the beginning. He will not be able to maintain his might for long," an old man with a goatee in the zodiac hall advised. Fu Hongyao said softly, "Senior brother, there is indeed no need to rush. There are many experts in the 100 small arenas below. Several of the outstanding talents from the previous 4 Seas Hero Gathering are there. Those people are all in their 40s, and their cultivations are not low. We will definitely be able to force him to draw his saber. At that time, we will know his limits with one look." Chu Yang's expression changed. He slowly sat down and said, "I'll let him be cocky for a while first. When he jumps high enough, I'll trample on him." In the Jade Pavilion where the 5 Poison Sect was, the Holy Scion of the 5 Poison Sect showed an uncertain expression. Soon, he made a decision to watch for a while longer. In the Myriad Fiend Island group, Yen Shursan was somewhat stunned. He said, "I forgot that he knows the dragon tone art. Let's wait a little longer. We will be able to see his true strength after he draws his saber." Bang! The white-clad girl had just left the arena when someone flew over impatiently. This person held a heavy staff and arrived before Xiao Qin. "It's Wang Meng. In the previous 4 Seas Hero Gathering, he ranked 4th. Now that 20 years have passed, his cultivation has already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. He will definitely be able to hold his own against Xiao Qin." The moment this person appeared, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Many people recognized him. Xiao Qin squinted and looked over. This person's cultivation was indeed deep, not much weaker than that of some of the holy scions. His only regret was that he was rather old, and his potential had already been mostly dug out. Without any fortuitous encounters, it would be very difficult for him to advance to Martial Emperor in this lifetime. Wang Meng's staff struck the arena heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared in the ground. As the wind blew, Wang Meng's aura gathered continuously. Wang Meng held his staff with one hand and spun it around. The strong wind howled even more intensely. This simple action pushed his aura to the peak. Even the air turned solid under the pressure of his aura, pressing down on Xiaochen like a mountain. Wang Meng, I have long heard of the name of the Blue Dragon King. Today I came to fight you. Sorry for the offense. Right after Wang Meng spoke, he shouted ferociously and soared into the air. Then he swung his staff at Xiaochen. Wang Meng's body was like a mountain. The moment he stood up, the force of his feet pushed off the ground. The arena could not withstand it, and it shook intensely. When the staff pressed down, a mysterious phenomenon appeared. 3 huge mountains gathered in the sky. The mountains were so vast that it flabbergasted everyone. Indistinct cracks appeared in the air. It was easy to imagine how strong this staff strike was. Just when everyone thought that Xiaochen would have to take out his saber to deal with this strong, profound martial technique, Xiaochen took out a staff as well. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen also took out a staff. The staff in Xiaochen's hands spun like the wind. A strong wind howled, and an aura that could topple mountains and flip seas poured out. The sky instantly turned dark, and thunderclouds filled the sky. It was like the end of the world. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Just as the staff in Wang Meng's hand was about to press down, Xiaochen's staff suddenly stopped spinning. The strong wind carried tens of thousands of bolts of lightning behind Xiaochen. It was like he was pulling tens of thousands of ancient ferocious beasts running in the air. It was a boundless and shocking scene. Xiaochen did not move. He gently pushed the staff in his hand at Wang Meng. The power of wind and lightning burst forth in an instant. He was like a king leading an army of 10,000. Dressed in white, he stood in the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield. His elegance was outstanding. No one could compare to him. When Xiaochen stabbed with his staff, the 3 mountains pressing down crumbled in an instant. Wang Meng, who had charged over with a ferocious aura, vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and staggered to the ground. Whoosh! Xiaochen held his staff like a spear and leaped into the air. The instant Wang Meng landed, he pressed forward. Wang Meng retreated again and again. The tip of the staff was always only an inch away from his throat. That intimidating aura forced him to retreat in a fluster. Wang Meng kept retreating until he reached the edge of the arena. He nearly fell off. Xiaochen's footsteps sank, and he quickly withdrew his staff. Wang Meng's heart thumped heavily. He thought to himself, that was close. If I really fell off, I would have lost a lot of face. Thank you for letting me win. Xiaochen cupped his hands in greeting. He did not show any arrogance from defeating his opponent, nor did he show any hypocrisy. He was as calm as the autumn water, polite and restrained. Wang Meng felt his face burn. He did not say anything and turned around to leave. He was truly speechless. Before Wang Meng ascended the arena, his thoughts were very simple. He just wanted to trample on this outdated Blue Dragon King and gain a good reputation in the 4 Seas hero gathering. If Wang Meng had really done that, he would have been mentioned as the outstanding talent of the Northern Sea who dealt the final blow to the Blue Dragon King. However, the outcome was rather cruel. Wang Meng could not even receive one move from Xiaochen. If not for Xiaochen pulling back in time, Wang Meng would have lost in an even more unsightly manner. Not only could Wang Meng not accept such an outcome, but the many cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean also could not accept it. How could an outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean, a veteran, be unable to receive even one move from this outsider? Furthermore, he lost to the staff technique that he was most proficient in? The entire place fell silent. Hundreds of thousands of people did not say anything, like they were all mute. They were all planning to see how the arrogant Xiaochen would be trampled on. However, reality ruthlessly slapped them in the face. How could they accept this? How could they accept this? It seemed like such a scene had never happened in the past 10,000 years in the extraordinarily bustling 4 Seas hero gathering. Hundreds of thousands of people fell silent, the place quiet. After a while, another 3 outstanding talents stepped up. However, they all lost to Xiaochen, all in one move. Xiaochen used whatever weapon his opponent used. With the simulation of the changing character formula, Xiaochen was no weaker than his opponent in every weapon. The Four Seas hero gathering continued in silence. There was no commotion or shouting. No one spoke, there was nothing to say. Chapter 1102. When the Lunar Palace's judges saw this scene, they did not know what to say. Could it be that Xiaochen could not even get the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, to draw his saber? All the heavenly starry ocean cultivators felt a clump of fire in their hearts, feeling extremely sullen. With Xiaochen's actions, the hundreds of thousands of heavenly starry ocean cultivators felt humiliated. They raged, but they could not do anything about it. Out of these hundreds of thousands of people, no one dared to say anything. How sorrowful was this? Up in the arena, the first-ranked outstanding talent of the previous Four Seas hero gathering lost in one move to Xiaochen's spear techniques. Once again, Xiaochen lost to the weapon he was most proficient in. Finally, someone could no longer hold back his emotions. He shouted angrily, "You so-called holy scions, how long are you going to be cowards?" His voice reverberated in the vast and quiet Bright Moon Plaza, echoing in all directions, sounding sorrowful. After a moment of silence, the rage and sullenness in everyone's hearts erupted. Hundreds of thousands of people stood up at the same time and looked at the exquisite jade pavilions in the air. They could not help shouting loudly, "Inherited holy lands, immortal for 10,000 years. If not now, when?" Inherited holy lands, immortal for 10,000 years. If not now, when? The deafening shouts resounded in the surroundings, reverberating in the air. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time. A scene that had never happened before in the Four Seas hero gathering happened. The holy scions of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas, the Zodiac Hall, and the Yin-Yang Paradise all showed extremely unsightly expressions in the many exquisite jade pavilions. This was especially so for the words, "Inherited holy lands, immortal for 10,000 years." They felt their faces burn. Now, an outsider, the Blue Dragon King who was past his prime in their eyes, actually forced the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza to turn against them. As Xiaochen stood in the arena, he entered deep thought. He had not expected such a situation either. However, this was fine as well. Since he wanted everyone to be speechless, then he would keep a high profile until the end. He did not mind adding fuel to the fire. Xiaochen said in a clear voice, "The Holy Land of Inheritance is immortal for tens of thousands of years. Today, this untalented Xiao has come for the last Dragon's Gate Mountain tablet. Holy sons, do you dare to come down and fight?" His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread to every corner, suppressing the cheers of hundreds of thousands of people. In the entire Bright Moon Square, everyone went silent at the same time, leaving only Xiaochen's clear voice, spreading in all directions, echoing leisurely. He was stunned by Xiaochen's words. Facing so many saints, he actually wanted to challenge all of them alone. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Xiaochen's blunt mockery caused all the saint princes to be unable to sit still any longer. Anyone with the slightest bit of courage would be unable to bear it at this moment, let alone these proud and arrogant outstanding talents. Damn it! Do you really think that my heavenly starry ocean has no one capable? I, young Master Qingshu, will fight with you. In the Heavenly Province Academy's Jade Pavilion, young Master Qingshu drifted down and looked coldly at Xiaochen. Young Master Qingshu smiled coldly and said, "Blue Dragon King, you are indeed arrogant enough. Do you dare to be even more arrogant? When you bullied some of the veteran outstanding talents, you did not use your saber. Do you dare to continue not using your saber when fighting me?" After seeing Xiaochen's strength, young Master Qingshu knew that he was no match for Xiaochen. After thinking for a while, he thought of a way to infuriate Xiaochen with words. Everyone looked at Xiaochen, waiting to see how he would answer. If Xiaochen did not agree, young Master Qingshu would be in the right. Then, Xiaochen would become someone who only dared to bully the veteran outstanding talents. "As you wish." Xiaochen's expression remained calm. With a flip of his hand, a white folding fan appeared in his palm. In the palace where the Lunar Palace's judges were, Yu Bingyun appeared somewhat distracted. Is this what Xiaochen meant by making people speechless? The heroes of the world bustled with activity, coming and going endlessly. Countless outstanding talents emerged from the four seas. However, the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen, used only one move, the weapon that the Blue Dragon King excelled at, and defeated them in one move. Such elegance! If one could last until the end, one would indeed be speechless, unable to hesitate. Even the Lunar Palace's judges, who wanted to make things difficult for Shao Chen and prevent him from taking away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, could not do anything or say anything. However, could one really do it? Earlier, when facing the various veteran outstanding talents, Shao Chen could defeat them in one move. Now that he faced so many holy scions, he still dared to challenge them alone. This was truly arrogant. The cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza were also astonished. Unexpectedly, when facing the holy scions of an immortal holy land, Shao Chen still dared to not draw his saber, using the weapon that the other party excelled at. Even if Shao Chen did not say it, he had to admit his elegance in his heart. At the very least, no one in the younger generation would dare to do what Shao Chen did. Even if the Four Seas Hero Gathering was set back 10,000 years ago, no one had dared to do this. No one had ever done this before or after. Young Master Qingshu smiled and said, "You are really boundlessly arrogant. To think that you dare to play with a fan before me, young Master Qingshu. In that case, let's decide victory in one move. Do you accept or not?" In his previous fight with Shao Chen, young Master Qingshu had been frightened by Shao Chen's unpredictable fists, claws, and fists, so he did not dare to drag things out. As long as Shao Chen agreed to decide victory in one move and the other party could not use his saber, he would definitely defeat Shao Chen in an extremely unsightly manner. Before Shao Chen said anything, Wuxia, who was in the small arena below, mocked, "You are a bona fide holy scion, yet you have so many requests when fighting with someone. Do you really think that this is child's play? Why don't you just say that Shao Chen is just standing there and not moving and letting you decide?" The moment Wuxia said this, no one retorted. Young Master Qingshu's actions were indeed somewhat shameless. Those who wanted to speak up for him were too embarrassed to do so. Young Master Qingshu's expression did not change. However, he smiled coldly in his heart. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. As long as he defeated Shao Chen, all the criticism would vanish like smoke. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Deciding victory in one move? That suits my intentions. Make your move." When young Master Qingshu saw Shao Chen agree, he rejoiced in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Such boldness is indeed admirable. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. I, young Master Qingshu, will end your short-lived legend. Today, I will show you that not just anyone can play with a fan." Young Master Qingshu pushed off with his feet and turned into an azure light, charging at Shao Chen. Everywhere young Master Qingshu passed, the ground soared up. Many green bamboos stuck firmly into the ground, growing straight. Soon, the entire arena was covered in green bamboos, countless in number. Strong and surging wood-attributed spiritual energy floated in the air, looking thick and viscous. Combined with the righteous qi that young Master Qingshu cultivated, his aura soared infinitely, reaching an incredible level. It was nearly equal to the great perfection blue-robed emperors. By Yunfei on the Nine Peaks Mountain, the holy sun rides the wind and descends to the green hills. Young Master Qingshu recited a clear poem. He was a scholar of the Confucian sect, filled with righteous qi. The moment he recited the poem, young Master Qingshu's aura completely changed. He seemed to be in harmony with the noble and unquestionable integrity of the green bamboos. Shao Chen's eyes lit up. This was rather unique. Young Master Qingshu used a poem to temporarily change his aura, allowing his aura to completely merge with the mysterious phenomenon of the martial technique, allowing the might of this move to reach a perfect state. However, no matter what, the aura that young Master Qingshu put on was just that. There was no true feeling. Everything was just a facade. If young Master Qingshu were as noble and unquestionable integrity as the green bamboos, it would be hard to say who would win if Shao Chen fought with his folding fan. As for now, Xiao Chen would watch young Master Qingshu put on a good show before dealing a fatal blow. Amid the green bamboos, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. In life, it is important to have a plan in one's heart, to endure difficult trials. It is most important to be humble, to preserve one's strength, to experience wind and rain for a long time, not knowing the cold. The vast poem resounded everywhere and spread out. Every cultivator in Bright Moon Plaza could clearly feel a vast and righteous aura. Young Master Qingshu's body flickered continuously in the air. Every time he flickered, there would be a poem. In the air, young Master Qingshu used his folding fan as a brush. He wrote these poems in the air, forming an inextinguishable righteous will. The green bamboos on the ground merged with the poem in the air. The entire arena seemed to turn into an ink painting filled with charm. Young Master Qingshu, the one holding the brush, had an ethereal figure, completely merging with the world. It was hard to tell where he would appear next. Everyone could only watch as young Master Qingshu used the poem as a painting in the air, slowly making his martial technique stronger and more perfect. There are 2 or 3 peach blossoms outside the bamboo. Who knows when the spring water is warm? Outside the green bamboo, peach blossoms fell one after another, adding a touch of color to this simple and elegant ink painting. All the spectators were shocked. Although young Master Qingshu's methods were somewhat despicable, his martial technique was indeed shocking. It was nearly invulnerable. However, no one could surpass young Master Qingshu in terms of the folding fan. No wonder he was so confident. Before the fight even started, he had already determined that Xiao Chen would lose. Another red sun rises. My heart is still the same as the heavens. A dazzling morning sun soared out from young Master Qingshu's chest, raising his aura to the peak of great perfection. Emperor Wu's. It was sufficient to crush someone to death with its aura. Then, this red sun pressed down on Xiao Chen. Looking from all directions, the most eye-catching arena looked like a painting filled with green bamboos and poems, decorating this peach blossom river. As for Xiao Chen, he was trapped in the painting like a trapped beast. Many people felt very happy in their hearts. This was the result of being arrogant. Who asked you to be arrogant? Now, even if you wanted to cry, you could not. Inherited Holy Land, immortal for 10,000 years. The Holy Sun appears, and the blue dragon is defeated. Perhaps because the crowd had been stifled for too long, when they saw that young Master Qingshu held such a great advantage, someone took the lead and shouted. Immediately, the crowd followed suit, and young Master Qingshu's fame shook the sky. In the small arena below, Qi Wuxia cursed, "This group of people is too shameless. Xiao Chen is also too much. Why did he agree to it? He should have just beaten him up." The 10 judges of the Lunar Palace exchanged glances and came to an answer. Yu Bingyun understood in her heart that if Xiao Chen lost this match, no matter how graceful he was earlier, the judges would not give him the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. A bright moon shines in the sky, a bridge breaks the water, and snow fills the sky. Who knows that my heart is like the moon? Whoever laughs is the person in the painting. Chapter 1103. Just as everyone saw the arena turn into a painting and young Master Qingshu firmly trapping Xiao Chen in the painting, Xiao Chen muttered a cold, desolate, and proud poem. The martial technique hidden in the fan silently unfolded. A small bridge, a flowing river, and a bright moon appeared one after another, complemented by the 1,000 frost battle snow. Snow filled the sky, cutting off the flowing river and making the moon appear even colder. Everyone suddenly realized that the painting on the arena suddenly had many more sceneries, causing the originally simple and elegant painting to become colorful and colorful, competing with each other in beauty. However, something even more horrifying happened. The instant Xiao Chen, who was clearly trapped in the painting, finished reciting the poem, he leaped out of the painting and became someone outside. Young Master Qingshu immediately leaped out of the painting, becoming someone outside the painting. As for young Master Qingshu, who used the world as the ink and the fan as the brush to paint, he became someone inside the painting, trapped within it. What's going on? What's going on? The crowd, who had been shouting about the inheritance of the Holy Land and the Immortal for 10,000 years, stopped. Shock filled their hearts, and incredulity filled their faces. They could not understand what was happening. Why was it that one moment earlier, Xiaochen was still the person in the painting? In the next moment, Xiaochen became outside the painting, trapping young Master Qingshu instead? How could the crowd, who had been shouting about the appearance of the Holy Sun and the defeat of the Blue Dragon, endure this? When the many older generation Confucian sect experts in the Heavenly Province Academy's Jade Pavilion saw this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. Others might not understand, but as peak experts of the Confucian sect, how could they not understand? The martial technique that young Master Qingshu practiced was one of the Academy's 10 great profound martial techniques, picturesque landscape. It had a total of 4 layers. They were raising the brush to paint, one with the painting, breaking out of the painting, and the most profound painting outside the painting. Young Master Qingshu was an outstanding talent that only appeared once every few hundred years in the Heavenly Province Academy. He learned this martial technique at a young age and reached the level of raising the brush to paint, using the world as his ink and the fan as his brush. Young Master Qingshu even used a trick to enter the second layer of one with the painting, raising the might of picturesque landscape to another level. However, who knew? Xiaochen immediately saw through young Master Qingshu's trick. Xiaochen's aura was not like Qingshu's, creating a major flaw in the painting. As for Xiaochen, he was like a god. With just one look, he comprehended the essence of this move. He used a poem that was similar to his own character. Whoever was laughing in the painting could laugh at who. It was clear who was superior. This person definitely knows some kind of cultivation technique that can imitate other people's martial techniques. Otherwise, even if he could see the essence of this move, he would not be able to jump out of the painting and trap Qingshu. Otherwise, he would not be able to do so. Another person added, that can't be wrong. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why a bladesman like him knows so many weapons. Furthermore, he seems to have learned them well. How high must one's perception be to dare to cultivate this kind of cultivation method? An old man sighed softly. Indeed, even if such a cultivation technique was placed before these consummation blue-robed emperors, they would not dare to cultivate it. There was no other reason. Without sufficient comprehension ability, not only would they not be able to increase their strength, but they would even lose themselves in it, finding it hard to advance. Their strength might even regress. Up in the palace, Yu Bingyun muttered to herself, "Who knows that my heart is like the moon? The moon is a lone flower admiring itself, no one able to understand it. It has been alone for thousands of years, a cold, proud, and lonely existence. What kind of person could come up with such a poem, comparing himself to the bright moon? What kind of person could use such a thought to trap the confident young Master Qingshu in the painting?" In the arena, young Master Qingshu appeared confused. He did not know what happened. Xiaochen, whom he suppressed in front, suddenly moved. It was like there was a barrier that he could never cross. Young Master Qingshu could only fly forward, getting further and further away from Xiaochen. Young Master Qingshu clearly brought out the full might of this picturesque landscape. However, he could only watch helplessly as Xiaochen moved further away from him, unable to do anything. Xiaochen remained silent. Then, he folded the folding fan in his hand and gently tapped the painting in front of him on young Master Qingshu's chest. In young Master Qingshu's opinion, Xiaochen, who was at the ends of the world, closed the distance with one hand, catching him off guard and forcing him to suffer this heavy blow. To others, it looked like Xiaochen was just standing outside the painting, gently tapping it with his brush. Bang! Young Master Qingshu vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs ruptured as he suffered a backlash from his cultivation technique. The mysterious phenomena scattered, and the painting shattered. Young Master Qingshu tumbled out of the arena. When he landed, he kicked up a large cloud of dust and rumbled endlessly. This startled young Master Qingshu awake. When he saw the white-robed Xiaochen in the highest arena, his eyes widened. Then he pointed at Xiaochen, his eyes filled with horror. "You actually trapped me in the painting. How can it be? Pu si I." Young Master Qingshu vomited another mouthful of blood. He could not accept this blow, so he fainted from frustration. When everyone thought about what young Master Qingshu said earlier, they felt like his words were still ringing in their ears. However, despite all his scheming and shamelessness, he still could not end Xiao Chen's legend. Instead, he buried his reputation here. If you want me to not draw my saber, I will not draw my saber. If you want to decide victory or defeat with one move, I will do as you wish. No matter how many schemes you have, I only need one move to defeat you. A strange silence reappeared in Bright Moon Plaza. A scene that made hundreds of thousands of people fall silent once again appeared in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The savior in many people's hearts still could not make Xiao Chen draw his saber. Xiao Chen still lost to the weapon he was most proficient with. Furthermore, it was just one move. Now, the scions of the various immortal holy lands and some of the hidden noble clans were no longer hot-blooded. Even if another 1 million people called themselves the Immortal Holy Lands, they would not go up. They needed to wait until Xiao Chen showed some signs of weakness before they could go up. Otherwise, not only would they fail to trample on him, they would also lose their reputation. The quiet Bright Moon Plaza paused for a moment. The many outstanding talents in the other small arenas had long since lost interest. One person had snatched away all the spotlight. Even though they were fighting brilliantly, no one paid attention to it. However, they did not have the courage to go up to the most eye-catching arena. Even the holy scions were defeated in one move. How could they dare to go up? In the Yin-Yang Paradise's Jade Pavilion, a female disciple smiled and said, "First senior sister, these men do not dare to go up anymore. You should go up and raise the prestige of our Yin-Yang Paradise." That's right. That's right. Elder sister said it before. In order to prevent those stinky men from injuring the Blue Dragon King, we have to defeat them gently with our own hands. Tong Susu rolled her eyes at the two girls and scolded them with a smile. Elder sister has never been beaten by a man before. If I really get defeated in one move, even if I do not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years and have only 20 years left to live, elder sister's heart will not be able to leave that person. In the Zodiac Hall, Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao remained silent, showing complicated expressions. Chu Yang had tossed away his earlier ambitions long ago. He wished that he could immediately go up and beat up Xiao Chen. However, his rationality told him that this was not the time to make an appearance. It was not worth it to lose his reputation at the hands of someone who did not have much lifespan left. The Lunar Palace's judges all had expressions of having everything under control. Now, they also showed expressions of not knowing what to do. To think that one person could force the Four Seas Hero Gathering to stop. This was a big joke. In the Myriad Fiend Island's Jade Pavilion, Yen Shisan stood up and prepared to go up. However, Di Xinhan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Di Xinhan said, "Brother Shisan, let me go. After all, this is the Four Seas Hero Gathering of my heavenly starry ocean." Yen Shisan turned his head and said, "Think carefully. You are just seeking defeat. If I go up, I can make him draw his saber. That will definitely increase your chances of victory. I left the Yen clan long ago and do not care about my reputation. However, you are different. You still have the Myriad Fiend Island, an immortal holy land, behind you." Di Xinhan smiled and said, "Victory and defeat are common in battles. It seems that since I made my debut, I have never lost to a person of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean. So what if I lose once?" Towards the end, Di Xinhan added sullenly, "Furthermore, this is the Four Seas Hero Gathering of my heavenly starry ocean. Someone has to step up. If everyone remains silent and watches, hoping to be the fisherman, then our generation will be finished." Yen Shisan thought for a while and did not insist. He took a step back and said, "Take care." While everyone remained silent, the Myriad Fiend Island's Di Xinhan silently landed on the most eye-catching arena. Di Xinhan's appearance immediately lit up the eyes of several people, a flame of hope igniting in them. Di Xinhan was born with the heavenly spiritual body, a special physique. He was the top genius of the Myriad Fiend Island. Since he made his debut, he had never lost to anyone of the same generation. The reason was none other than his strong heavenly spiritual body. At the crucial moment, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could still end the fight in a draw. In terms of physical strength, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean. No one could compare to him. Furthermore, his cultivation, combat techniques, and comprehension ability were not bad. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. He would always be one of the few people at the top of the pyramid of the younger generation. His status had never wavered. While the many holy scions watched from the sidelines, not daring to make a move, Di Xinhan dared to step forward. He was indeed a true man. However, the people present did not say anything. They only silently praised Di Xinhan in their hearts. Blue Dragon King, I have long heard of your great name. I wanted to fight you in Despair City. Unfortunately, at that time, my cultivation was one cultivation realm lower than yours, so I did not dare to challenge you. Today, please give me some pointers. Di Xinhan performed a cupped fist salute and looked calmly at Xiao Qin. He did not show the sophistry of young Master Qingshu or the anger of those veteran outstanding talents. Xiao Qin returned the cupped fist salute. He had seen the other party in Despair City. In Xiao Qin's opinion, if Di Xinhan had challenged him at that time, he would have had a 30% chance of winning. Now that Di Xinhan challenged him, he would not even have a 30% chance. On the surface, it looked like the two were of the same cultivation, both small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, in reality, the difference was rather large. Xiao Qin was a peak small perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, the foundation of advancing to blue-robed emperor was breaking through and establishing 10,000 heavenly sage laws. In this aspect, Di Xinhan was not as good as Xiao Qin. More importantly, in the half a year of seeking dragons and fixing veins, he had fought with all sorts of ferocious beasts, gaining a deep comprehension of the changing character formula. Chapter 1104. In that dark and cold seabed, Xiao Qin's mental state had been tempered to a horrifying level, much stronger than that of several older generation cultivators. Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and said calmly, "This Xiao has heard of your name for a long time already." The heavenly spiritual body was a peak physique even during the ancient era. As one's cultivation increased, their combat prowess would increase by leaps and bounds. Now that you have reached the blue-robed emperor realm, I believe that Brother Di's heavenly spiritual body has improved by another level. Di Xinhan revealed a proud expression. He did not comment on Xiao Qin's words. He said, "Not to mention anything else, just in terms of physical body, I believe that no one in the same generation can compare to me, including Brother Xiao. But I don't like to play tricks, to compare my strengths with other people's weaknesses, and to be pleased with myself after winning." Clearly, Di Xinhan's words had a deeper meaning. He was referring to young Master Qingshu. He disdained playing such tricks. "Today, when I fought with Brother Xiao, I knew that I could not defeat you, so I did not ask for too much. As long as I can force Brother Xiao to draw his saber, it will be worth it." Di Xinhan appeared very magnanimous, not arrogant at all. In the earlier battles, Xiao Qin had already used his actions to prove his strength. There was no need to admit that he was not as good as the other party. Xiao Qin liked Di Xinhan's lofty sentiments. Among the many holy scions, Di Xinhan was indeed a true man. Actually, in the Kunlun continent, before the king conferral ceremony, I relied on the advantage of my physical body to make a name for myself among the same generation. Today, when I see Brother Di, I do not wish for anything else but to experience the might of the heavenly spiritual body. Di Xinhan immediately understood. "You want to fight me purely with the physical body?" Xiao Qin nodded and said, "That's right. Just the physical body, nothing else." After saying that, Xiao Qin did not hesitate. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art, and a complete battle armor formed from pure blue dragon energy covered Xiao Qin's entire body. The battle armor was engraved with blue dragon patterns. It flickered with light and gave off a heroic aura. Di Xinhan originally thought that Xiao Qin was joking. He was very clear on how horrifying his heavenly spiritual body was. However, when he saw the azure-colored battle armor slowly appear on Xiao Qin's body, his expression slowly turned grave. When the battle armor took shape, Xiao Qin's expression no longer showed any signs of relaxation. He smiled bitterly and said, "I take back what I said earlier. However, I am confident that I still have a 50% chance of winning if we compete in physical strength." Xiao Chen said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm sure I can defeat Brother D in one move if we compare moves. However, among my peers, I've never competed purely in terms of physical body. There's no other reason but because there's really no one who can match me. I believe you can understand my feelings, Brother D." Di Xinhan could not help laughing loudly. He had truly found a confidant. Among those of the same generation, Di Xinhan had never competed in physical strength with anyone. Similarly, he could not find an opponent in the heavenly starry ocean. Very well. Today, this Di will compete with Brother Xiao. Let's see whether your blue dragon war body or my heavenly spiritual body is stronger. Right after Di Xinhan spoke, he drove the heavenly spiritual body. A set of sky blue battle armor appeared on his body as well. This battle armor was formed purely from heavenly spiritual energy. It looked solid and thick. Xiao Chen wanted to compete in physical strength with Di Xinhan. Now, the crowd, which had been calm for a long time, could not help turning restless. Di Xinhan's physical body was famous in the heavenly starry ocean. No one doubted that he was the strongest within the same generation. Xiao Chen really picked whichever bone was the hardest. In an instant, victory became hard to predict. This piqued the interest of countless people. Although many people did not say anything, their impression of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. Although Xiao Chen's words were somewhat unconvincing, his tone did not contain any arrogance. Instead, his words were solid and filled with strength. Every time he won, he defeated his opponent with a great advantage. However, in all these battles, no one had ever seen Xiao Chen become arrogant after a victory. On the contrary, the many outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean, who came out with surging auras, ended up making fools of themselves. Honestly speaking, it was hard for anyone to be unconvinced of such an expert. This was especially so now. Xiao Chen's conversation with Di Xinhan was very polite and restrained. Everyone could see the side of Xiao Chen that craved a challenge. Even a consummation quasi-emperor would not dare to say such a thing when competing with the heavenly spiritual body with the physical body. However, Xiao Chen did this, rising to the challenge and facing it head-on. "Brother Xiao, are you ready?" Di Xinhan asked. Di Xinhan's heavenly spiritual body was a special physique that he was born with. Xiao Chen's blue dragon war body was acquired. Right now, there was not much difference between the two. However, when it came to the convenience of moving vital qi, the acquired Xiao Chen would be slower than Di Xinhan, no matter what. Hence, Di Xinhan's question was to let Xiao Chen have a fair fight. After a while, the blue dragon body nourishing art circulated through his meridians. Then, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's enough." The two bowed to each other again and moved back 1 kilometer. The instant they landed, all their auras burst forth. Azure-colored heaven dragons came out of Xiao Chen's body. This was a mysterious phenomenon formed by pure vital qi. The huge heaven dragon swam behind Xiao Chen. 10 dragons danced around, stirring up winds and clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared endlessly, causing the sky to change color. Di Xinhan's aura was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. 10 faint blue heaven dragons swam around his body. Strong winds suddenly formed in the surroundings. The winds howled back and forth in the sky, creating several horrifying bolts of lightning. The two showed stern expressions as they shouted a war cry. Then, they quickly ran at each other. Di Xinhan's body was like a tall mountain. With every step he took, he left a complete footprint on the ground. The entire arena shook intensely. The mysterious phenomenon was even more horrifying. Before the two approached, the two different auras clashed with each other in midair. It was hard to tell who would win. The heavy footsteps sounded like thunder, making the hearts of all the cultivators present pound heavily. Since the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen ascended to the highest arena, this was the most difficult battle for the crowd to determine the victor. Who would win and who would lose was very worrying. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would discover that the depth of the footprints left behind by the two men was almost the same. However, at the corners, Xiao Chen's footprints were round and traceless. As for Di Xinhan's footprints, tiny cracks appeared at the edges. Before the crowd's anticipation, the two quickly approached each other. Who would win and who would lose would be revealed in the next moment. Boom! The strong clash happened in an instant. These two were peak experts of the same generation with strong physical bodies. One could not find an opponent in the heavenly starry ocean, and the other could not find an opponent in the Kunlun continent. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it affected everyone's hearts. As the wind and clouds changed, a huge explosion rang out from the arena. Tiny cracks appeared in the void, as if space was about to be torn apart. Berserk dragons soared and danced around chaotically. In merely one breath, the victor was decided. Di Xinhan retreated quickly, and cracks appeared in his battle armor. Then it shattered, and he fell to the ground with disheveled hair. Then he staggered back a few more steps until he was only a hair's breadth away from the edge of the arena. Xiaochen took 10 steps back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He coughed and vomited another 3 mouthfuls of blood. Clearly, he was severely injured. In this kind of head-on confrontation, it was almost impossible for one to not be injured. Xiaochen clearly knew that using such a method to fight was disadvantageous to him. However, he still chose to do so without hesitation. Aside from the desire in his heart, Xiaochen also wanted to prove to the Lunar Palace's judges that he, Xiaochen, could defeat anyone in the heavenly starry ocean using the method that the other party was best at. He wanted to make the Lunar Palace's judges speechless. He wanted to take away the Dragon's Gate's final mountain tablet in this world. Even if Xiaochen got injured, he would not hesitate to be arrogant for once. So what if he challenged the various martial sages? Di Xinhan paled, looking even more miserable than Xiaochen's. He smiled bitterly and said, "My heavenly spiritual body is not weaker than your blue dragon war body. Unfortunately, my control over my strength is much weaker." As Di Xinhan spoke, he vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, he did not show much dismay on his face. Instead, he appeared very carefree. Xiaochen said calmly, "My blue dragon war body is acquired. Your heavenly spiritual body is innate. In terms of control over my strength, I am definitely stronger than you." The reason was easy to explain. For the sake of cultivating the blue dragon war body, Xiaochen needed to continuously test and temper himself. The innate heavenly spiritual body did not require much testing. It was there from birth. All he needed to do was strengthen and raise his cultivation. Xiaochen did not stop speaking. He continued, "However, in reality, an innate heavenly spiritual body is much more convenient. If you did not give me time to prepare at the start, the victor would be hard to predict." Di Xinhan smiled and said, "The Blue Dragon King is too humble. Even if I did not give you time to prepare, my chances of defeating you would still be very slim. Your fine control over your strength is much stronger than mine. In this battle, Di Xinhan, accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I finally saw the weakness of the heavenly spiritual body. In the future, after I fix it, I will definitely fight with you again." After saying that, Di Xinhan turned around and left in a free and easy manner. Defeated, Di Xinhan also lost. Furthermore, he lost to his strongest point in one move. Such an ending was very dispiriting. Xiaochen did not even have the chance to draw his saber. Such a situation appeared in the 10,000-year Four Seas Hero Gathering, turning it into a stage for outsiders. It was easy to imagine the bitterness in the hearts of the cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza. However, although they felt bitter, the many cultivators no longer felt much hatred or jealousy for Xiaochen. Xiaochen's actions were not cheap tricks. Although his words were arrogant, he relied on his true strength to win every battle. No one could deny that. Whoosh! This time, they did not have to wait for long. A person quickly flew down from the Jade Pavilion. It was the Five Poison Sect's holy son, Qinlin. Why was it that after Xiaochen defeated his opponent in one move, the crowd paused for a long time before Di Xinhan made his appearance? This battle had only just ended when Qinlin rushed over to kill his opponent. The reason was simple. Xiaochen was injured. Strictly speaking, his injuries were not light. Chapter 1105. When Chen Lin fought with Di Xinhan, it looked like he defeated his opponent in one move. However, it was a bitter victory. Chen Lin's white robes were stained with blood, and his internal organs were significantly injured. It would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. I know that in your current state, you want to defeat me in one move as well, lest your injuries worsen. Unfortunately, I will not give you this opportunity. My 5 poison sect is best at torturing our opponents to death over a long period of time. Right after Chen Lin spoke, he did not bow or give Xiao Chen a chance to speak. He simply threw a palm strike. A boundless black poison fog spewed out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire arena. The thick poison fog was something between formless and tangible. It was clearly thick and viscous. However, it seemed somewhat illusory. When one stretched out one's hand to grab it, one would not be able to grab anything. It was extremely strange. This is the 5 poison sect's phantom poison palm. Everyone in the audience recognized this poisonous fog at once, and a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. This martial technique was extremely vicious. It could not be executed with a cultivation technique alone. It needed to be combined with the king-grade poisons that the 5 poison sect refined. Once it was executed, it would not be easy to dispel. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Even the great perfection blue-robed emperor of the older generation would have to flee when he ran into this poison fog. This is not good. The people of the 5 poison sect are difficult to deal with in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was just injured. His body is at its weakest. With the poison fog, he will be even more injured. The fight has not even started, and Chen Lin already has the advantage. Given Chen Lin's craftiness, he will not clash head-on with Xiao Chen. He will keep using the poison fog to torture Xiao Chen. Then, when he is completely weakened, he will come and humiliate the Blue Dragon King. However, even if Chen Lin wins like this, it is too dishonorable. Several people sighed softly. When they saw Chen Lin holding the advantage, they did not feel happy. If Chen Lin acted like a man, like Di Xinhan, even if he lost, everyone would feel that he was a man. Using poison fog to deal with someone who was just injured and weak was simply unbearable. Blue Dragon King, if you beg for mercy now, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, this phantom poison fog will accumulate in your body, worsening your injuries. At that time, you will only feel worse. Chen Lin's erratic and cocky laughter came from within the poison fog. Don't think about it for too long. Otherwise, even if you beg me like a dog, I won't give you any chance. He came and went like the wind. Chen Lin's figure seemed to have merged with the poisonous mist. It was impossible to discover him. Xiao Chen tried a few times within the poison fog, using a strong wind to disperse the poison fog. However, he discovered that it did not work, so he gave up. Instead, he opened his mouth and inhaled. He had Xiao had Lin had not had before, but he had not had. Lin had Xiao like a Qin had, and had not done had, but he had. He sighed he and had. He and. Lin and Qin had Qin he Lin. Decide he could. Lin, the Lin. Xiao had used hundreds of Holy Spirit veins to fill his heavenly seal, but he had not managed to do so. This bit of poison fog was nothing to him. Xiao Chen did not even bother to refine the poison fog. He just let it run its own course in his vast heavenly seal. When the poison fog scattered, Chen Lin's figure appeared. His face filled with shock and extreme incredulity. How can this be? You actually swallowed the phantom poison fog whole. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Chen Lin. He raised his hand and mercilessly threw a palm strike. A bright moon rose up from behind Xiao Chen. Infused with hot-bloodedness, it burned like fire. As Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, countless figures surged out from under the bright moon. This palm strike contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. When Xiao Chen threw this palm strike, it was like a flame blazed in everyone's heart, inextinguishable, undefeatable for 1,000 years. They all felt the lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness of the Blue Dragon King. With the suppression of cultivation and martial techniques, Chen Lin could not resist at all when facing Xiao Chen's thousand-year flame, directly getting knocked back. When Chen Lin landed, his entire body was covered in wounds, not a single spot intact. If not for Xiao Chen's calmness and holding back, this palm strike would have smashed Chen Lin into pieces. The moon set, and Xiao Chen withdrew his technique. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked around calmly. Then he asked sullenly, "Who else wants to fight with me? If you can block 2 moves from me, I, Xiao Chen, will be considered defeated and unworthy of taking away the Dragon's Gate's final mountain tablet." The moment Xiao Chen said that, a huge commotion broke out. The Blue Dragon King's tyranny was on full display. Someone wanted to say something in rebuttal. However, when they thought about how Xiao Chen had fought so far, from the moment he appeared to breaking the bright moonsword dance to defeating all his opponents in 1 move, no one was spared. Regardless of whether you are an outstanding talent of the past or the immortality Holy Sun, I only need 1 move to defeat you. After thinking about it, no one could think of anything to say in rebuttal. This only proved that at this moment, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, was indeed qualified to say such words. Among those of the same generation, only he was qualified to do so. Aside from him, no one else could say such a thing. The expressions of the Lunar Palace's 10 judges could not help changing slightly as they discussed in soft voices. After fighting to this point, there was no doubt about Xiao Chen's strength. Even if Xiao Chen stepped down now, they still had a balance in their hearts and would give the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to him. There was nothing much to say. No matter how much the judges disliked the Qing Emperor's descendants, when faced with Xiao Chen's current glory, they had to admit that the Lunar Palace still had this bit of magnanimity and confidence. However, Xiao Chen chose to continue fighting. This made things a little uncertain. If it was really as he said and someone blocked 1 move from him, then the Lunar Palace might not necessarily give the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to him. Only the Zodiac Hall's Holy Scion has not appeared yet. Let's wait and see. The leader of the Lunar Palace's judges said, coming to a conclusion. Whether the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet would be given to Xiao Chen would depend on this final match. The other judges nodded gently, not expressing any objections. Yu Bingyun, who had been listening to the judges at the side, shook her head slightly. She could not help looking at Xiao Chen, who was in the arena below. In his current state, could he still defeat Chu Yang in 1 move? Senior brother. In the Jade Pavilion where the Zodiac Hall was, Fu Hongyao called out to Chu Yang, who was about to leave the arena. Fu Hongyao frowned somewhat worriedly. Chu Yang stopped and did not look back. He only sighed and said, "Hongyao, I promised you that I would return the humiliation that Xiao Chen brought you 100-fold. I will definitely do as I said." After saying that, Chu Yang leaped up and landed on the highest arena. The instant Chu Yang leaped up, the many cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza suddenly discovered that the sky had turned dark. For some reason, when they looked up, they saw the twinkling stars. The next thing they felt was a piercing pain in their eyes, like needles pricking them. It was extremely unbearable. They circulated their energies to recover for a while before they felt better. They squinted and looked carefully. Then, their mouths gaped open in shock. At some point in time, a sun had appeared in the sky. Its light was simply too dazzling. At the very start, it overwhelmed the radiance of the blazing sun. As a result, many scenes of the boundless starry heavens appeared before everyone's eyes. After a moment, these people recovered from the piercing pain. It's the Sun Palace's Chu Yang. He finally came out. If he gets defeated by Xiao Chen as well, no one will dare to fight with Xiao Chen anymore. Given Xiao Chen's current state, defeating Chu Yang in 1 move seems rather difficult. Before everyone's eyes, that sun carried the last hope of all the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean. It slowly landed on the arena but did not land on the ground. Chu Yang, who was hovering in midair, looked coldly at Xiao Chen, looking like a sovereign. He said indifferently, "Blue Dragon King, you are really arrogant. Don't forget, no matter how arrogant you are now, if you do not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, you will still die a short-lived death." Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? You're Chu Yang, right? I also have some grudges with Zodiac Hall. No matter the result of today's battle, let's write off this grudge. Chu Yang smiled and said, that is exactly what I wanted. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. You had best take out your lunar shadow saber. Otherwise, I'm afraid that after this battle, you will not have the courage to draw your saber again for the rest of your short life. Xiao Chen shook his head, feeling that there was no need to draw his saber. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not budge, showing no intention of drawing his saber, rage flashed on Chu Yang's face. He said sullenly, you short-lived ghost. You have at most 20 more years to live. Don't think too highly of yourself. Today, let's see how you are going to defeat me in one move. You want to take away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet at the last moment of your life, fulfilling your wish. I, Chu Yang, will not let you have it. Right after Chu Yang spoke, the blazing light on his body burned fiercely like a flame. The piercing light appeared again. The crowd, who had experienced it before, quickly closed their eyes lest they get burned. After a while, they circulated their energies to their eyes and carefully opened them to take a look. They saw Chu Yang's aura rising. A fiery red sun appeared around his body, and a blood-red sun mark appeared on his forehead. An indistinct image of a sunbird appeared behind Chu Yang. It was like he had descended into the world with a real sun. The air in Bright Moon Plaza became extremely hot, causing everyone to feel the heat. Sweat continuously dripped from their foreheads. It looks like the rumors are true. Chu Yang did indeed enter closed-door cultivation in the Sunstar. Otherwise, this mysterious phenomenon would not be so horrifying. Do you see the sun mark on his forehead? That is a sign that he has successfully cultivated the sun scripture. Xiao Qin is really in danger. Even in his peak state, he probably cannot defeat Chu Yang. So what if Chu Yang wins? He only has 20 more years to live. Does he really think that he can advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? He might as well do Xiao Qin a favor. Chu Yang is right. No matter how outstanding he is, he only has 20 more years to live. 20 years? He can't even live past 50. That is rather sad. No matter what, I should have no problem living to 300 years. When the many cultivators saw Chu Yang's horrifying aura, they started discussing him. A short-lived ghost, a has-been genius, just a first-rate star. From the start of the Four Seas Hero Gathering until now, this was not the first time Xiao Chen heard such words. Chapter 1106. When everyone looked at Xiao Chen, aside from marveling at his strength, there was also a look of pity in their eyes. Those with malicious thoughts mocked him mercilessly, mocking him to the extreme, taking pleasure in his misfortune. If Xiao Chen did not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, he would have only 20 years left to live. Before he reached 50, he would die young, becoming a meteor streaking across the Golden Age. This was the Blue Dragon's sorrow. No matter how strong one's mental state was, anyone would feel heartache when they thought of this. In the past 20-odd years of my life, I have fought my way through many battles. It has already been very difficult. However, when I reached the peak of my generation, I ended up encountering this undeserved calamity. I can defeat many outstanding talents and sweep through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. In the heavenly starry ocean, I can defeat the outstanding talents of the Four Seas in one move. So what? If I do not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I will still be a meteor. Right now, no matter how dazzling the light was, it only made people feel that it was a pity. What he revealed was still a look of sympathy. Suddenly, thousands of blood-red white remnant flowers floated up in the hot air. The white remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. Every petal radiated the grief of the Blue Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King's dissatisfaction. Before everyone's eyes, a scarlet waning moon slowly rose up from behind Xiao Chen. Scarlet light filled everyone's eyes. Everywhere they looked was grief. No matter who it was, all the heat in their bodies was swept away at this moment, replaced by a strange melancholy. Everyone felt Xiao Chen's grief and sensed Xiao Chen's dissatisfaction. Under the cold and invincible mask, the Blue Dragon King also had a heart that could be hurt. The sound of gushing water rang out beside Xiao Chen. That was the river of time that Xiao Chen simulated with his mental state. He was on a lone boat, moving along the river under the scarlet moonlight. Time passed, and 10,000 years passed. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Before everyone's eyes, it was like he went through reincarnation after reincarnation, changing again and again. Only the scarlet moonlight on his body did not change. The river could not wash away the grief covering his body. Who saw the moon for the first time by the riverside? When did the moon on the river first shine? Generation after generation is endless. The river and moon are alike year after year. Under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, Xiao Chen, who was dressed in white and accompanied by thousands of blood-colored flowers, looked exceptionally sad. 1,000-year death, I have a palm that speaks only of sorrow and not joy. Along with the grief in his heart, Xiao Chen took advantage of the situation and threw a palm strike at the dazzling Chu Yang, who was sneering at him with cold eyes. Although my heart is hurt, I do not blame anyone. I did not draw my saber not because I am looking down on you, but because I really do not need to draw my saber. The grief that this palm strike exuded was endless. It contained an endless cycle of reincarnation, a grief that could not be washed away even after thousands of years. Chu Yang's state of mind collapsed in an instant, and he had yet to regain consciousness. The sun halo around Xiao Chen's body and the sun god bird behind him crumbled under the power of this palm strike. The palm force did not stop there. Chu Yang, who was sent flying, crashed into a jade pavilion in the air, startling the people inside and causing them to scatter. In that instant, the jade pavilion shattered. The shattered pieces were like a small mountain, burying the severely injured and unconscious Chu Yang. This allowed Chu Yang to preserve his final bit of face, not letting anyone see his tattered clothes and disheveled hair, looking like a sorry beggar. A strong sense of sorrow pervaded the square, reverberating in everyone's heart. The Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen's dissatisfaction, grief, and pain were all expressed vividly in this palm strike. Everyone could clearly feel it just like they did. Xiao Chen stopped circulating his energy and stood upright with his hands behind his back. The aura of grief slowly vanished after the remnant flowers vanished and the blood moon vanished. Plop! Chu Yang crawled out of the rubble on the ground with much difficulty. When he looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the highest arena, his eyes filled with shock. That earlier palm strike was indeed terrifyingly mighty. However, if that were all, it would not have been able to injure him so severely. The most important thing was that the state of grief contained in that palm strike instantly crumbled Chu Yang's mental state. His momentum and fighting spirit all vanished. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, he crippled most of his martial techniques. At this moment, Chu Yang had nothing to say. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. However, he absolutely would not let this go. He, Chu Yang, was the strongest person in the Zodiac Hall. Since his debut, he had never suffered a defeat in the heavenly starry ocean. If not for Di Xinhan's heavenly spiritual body and shocking physical body, he would not have found a true opponent. However, today, Chu Yang lost so cleanly. This was simply unacceptable. The many old men of the Zodiac Hall followed Fu Hongyao out of the Jade Pavilion to check on his injuries. There's no need. I'm fine. Let's go. Chu Yang waved his hand and wiped off the blood on his lips. Then he walked out of the rubble and glanced at Xiao Chen, who was in the arena. He said coldly, "Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. Today's matter is definitely not over. I, Chu Yang, will not admit defeat so easily." After saying that, Chu Yang rode on the sun god bird of the Zodiac Hall and quickly left Bright Moon City, not willing to stay any longer. Defeated. Xiao Chen defeated Chu Yang in one move, shattering the last hope of the many cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean. Even now, Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. Such a result was somewhat hard to accept. The Four Seas Hero Gathering was supposed to be an occasion for the outstanding talents to show up one after another. They would display their martial techniques and fight an exciting battle, showing off their glory and letting their names spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean. After that, the many holy scions would go up and display even more exciting and dazzling battles, showing off the glory of their holy lands. However, today, because of Xiao Chen's appearance, the Four Seas Hero Gathering, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, turned this banquet into a stage for him alone. What should have been a suspenseful and exciting battle turned into an instant defeat in one move, destroying the illustrious reputation of the many holy scions. Yi Chen, are you not going up? In the Jade Pavilion where the Northern Sea Alliance was, Yi Chen had been watching the competition silently, not saying a word. At this moment, someone in the pavilion asked him. He smiled and shook his head. Never mind. Without Brother Xiao, I would not even be able to become the blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, with my martial techniques, I am definitely not a match for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin has ruined this Four Seas hero gathering. The judges of the Lunar Palace will probably not be happy about it. Yi Chen sighed and said, who could have thought that he alone could suppress all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean? Furthermore, he suppressed them so miserably. Just as everyone discussed in low voices, a cold voice rang out in the palace where the Lunar Palace's judges were, sounding extremely dignified. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, the 10 of us judges have unanimously decided that no one in this Four Seas hero gathering can surpass you. Even if we go back another 10,000 years, only the Qing Emperor back then could compare to you. Hence, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet belongs to no one else. A rectangular brocade box floated down from the sky. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand to catch it. After he opened it, he saw a palm-sized stone tablet in the exquisite brocade box. The words, Dragon's Gate, were written on it, giving off a vast aura. With just a few glances, Xiao Qin felt like he had fallen into a boundless abyss. The stone tablet contained a vast and boundless, overwhelming power. It made one feel incredibly insignificant. There was a huge pressure in the depths of Xiao Qin's heart. Endless dragon roars echoed in his ears, and a battlefield of blood and fire appeared before him. An imposing figure on a horse held his saber horizontally, leading many Dragon's Gate disciples and sweeping through the place. That imposing figure was accompanied by 13 azure-clad experts as they fought with many horrifying enemies. Among the enemies were the strong deity race martial emperors, the dragon kings of the Four Seas and the 7-colored dragon marquises under Neptune, the many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean, and the even more horrifying deep abyss demon monarchs. Kill, kill, kill. Murderous cries resounded, and Xiao Qin's eyes turned scarlet. He thought to himself, oh no. He quickly retreated and closed the brocade box. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, many thanks to the seniors of the Lunar Palace for helping me. Xiao Qin knew that the stone tablet before him could not be wrong. It was the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet that the Qing Emperor personally made. Although it was only palm-sized now, its true size would be revealed when it landed on the ground. You came for the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Now that you have obtained it, please leave. The Four Seas hero gathering still has to continue. The dignified and cold voice contained a trace of displeasure as it started to send the guest off. Xiao Qin placed the brocade box on his back and performed another cupped fist salute to express his thanks. Then he glanced at the Lunar Palace in the sky. It seemed like someone was watching him there. Now, Xiao Qin somewhat understood why that old woman had stayed in the Meditation Moon Palace for 10,000 years. The words on the Meditation Moon Palace's signboard were exactly the same as the words on the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Why was the Meditation Moon Palace's signboard written by the Qing Emperor? Perhaps only that old woman knew what happened to it. Xiao Qin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he drifted away before everyone's eyes. On the small arena, Long Fei and Qi Wuxia felt bored, so they followed Xiao Qin and left as well. As everyone watched Xiao Qin leave, most of them showed respect in their eyes. Defeating the outstanding talents of the Four Seas in one move, Xiao Qin truly lived up to the title of Blue Dragon King. This was a form of respect for the strong. However, there were also a few gazes that appeared extremely complicated, making it hard to guess what they were thinking. After Yu Bingyun spoke, she glanced at Xiao Qin's back before silently turning to leave. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, had a faint smile on his face. He said meaningfully, history is always shockingly similar. Unfortunately, advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years is still an insurmountable hurdle for you. You are destined not to be the next Qing Emperor. The future of the heavenly starry ocean is still in my hands. I'll leave the heaven-subduing rock to you for now. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ling Xiaofan, showed a sullen expression and did not say anything. He only whispered a few words to the old man beside him, and the old man left to carry out his orders. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with this old man. This was the leader of the 4 old men who led the chase in Despair City. Back then, this old man had been severely injured by Xiao Chen. Now, he had already recovered from his injuries. His strength seemed to have improved slightly. Outside Bright Moon City, Xiao Chen landed on the surface of the sea and met up with Long Fei and Qi Wuxia. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. You got what you wanted," the two said with cupped fist salutes. Chapter 1107. Since ancient times, this is probably the first time someone can do what Brother Xiao did, instantly defeating all the outstanding talents of the 4 seas in one move. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "This is probably the first time someone like me got chased out after receiving a gift." After saying that, the 3 started laughing. Long Fei glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Your injuries are fine, right? I believe that once you are far away, someone will try to harm you." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I plan to stay outside the city and recuperate before leaving." "Brother Qi Wuxia, are you coming with me to Heavenly Star Island?" Qi Wuxia smiled and said, "No, I can't play around anymore. This 4 Seas Hero Gathering has allowed me to see what a true expert is. I plan to go and experience it myself. I cannot continue to be muddle-headed like this." Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "Where are you planning to go? Have you thought about it?" "I have not thought about it yet. However, the oceanic world is vast and boundless. It is not just the heavenly starry ocean. I just need to head to the place where the sun rises." Qi Wuxia did not seem to be in a rush. Long Fei performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, we will take our leave first. In the future, if Brother Xiao needs any help, I, Long Fei, will be there at your beck and call. Naturally, I, Qi Wuxia, will not shirk from this as well." Xiao Chen wanted to stay here and recuperate. After that, he would rush to Heavenly Star Island in the Western Sea. Qi Wuxia wanted to travel alone, and Long Fei wanted to rush back to the corpse race's continent. They could be considered to have gone their separate ways. Xiao Chen did not know when they would meet again. Outside Bright Moon City, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea, carrying a heavy red wooden box on his back. He closed his eyes and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Aside from the necessary caution, he did not have many worries. This place was not far from Bright Moon City. Even if someone wanted to harm him, they would not dare to make a move so openly. Back in the arena, aside from the severe injuries from the clash with Di Xinhan, Xiao Chen had not suffered any injuries at all. The main reason was that he had exhausted too much of his law energy. As for the poison attack of the 5 poison sects Chenlin, it had already been broken down by his demonic seal. He would never have expected that Xiao Chen's Empyrean seal was already as vast as smoke, and the density of the power of the laws was more than 4 or 5 times stronger than his. As Xiao Chen treated his injuries, Yu Bingyun arrived not far away at some point in time, quietly waiting for Xiao Chen to treat his injuries. For hours later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Then he turned around and looked at Yu Bingyun. He smiled mockingly and said, "Miss Bingyun, why are you still looking for me? I am someone expelled from the Lunar Palace and no longer welcome here." When Yu Bingyun heard some resentment in Xiao Chen's words, she smiled faintly and said, "Because of the Qing Emperor, the Lunar Palace does not like you in the first place. Now, you nearly completely disrupted the 4 Seas Hero Gathering, but the Lunar Palace still handed the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to young Master Xiao and even politely asked young Master Xiao to leave. Young Master Xiao, please don't have any complaints." Xiao Chen smiled to himself. After putting on a show, according to Yu Bingyun's words, he had to thank the Lunar Palace. Xiao Chen had followed the rules. The Lunar Palace did not prohibit outsiders from participating in the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. However, Xiao Chen did not have any complaints about this matter. He still felt grateful that they kept the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to him and did not have any resentment. "If you have something to say, just say it. Actually, I guessed that you would come. The first time I saw you, I felt that you would have something to ask of me." Xiao Chen did not find Yu Bingyun's arrival strange. Young Master Xiao is rather sharp. I would like to ask you to help me refine a medicinal pill. As for the specifics, you can take a look for yourself. Yu Bingyun waved her hand and tossed out an alchemic recipe to Xiao Chen. The medicinal pill was called the Heavenly Origin Pill. The alchemic recipe recorded the required ingredients in detail, as well as the various formulas. Based on the grades of the ingredients, this Heavenly Origin Pill was not a king-grade medicinal pill. At best, it was a sage-grade medicinal pill. However, even if it was a sage-grade medicinal pill, Xiao Chen could not refine it. There was no reason for that. He only knew the immortal epic's alchemy and not the martial epics. Wait a minute. Xiao Chen felt excited, but his expression did not change. He handed the alchemic recipe to Yu Bingyun and said, I know a thing or two about alchemy. However, I am afraid that I cannot refine a sage-grade medicinal pill. The success rate is too low. You should look for someone else. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, Young Master Xiao, why the need to act dumb? You know that if it were really a sage-grade medicinal pill, why would I bother you? This is a medicinal pill that can only be refined by the immortal epic. Aside from you, no one else in the world can refine it. Xiao Chen's face sank. How did you know? From the moment you checked my pulse, I started to suspect it. After that, I asked around about you and found out that when you were only a martial monarch, you bought an alchemic recipe for the Breaking Sage pill in Hunluo City. Similarly, it is a medicinal pill that can only be refined by the immortal epic's alchemy. Clearly, Yu Bingyun was well prepared. She said, Don't deny it. I found 3 factions that sold information in the heavenly starry ocean. They all mentioned that you bought the alchemic recipe for the Breaking Sage pill. Young Master Xiao, why the need to be so wary of me? Bingyun has never thought of becoming enemies with you. Xiao Chen had never been able to see through this girl before him. Be it her true cultivation or appearance, she gave him the feeling of trying to see flowers in the fog. Given Xiao Chen's cautious character, it would be impossible for him not to be wary of her. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen felt that it was fine to help her refine it. He would just treat it as doing her a favor. He said, I can help you refine it. However, you have to help me keep the matter of me knowing the immortal epic's alchemy a secret. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and tossed out a ring. She said, All the ingredients are in there. There is a total of 100 batches. No matter how low the success rate is, young Master Xiao can succeed once. There is no time limit. When you are done, just send someone to the Lunar Palace to deliver it to me. This was not bad. The conditions were very relaxed. There was no pressure on Xiao Chen. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen immediately agreed. Young Master Xiao, you are really straightforward. Why don't you ask me why I want to refine this medicinal pill? Before Xiao Chen could answer, Yu Bingyun continued. This answer is rather interesting. There are 12 layers to the longevity art. In the tens of thousands of years of inheritance of the Lunar Palace, only my master has cultivated it to the final layer. Aside from talent, the most important reason is that the Qing Emperor refined this heavenly origin pill for her 10,000 years ago. This is a necessary supplementary medicinal pill for cultivating the 12 layers of the longevity art. Sometimes, I wonder if you obtained your immortal epic's alchemy from the Qing Emperor. However, with your strength, you would not be able to enter the Blue Dragon Palace. Where did the immortal epic's alchemy come from? There is no need for young Master Xiao to answer this question. Thank you for your help this time. I will help you out a little as well. I will tell you a piece of news. After you left Bright Moon Plaza, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace had experts following you. Be careful. Xiao Chen was not interested in the news that Yu Bingyun revealed. Xiao Chen was more interested in Yu Bingyun herself. This woman was not simple. She was far more difficult to deal with than those holy scions. No matter how powerful the holy scions were, they would fight openly. However, this woman was unfathomable. Xiao Chen felt like she knew many of the Qing Emperor's secrets. What's wrong with this woman? You helped her refine such an important medicinal pill, but she did not show any gratitude. She even revealed bad news to disgust you. She did not do anything substantial to help. Ao Jiao spoke angrily from the immortal spirit ring, clearly upset with Yu Bingyun's attitude. Xiao Chun toyed with the alchemic recipe in his hand and entered deep thought. There is no need to take it to heart. I have a feeling that the story between us will not end so easily. She is a difficult woman to deal with. As for the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's people, if his life was in danger, Xiao Chun did not believe that Yu Bingyun would not interfere. Since she did not make a move, it meant that Xiao Chun could deal with them alone. Xiao Chun put away the alchemic recipe and verified his direction before heading for the Western Sea. In Bright Moon City, the Four Seas Hero Gathering was still ongoing. It was just that for some reason, the majority of the people felt that the originally rather exciting fights were dull and uninterested. When Yi Chen and Yen Shisan, one a swordsman of massacre and the other a bladesman of massacre, started their battle, everyone's eyes lit up, feeling pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, the massacre Dao alone had so many wondrous uses. This broadened the horizons of several people. Xiao Chun wanted to watch the Four Seas Hero Gathering to its end. However, the Lunar Palace was chasing him away, so he could not remain. Furthermore, he already obtained the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, so he did not have any regrets. After flying for a long time, Xiao Chun gradually felt the weight of the wooden box on his back. It felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back, extremely heavy. At first, Xiao Chun did not care much about it, only feeling that it was somewhat heavy. However, as time passed, it became unbearable. It was not that Xiao Chun did not consider placing it in his universe ring. However, the moment he saw it, he knew that he could not place it in his universe ring. The wooden box did not look big, but the space it contained made Xiao Chun feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. If he hastily stuffed it into his universe ring, it would definitely burst the space inside. Even Xiao Chun would be injured from the explosion. The several Holy Spirit veins hidden in the universe ring would also be exposed. Hu Qi! Xiao Chun's ears twitched slightly when he heard an unusual sound of wind. He frowned slightly and calmly turned around on the water. Soon, the inaudible sound of wind intensified. 4 figures appeared in front of Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw the leader, his pupils constricted, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This person was the black-clad old man who led the experts of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas to chase after Xiao Chun in Despair City, reducing him to a sorry state. Blue Dragon King, we meet again, the black-clad old man said indifferently after concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, unexpectedly, after being so severely injured, you were still saved. Blue Dragon King, we are not here to seek trouble with you. We just want to discuss a deal with you. When an old man beside the black-clad old man saw Xiao Chun's murderous intent, he quickly stated his purpose. Xiao Chun smiled and raised his head to look at that person. For some reason, that old man felt a chill run down his spine, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. There is no problem in discussing a deal. Wait, I will kill someone first. Kasi. A saber light flashed. Xiao Chun had not drawn the lunar shadow saber during the Four Seas Hero Gathering. At this moment, he drew it in the time it took for a spark to fly. His target was the black-clad old man leading the group. Chapter 1108. The black-robed man clearly had a horrifying Great Perfection Saber soul and a Great Perfection Will of Thunder. However, the instant Xiao Chun drew his saber, the sea remained calm. There were no strange movements at all. Xiao Chun's control over all sorts of energy was the result of practicing saber techniques for half a year. There was no obvious increase in his cultivation. However, his control had already reached a level where it was smooth and smooth. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun executed a simple Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, and 81 different saber trajectories appeared. A saber light flashed. By the time Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, the black-robed old man's body suddenly burst forth with a resplendent saber light. The black-robed old man's body was chopped in half and sank into the sea, quickly dyeing the sea red. Xiao Chun did not move back. He was now less than 10 meters away from the remaining 3. He raised his head and said calmly, "We can talk now." 1 second ago, the black-robed old man was still alive. 1 second later, he died without a complete corpse, leaving only the red seawater under his feet. When the three old men heard Xiao Chen's words, they were all horrified. No one had expected that after Xiao Chen drew his saber, his strength would be so horrifying. The rage in their hearts could not be any greater. They had not expected Xiao Chen to kill just like that. Furthermore, after killing him, he still calmly said that they could talk about a deal. Damn you! You are seeking death. One of the old men had a good relationship with the person who died. He could no longer endure the rage in his heart. He roared ferociously and stepped forward. Then he punched at Xiao Chen. This old man drove the surging power of the world. The 5 kilometers of seawater under their feet soared into the air, kicking up huge waves. While Xiao Chen was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. The instant Xiao Chen's foot landed on the ground, Xiao Chen's body trembled. The instant the old man's fist landed, Xiao Chen held the sheathed lunar shadow saber. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed. For some reason, the scabbard happened to touch the old man's throat. Without a sound, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. Not a single trace of his strength leaked out. It was a far cry from the earth-shattering commotion that the old man had caused before he even threw out his fist. However, such a simple action had sealed the other party's Achilles' heel in an instant. The other 2 elders did not even have the chance to help. Under Xiao Chen's calm gaze, the 5 kilometers of seawater that rose continuously slowly fell back down. The difference between movement and stillness was clear. The waves drifted down, and as they fell, they formed a continuous drizzle. When they landed on the surface of the water, there was a continuous crashing sound. Do you still think I'm the pushover from a year ago? Do you really think that you can just send a few adept blue-robed emperors to chase me to the ends of the earth? Don't be so naive. In Xiao Chen's calm tone, there was an invisible aura that suppressed the 3 of them, causing them to not dare to move. The 3 old men were shocked. This was not an aura but a kind of air, a natural air that an expert had. It could not be imitated or purposely revealed. Xiao Chen was young, no more than 29 years old. However, his air was even stronger than that of these old men, who had lived for hundreds of years. This was simply incredible. I said it very clearly. If we want to make a deal, that person earlier has to die. If you want to make a move, I do not mind killing a few more people. Let's see how many great perfection blue-robed emperors the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace has to sacrifice. The old man that Xiao Chen pointed at with the scabbard said coldly, "If you have the guts, then make your move. The Divine Dragon Palace might be able to tolerate you if you kill a great perfection blue-robed emperor of my Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, if you go overboard, don't blame our Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace for not showing mercy and directly sending out Emperor Wu to suppress you." Of Neptune's old subordinates, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was the strongest. However, even the strongest Divine Dragon Palace was weaker than an immortal Holy Land. There were definitely not many great perfection blue-robed emperors. If Xiao Chen killed 4 of them, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace would not be able to accept it. The threat in the old man's words was very heavy. He wanted to turn the tables and intimidate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. Right now, these Holy Lands did not dare to make a move on him for no other reason than the fact that the Thunder King was still alive. Even if Xiao Chen killed these 3 people, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace would not dare to do anything to him. Bang! Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this person. He pointed the scabbard at the old man's chest. A huge force spread out, causing the old man who spoke to him to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back 1 kilometer. The other 2 old men quickly moved back and supported this old man. They no longer dared to be careless. Xiao Chen put down his saber and said indifferently, "If you have anything to say, say it quickly. My time is limited." At this moment, the 3 old men had no choice but to accept the fact that Xiao Chen killed one of them. The old man at the side said, "Our young palace master wants your Neptune headscarf. As long as you are willing to exchange it, you can make any requests." The Neptune headscarf. What does the other party want the Neptune headscarf for? Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. However, he did not think too much about it. The Neptune headscarf was not for sale. No matter what, Xiao Chen would not exchange it. He directly rejected it without hesitation. Blue Dragon King, in the heavenly starry ocean, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. This is your only chance to reconcile with our Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. As long as you agree, the young palace master will help you deal with the 7 heroes of the Dragon of the Western Sea, so that they will no longer make things difficult for Heavenly Star Island. The voice coming from behind stunned Xiao Qin, who was turning around. A heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes as his murderous intent stirred again. Xiao Qin had not expected that after his own people left, the 7 heroes of the Dragon's group would still not let off Lan Xiaobai and the others. How is it? Have you thought it through? Seeing Xiao Qin stop, that person thought that Xiao Qin was tempted, so he quickly asked. Xiao Qin did not turn around. He said indifferently, "Am I not clear enough? Alright, if you want to exchange, bring over a king spirit vein, and I will hand over the Neptune headscarf with both hands." The person who spoke could not help feeling flustered. Only a fool would exchange a king spirit vein for the Neptune headscarf. Even if he wanted to take advantage of others, there was no need to do so. Furthermore, the entire Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace only had one king spirit vein. Aside from those immortal holy lands, no other faction would have an extra king spirit vein. Xiao Qin ignored these 3. Right now, he felt very anxious, only wanting to rush back to Heavenly Star Island. Wuxia. Just as Xiao Qin was about to walk forward, the seawater before him suddenly parted. 4 deep-sea flood dragons radiating the might of the blue-robed emperor level surged towards him like a tsunami. Behind the flood dragons was an ancient war chariot. An old man held the reins of the war chariot, controlling the 4 blue-robed emperor-level ferocious dragons, making them docile. Xiao Qin felt a chill in his heart. This old man was an expert. His cultivation had already reached consummation blue-robed emperor level, firmly suppressing Xiao Qin. Vaguely, he gave off a powerful oppressive feeling without being angry, making people feel very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Qin did not feel any fear in his heart. He knew that the blue-robed emperor, who had cultivated a soul in his heavenly seal, was extremely horrifying, much stronger than Xiao Qin now. However, Xiao Qin had not used the Neptune headscarf yet. Together with the Neptune headscarf, he would be able to leave this old man unscathed. More importantly, Xiao Qin still had the holy golden feather that little yellow feather gave him. It was the life-saving trump card of the Golden Crow race, an ancient holy beast. It was more than enough to kill this old man. A handsome youth sat on the war chariot with a cold and arrogant air. A deep light flickered in his eyes. With one look, it was clear that he was someone very good at scheming. Xiao Qin had met this person once in Despair City and knew that he was the young palace master of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, at that time, Xiao Qin only caught a quick glance and did not pay much attention to Leng Xiaofan. At that time, there were too many people more powerful than him. Xiao Qin could not possibly focus all his attention on Leng Xiaofan. Now that Xiao Qin looked carefully, the more he looked, the more familiar this person seemed. A person appeared in Xiao Qin's mind, and he suddenly realized that this person was Leng Ao, who had gone to the Neptune Palace with him back then. "It's you!" Xiao Qin could not help saying softly. Leng Xiaofan smiled and said, "It's rare for the Blue Dragon King to finally remember me." Young palace master, he killed Elder Feng. 3 old men flew over from behind Xiao Qin and quickly reported the matter of Elder Feng's death to Leng Xiaofan. Leng Xiaofan's expression did not change. He nodded and said, "It looks like giving up on the 4 Seas hero gathering and rushing over here was the right decision. The Blue Dragon King's current strength is indeed incredible. Can you tell me how you have been cultivating for the past year?" "I have no comment." When Leng Xiaofan heard that, he did not get angry. His expression did not change much as he said indifferently, "That's true. Everyone has their own secrets. However, this is not strange. As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, you swept through all the outstanding talents at the King conferral ceremony. Your luck is overwhelming. You will definitely have your own fortuitous encounters. However, what do you think your chances of victory are against the 5 of us now?" Xiao Qin pointed at the old man driving the carriage and answered honestly, "As long as this senior is alone, this Xiao will not be a match for him." The The corners of Leng Xiaofan's lips curled up slightly. I'm a little surprised. The Blue Dragon King, who defeated the outstanding talents everywhere in one move, can still remain so calm. I think you are a smart person. Hand over the Neptune headscarf to me and name a reasonable price. Even an enemy can become a friend immediately. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I have many friends. However, you, Leng Xiaofan, will definitely not be on this list. Since they could not get along, Leng Xiaofan's face sank. He said directly, just restrain him. Don't kill him. It is not worth offending the Thunder King for this short-lived fool. The old man driving the chariot put down the reins and slowly stood up. Instantly, an overwhelming aura pressed over with the force of mountains and seas. The seawater behind Xiao Chen suddenly surged up and formed a 3,000-meter-tall wall of seawater. Without any restraints, the 4 deep-sea flood dragons revealed their ferocious appearances. They bared their fangs and claws at Xiao Chen, roaring ferociously. This made the other party's aura even stronger. Before the other party's strong aura, Xiao Chen felt like he was carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders. He took a step back and held his saber in front of him. Then, he looked calmly at Leng Xiaofan and said, I advise you to think carefully before you make a move. Don't regret it. Leng Xiaofan smiled and said, the Blue Dragon King can be afraid? Unfortunately, this is not the time for you to give me a chance to regret. It is me who will not give you a chance to regret. Right after Leng Xiaofan spoke, the hemp-robed old man driving the carriage snorted coldly. The 4 ferocious deep-sea flood dragons charged at Xiao Chen. Chapter 1109. Ao Jiao urged from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Little Yellow Feather, which had been cultivating bitterly in the Immortal Spirit Ring for the past year or so, cried out happily and flew out. Little Yellow Feather gave off a dazzling golden light as it spread its wings and glared at the 4 deep-sea flood dragons majestically, scaring the 4 deep-sea flood dragons into trembling. In terms of bloodline, the deep-sea flood dragons were not of a pure true dragon bloodline. Only when they cultivated to the limit and succeeded in their tribulations could they turn from flood dragons to dragons. However, Little Yellow Feather was a bona fide blood divine beast, an existence on the same level as a true dragon. When the 4 deep-sea flood dragons saw it, they instinctively felt some fear. Leng Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, it is actually a young golden crow. Elder Cheng, quickly go and restrain Xiao Chen. After that, subdue this golden crow and make it the guardian divine beast of my Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The hemp-robed old man left to carry out the order. He leaped up and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. This palm strike looked ordinary. However, it carried a vast amount of the power of the world, using force to suppress others. He was using his cultivation to defeat Xiao Chen. Under the pressure of this palm strike, Xiao Chen sank 1 kilometer, together with the seawater under him. Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. He had expected the strength of the consummation blue-robed emperor to be extremely horrifying. However, when he faced it for real, he discovered that it far surpassed his expectations. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he was 2 cultivation realms away from the other party. He was not a match for him at all. He could only use Neptune's crown. With a thought, Neptune's crown flew out of the universe ring and landed firmly on Xiao Chen's head. In that instant, thousands of thoughts surged in Xiao Chen's mind. They were all the various emotions of Neptune. However, Xiao Chen did not find this strange. He calmed his mind, and the various negative emotions vanished. Above the sea, the hemp-robed old man, who suppressed Xiao Chen with 1 palm strike, laughed maniacally. Then he prepared to land a solid strike and severely injure Xiao Chen. He was surprised to find that Xiao Chen, who had been forced back by his aura, suddenly flew up. Even the seawater under his feet rose up, suppressing him in terms of momentum. When the old man saw the crown on Xiao Chen's head, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Do you think you can fight me with the crown? Blue Dragon King, you are too naive. In the face of absolute power, everything is just an illusion. Xiao Chen said calmly, you are right. However, you are not qualified to say that. I will let you experience the mysteries of Neptune's crown, the domain of water. A huge shadow appeared behind Xiao Chen. It was the supreme being Neptune, who ruled the entire ocean world 10,000 years ago and was able to compete with the Qing Emperor. A blue halo was emitted from Neptune's body. The sky-blue water domain covered a radius of 100 miles. A screen of blue light filled the air. It looked like solid water, covering every corner of the space. The hemp-robed old man immediately felt that something was wrong. Be it his speed or the power of the world that he could use, he felt a significant decrease in this all-pervasive, solid light screen. After experimenting with it for a while, the hemp-robed old man relaxed slightly. His strength had decreased by only 20%. If he used it to deal with Xiaoqin, he would still be able to suppress him. The hemp-robed old man smiled coldly and said, "In the end, you are only a small perfection blue-robed emperor. Even if my strength is reduced by 20% in this water domain, it is still impossible for you to injure me." "Idiot! Since when did I set you as my target?" Xiaoqin could not be bothered with this old man. Wearing Neptune's crown, Xiaoqin was like a fish in water in this water domain. His speed was much faster than usual. His figure flashed, and he vanished from the old man's sight. The hemp-robed old man was startled, but he quickly understood. He looked in the direction of Leng Xiaofan's group. He saw Leng Xiaofan and 3 other old men walking on the surface of the sea with much difficulty, trying to escape the water domain. Compared to the hemp-robed old man, these people's strength had decreased even more horrifying, by 40%. Leng Xiaofan, who had the lowest cultivation, was in an even more miserable state. His strength was suppressed by 60%, and he could bring out only the strength of a superior-grade martial sage. With such strength, Leng Xiaofan was like a child before Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin took a step forward and flew over to pick up Leng Xiaofan. "Young master!" The other 3 old men quickly launched themselves at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin did not even look at them. He carried Leng Xiaofan with one hand and sent the 3 old men flying with a palm strike each. In his fluster, Leng Xiaofan tried to activate a pendant on his chest. This pendant contained a life-saving measure that his father had given him. As long as he activated it, even Emperor Wu would not be able to do anything to him. However, how could Xiaoqin give Leng Xiaofan such a chance? He clenched his right fist and punched Leng Xiaofan's head, interrupting Leng Xiaofan's actions. This punch was extremely satisfying. After Xiaoqin returned to the Haotian sect after his king conferral ceremony, Leng Xiaofan had started plotting against him. Now that Leng Xiaofan had found an opportunity, how could he let Leng Xiaofan have an easy time? With a few punches, Leng Xiaofan's head swelled up like a pig's head. Leng Xiaofan's face was swollen beyond recognition. "Now, do you know who did not give the other a chance to regret?" Xiaoqin asked indifferently as he carried Leng Xiaofan. Leng Xiaofan felt intense pain on his face. He felt even more sullen in his heart. He had not expected that after he wore Neptune's crown, even the hemp-robed old man, who was 2 cultivation realms higher than Xiaoqin, could not do anything to him. Leng Xiaofan gritted his teeth and said, "You are ruthless. However, after today's matter, you and my Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace no longer have any chance of reconciliation. I, Leng Xiaofan, will not live under the same sky as you." Bang! Xiaoqin hated people who were stubborn. This punch knocked out several of Leng Xiaofan's teeth. Then, Leng Xiaofan vomited a mouthful of blood, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. A strong wind blew. It was the hemp-robed old man charging over, burning with rage. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and dodged far away, not clashing head-on with this old man. Even with the water domain, Xiaoqin was not a match for this old man. However, with the difference in speed, Xiaoqin could easily deal with this old man. The old man's eyes spewed fire as he chased after Xiaoqin. Every time Xiaoqin dodged, he would punch Leng Xiaofan's face right in front of this old man. This angered the hemp-robed old man into gritting his teeth. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin had a good grasp of propriety. He knew that he could not kill this Leng Xiaofan. Otherwise, even if the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master endured the pressure from the Thunder King, he would still die together with Xiaoqin. However, Xiaoqin could not just swallow this frustration. He only used ordinary force to punch Leng Xiaofan's face. Leng Xiaofan cursed endlessly, But Xiao Chen did not get angry. With every curse, he punched. When the magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was about to run out, he punched, sending Leng Xiaofan flying towards the hemp-robed old man. Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and landed on the dragon chariot that Leng Xiaofan abandoned. Within the water domain, Little Yellow Feather had already subdued the 4 deep-sea flood dragons. Xiao Chen sat on the dragon chariot, feeling very comfortable. He waved his hand, and Little Yellow Feather immediately chased the 4 deep-sea flood dragons over. Little Yellow Feather swung the reins and coiled the 4 deep-sea flood dragons. Then it spread its wings, and 4 beams of flames shot at the flood dragons. In pain, the deep-sea flood dragons pulled the war chariot and flew away quickly. Brother Xiaofen, this Xiao has a long way to go to Heavenly Star Island. I'll borrow your dragon chariot. Xiao Chen's carefree laughter came from the distance. The hemp-robed old man was currently checking on Leng Xiaofan's injuries and could not be bothered with Xiao Chen. So, he could only let Xiao Chen drive Leng Xiaofan's beloved flood dragon war chariot. Young master, are you all right? The hemp-robed old man asked cautiously as he looked at Leng Xiaofan, who was beaten into a pig's head and nearly unrecognizable. Leng Xiaofan's injuries were not severe. However, he had been hit too many times in the head, so he felt somewhat dizzy and could not tell which way was north. After a while, Leng Xiaofan recovered. He looked around and mumbled, "Where's my flood dragon war chariot?" The hemp-robed old man thought for a while before answering honestly. Xiao Chen snatched it away. He said he was borrowing it. When Leng Xiaofan heard that, he could not help but tremble in anger. He had suffered a huge setback on this trip. A great perfection blue-robed emperor had died, and he had lost his flood dragon war chariot. What was even more unacceptable was that Xiao Chen had beaten him in the face for half an incense stick. However, there was no chance for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted it, it was too late. Xiao Chen had already driven the dragon war chariot far away. It had to be said that the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's flood dragon war chariot was indeed very comfortable to drive. Xiao Chen thought about the 4 flood dragons that were as strong as the blue-robed emperors, pulling the war chariot obediently on the sea like horses. Just the might of the war chariot was enough to shock people. In terms of speed, Xiao Chen found that this flood dragon war chariot was even faster than his Dragon's Gates warship. The reason was not hard to explain. Before the Dragon's Gates warship was destroyed, it was a standard mass-produced warship. Although the Dragon's Gates warship was more powerful than most King-grade warships, it was mass-produced in the end. It could not compare to this war chariot, which a large sect forged with all its might. The most important thing was that this flood dragon war chariot did not require astral cores to run. For the Dragon's Gates warship to fly at a similar speed, one would need to have medial-grade astral cores embedded in it. That would cost a lot of money. As Xiao Chen sped through the Western Sea, he did not fear attracting attention. This war chariot was the symbol of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. No faction dared to touch it rashly. It was sufficient to deter thieves and robbers, allowing him to travel unimpeded. A dragon carriage, if one counted it carefully, was really a lot of benefits. Without even needing to think, Xiao Chen could guess Leng Xiaofan's current expression. He could guess the depressed expression on his face. Xiao Chen had already told Leng Xiaofan not to regret it. However, Leng Xiaofan did not believe him and insisted on using brute force. He deserved to end up like this. As Xiao Chen sat in the war chariot, he carefully sized it up. The war chariot was simple and unadorned in black. The Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's insignia was carved on the left and right railings. Xiao Chen had already erased Leng Xiaofan's spiritual mark in the war chariot, leaving behind his own spiritual mark. Xiao Chen already had a good understanding of this war chariot. He snapped his fingers, and creaking sounds came from the back of the originally open war chariot. The roof of the war chariot suddenly formed and rose up. Then it firmly closed. The war chariot, which was originally open, was now sealed. The people outside could no longer see who was sitting inside. As for Xiao Chen, all he needed to do was to gently open the curtains and he would be able to see the situation outside clearly. After the entire war chariot was sealed, the space at the back folded up, creating a large empty space. The originally long, soft chair became a large, spacious bed. Chapter 11:10. Xiao Chen gently patted the center of the bed, and a protrusion appeared. Then he removed the soft and valuable spirit beast pelts, revealing an exquisite table. Xiao Chen removed his shoes and socks and sat down cross-legged. There was a ring under the table. When he gently pulled it, cold qi came out from the ring. Several fine wines were hidden in the frozen drawer. It was unknown how long they had been frozen. The drawer looked small, but in reality, it was very spacious. Lung Xiaofan had extravagantly invited a martial emperor expert to carve a small spatial formation inside. There was also an ice formation. The drawer was the frozen wine storehouse. Xiao Chen gently tapped the drawer. There were all sorts of rare wines inside, too many to count. Xiao Chen could not name them. However, just by looking at the packaging, he knew that they were extraordinary. Lung Xiaofan was a fellow who knew how to enjoy life. However, they all belonged to Xiao Chen now. Hey, this fellow actually collected a lot of thousand-year flame. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, he found 10 bottles of thousand-year flame in the small wine storehouse. He could not help feeling overjoyed. Xiao Chen had already finished drinking the thousand-year flame that he obtained from Mo Chen long ago. Now that he suddenly saw something he loved, he could not help revealing a smile. Xiao Chen gently knocked on the back a few times, and a small folding cabinet appeared. There were exquisite wine cups and several tea sets made of thousand-year-old precious jade. After taking out the thousand-year flame, Xiao Chen looked around and found that the wine cups in the cabinet were not suitable for drinking the thousand-year flame. So, he took out the purple crystal cup he collected from the universe ring. Splash! Xiao Chen slowly poured himself a cup. The thousand-year flame in the purple crystal cup looked beautiful and flawless. It was gorgeous and very pleasing to the eye. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and curiously sized up the interior of the carriage. She smiled and said, "This carriage is pretty good. Its speed and defense are excellent. Most importantly, the details are very exquisite. One can stay in it comfortably." Xiao Chen was obviously quite satisfied with his spoils of war. He swirled the amethyst glass with a faint smile on his face. Ao Jiao's interest was piqued. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, she poured a cup for herself and slowly swirled it like Xiao Chen. Faint sparks flowed out from their wine cups. Not long after, flames rose up and formed two golden crows that chased each other in the spacious carriage. When the golden crow vanished, Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and drained the thousand-year flame in one go. He felt incredibly delighted, the aftertaste lingering for a long time. So this is the taste of wine. Across from him, Ao Jiao gently took a sip, and her cheeks immediately revealed an intoxicating blush. Her expression was very charming, and her somewhat tender face looked very flirtatious. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and entered deep thought. There were many holy spirit veins in the immortal spirit ring, and Ao Jiao's strength was increasing by the day. Her changes were even greater. Possessing a body temperature, being able to taste fine wine, and all of these qualities were unheard of in the history of an artifact spirit. However, looking at Ao Jiao, it seemed like she liked these changes. Naturally, Xiao Chen felt happy for her. However, Xiao Chen would have to ask that old item spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace if there was any other price to pay. Pooh, 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 pooh. Little Yellow Feather, who had had its fill of playing outside, flew in excitedly. When it saw that the wine cup in front of Ao Jiao still had a lot of unfinished wine, it immediately landed in front of her and started drinking. This startled Xiao Chen, and he quickly tried to stop it. Ao Jiao smiled and stopped Xiao Chen. "Let it be. This wine is pretty good. This wine has a strong aftereffect. Most people would not be able to drink even one cup. Beginners cannot drink this wine." The blushing Ao Jiao swayed her body. She said somewhat drunkenly, "Is that so? I was wondering why my head felt so dizzy, so dizzy." Before Ao Jiao finished speaking, she fell back onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After Little Yellow Feather finished drinking the thousand-year flame in a few mouthfuls, it became completely excited, chirping non-stop. As it flew in the air, it spread its wings to their limits. All its golden feathers turned bright red. Then, it opened its tiny mouth, and a flame quickly gathered in it. This startled Xiaochen. If Little Yellow Feather went crazy, it would burn down the entire war chariot. Plop. The excited Little Yellow Feather suddenly quieted down and landed on the bed. It was like a dead fish, its belly flipped over, not reacting at all. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. Then he went over to check on Ao Jiao. The sleeping Ao Jiao looked exceptionally beautiful. In his previous life, this was the kind of girl with a youthful complexion and huge breasts. If Xiaochen continued looking, he might have some evil thoughts. After verifying that she was really just asleep and was fine, Xiaochen poured himself another cup of thousand-year flame. Then he opened the curtains and walked out. Whoosh, whoosh. The inside of the war chariot was as calm as on land. After Xiaochen left, he immediately felt the wind howling. 4 deep-sea flood dragons pulled the war chariot, parting the wind and breaking the waves on the surface of the sea. Under the might and pressure of the blue-robed emperor, no ferocious beasts of the sea dared to appear. When the loose cultivators passing by saw the symbol of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, they would stay far away, not daring to block this flood dragon warship. The war chariot moved quickly without any obstruction. We have already traveled for half a month. We should be able to reach Heavenly Star Island in another 3 days. At this moment, Xiaochen was very eager to return. He wished that he could immediately appear on Heavenly Star Island. Calculating the time, Xiaochen had already been separated from Lan Xiaobai, Kim Taeho, and the others for 1.5 years. Back then, when Xiaochen parted, he had not thought that it would take so long. He had even optimistically estimated that he would be back in half a year. Who could have imagined that after he left for so long, he would run into so many things? The affairs of the world were like a game of chess, unfathomable. The matters of life were truly unpredictable. No one knew what the future would be like. It was hard to determine whether it was good or bad. Xiaochen wondered how Lan Xiaobai and the others were doing on Heavenly Star Island. Originally, Xiaochen thought that after he left, there should not be anyone making things difficult for him. However, the news that the old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace told him made Xiaochen frown heavily. He simply could not be optimistic. The 7 heroes of the dragon, you had best not go overboard. Otherwise I, Xiaochen, will definitely return the favor 100-fold, risking my life to accompany you. He swirled the wine in his cup. When the flames rose into the air, the flames rose into the air. The instant the flames soared into the air, a murderous intent appeared on Xiaochen's face. He ferociously clenched his right hand, and the purple crystal cup shattered. The wine turned into sparks flying everywhere. Western Sea, Blue Dragon King's conferred land, Heavenly Star Island. In a vast open space, workers were building a winery. After it was completed, the winery was built. With the recipe in Mo Chen's hands, she could smoothly produce all sorts of fine wines. Then, Jean DeBao's merchant group would sell them to the Black Sea. Not far from the construction site, Mo Chen supervised the workers. Although she looked fatigued, she was still very excited. The progress is pretty good. You are rather fast. Lan Xiaobai walked over with a smile. Mo Chen smiled faintly and handed the task at hand to an older old man. After giving some instructions, she walked over and asked, "Do you have good news for me?" Lan Xiaobai nodded and said, "Yes, I just received news. Half a month ago, Xiaochen defeated the various outstanding talents in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, forcefully obtaining the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. He should be back soon." The news came somewhat late. However, this could not be helped. The various factions of the 7 heroes of the dragon had sent people to block the way. As a result, only Kim Taeho could bring news of them from the Black Sea. The news came a little late. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. The 7 distinguished dragon marquises had sent people to block the way. As a result, Jean DeBao could only bring their news from the Black Sea. "What's wrong? You don't seem surprised at all." "You don't look surprised at all," Lan Xiaobai said, finding it strange. Mo Chen smiled gently and said, "It is within expectations. What's there to be surprised about? I just did not expect that he would be defeated in one move." Imochen had always been very confident in Xiaochen. She had never doubted that Xiaochen could obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Imochen smiled gently and said, "It is within expectations. What is there to be surprised about? I just did not expect that he would be defeated in one move." Lan Xiaobai thought about it carefully. That was true. The first time he met Imochen, she firmly believed that Xiaochen would obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. No wonder she was so calm now. One had to know that when he heard this news, he was excited for a long time. He was so excited that he solemnly recorded this matter in his Azure Dragon Scroll. "I thought that you found a suitable place to build a refining pavilion. It looks like I rejoiced for nothing. However, this news is pretty good. At the very least, I know when Xiaochen will rush back," Imochen said with a smile. At the mention of this, Lan Xiaobai immediately showed a sorrowful expression. Imochen was more capable than Xiaochen had imagined. She was 10 times more familiar with managing the various affairs of the island than he was. Furthermore, Imochen was proficient in everything. Just thinking about it made one feel defeated. There was no need to mention refining. That was Imochen's specialty. With the Book of Heavenly Works, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. However, Imochen's other miscellaneous skills were equally amazing. Alchemy, brewing wine, formations, astrology, medical skills, and management were all there. She was proficient in all of them and knew them all. Imochen was even familiar with the history of the martial Tao, which Lan Xiaobai was most proficient in. She could answer his questions fluently. She had a good understanding of the various matters of the martial Tao from the distant ancient era. After coming to Heavenly Star Island, Imochen did all the things that Xiaochen originally wanted to do. Furthermore, she did all of them better than he did, making things much easier for him. Lan Xiaobai had never managed such a large conferred land before. He had been bitterly holding on. Only after Imochen did everything return to the right track. However, there were also times when he had a headache. For example, Imochen wanted to build a refining pavilion. Naturally, Lan Xiaobai was overjoyed. However, he had already chosen several places and was rejected. Now that he heard about this matter, he felt a headache. Lan Xiaobai smiled embarrassedly and said, "The refining pavilion needs to be built in a place with earth flame. There are many such places on Heavenly Star Island, but none of them caught your fancy. I really can't do anything about it." Imochen said seriously, "If it were an ordinary faction, I could just casually choose a place. However, I now practice the Book of Heavenly Works and have a way to mass-produce king-grade secret treasures. However, if the quality of the earth flame is not up to par, it will be useless." Chapter 11:11. Either you don't build it, or once you build it, you have to get it done in one go, lest you have to rebuild it again later. Lan Xiaobai nodded. Naturally, he understood this principle. He said with some pity, "If the few islands around Heavenly Star Island are not occupied by other factions, I know of a place that definitely has a peak earth flame." The land that Bushin Palace gave to the Blue Dragon King was not just Heavenly Star Island. The islands within 500 kilometers should all be subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island. However, the reality was rather awkward. Before the 3 holy masters left, they secretly said that they would give up on those subsidiary islands. Whoever had the strength could occupy them. The Bushin Palace would not make a move to deal with this problem. This was to create trouble for Xiaochen, making him uncomfortable on Heavenly Star Island. Now, the surrounding islands were occupied by other factions. This was especially so for the 7 heroes of the dragon. They even occupied the outpost islands at the very front, blocking off Heavenly Star Island's group. When Imochen heard this, she felt interested. She said, "Take out the sea chart. Let me take a look." Lan Xiaobai took out the sea chart and pointed to an island in the periphery of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. He said, "This is the place. This island is called Black Flame Island. It has long been famous for producing black flame stones. It covers a large area and contains black flame stones. After the lava that it spews out cools, it will turn into black flame stones." Imochen nodded thoughtfully. "I know about black flame stones. They are a type of supplementary material for refining secret treasures. High-quality black flame stones are comparable to divine materials. Black flame stones are very famous among earth flames, ranking within the top 10. Lan Xiaobai put away the sea chart and sighed. However, don't think about it now. Not to mention the fact that the 7 heroes of the dragon are blocking us from leaving. Even if we manage to leave, we might not be able to do anything to the faction on that island. This island was one of the most valuable subsidiary islands in the periphery of Heavenly Star Island. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to firmly occupy this island among the many factions. This was what Lan Xiaobai meant. Emochin also shook her head and said, "If we do not chase away the 7 heroes of the dragon, Heavenly Star Island, we will never be able to truly develop." Difficult. Lan Xiaobai said helplessly, "The 7 colored marquises are old subordinates of the Sea Monarch. Every one of them possesses the strength of a martial emperor. These 7 factions are considered major factions in the entire Western Sea and cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, they have a peak faction like the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace behind them." The Western Sea was a rather chaotic sea region. There were many large factions there, but not a single immortal Holy Land or an organization like the Northern Sea Alliance. This resulted in all sorts of disputes and battles. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was one of the overlords. Chen wanted, but he, or he, or and he, and said, and he, and he, to he, and. Unfortunately, I do not have a single sage-grade spirit tree or spirit herb. Lan Xiaobai smiled and said, "Take your time. Everything will be fine. Come, bring me over to take a look. I already feel somewhat impatient." Boom. Just at this moment, a loud sound rang out, rumbling deafeningly. The two's expressions changed at the same time. Lan Xiaobai shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of Heavenly Star City. He frowned and said, "I wonder who among the 7 heroes of the dragon is here again. It looks like I can't go to the herb field. I have to rush over and take a look." Occasionally, the 7 heroes of the dragon would send people to cause trouble. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 people. Every time, they would cause a mess in the city before stopping. Emochin said, "I'll go with you." Lan Xiaobai did not reject. Emochin had the strength of the blue-robed emperor, so she could protect herself. However, this time, the situation did not seem quite right. The two flew quickly in the air. Soon, they ran into the people on the mountain who had heard the commotion. Lan Xiaobai gave instructions for Jin Lin, Lu Ku, and Xiao Xian to lead some disciples to disperse the crowd and lead them to the tunnel that Lord Jiu had dug, lest they get caught up in the battle. The tunnel that Lord Jiu dug was very safe. This was not the first time the 3 had done this. There was no need for them to say anything more, so they obeyed the orders and left. Yu Chenxi frowned and said, "It seems different this time. The aura of the area outside the city gates gives off an especially strong pressure." Outside the city gates, clouds churned for 5 kilometers. The sky was dark, looking like it would fall at any moment. The sounds of intense fighting rang out continuously. Emochin said, "We will know when we go over and take a look." The 3 moved as fast as lightning. Soon, they crossed most of Heavenly Star City and landed outside the city. When the 3 saw the situation clearly, they frowned heavily. Unexpectedly, the 7 heroes of the dragon were all here. Each of them had a blue-robed emperor by their side. There was also a long line of martial sage experts behind them. Unexpectedly, the one fighting Elder Qin in the air was a great perfection blue-robed emperor. The 3's heart sank. For a long time, the 7 heroes of the dragon had always had small perfection blue-robed emperors by their side. Even when they came, they would come in 2s or 3s. Even with Elder Qin's strength, he could still block them. However, today, something unexpected happened. The 7 heroes of the dragon were all here. Furthermore, they had found a great perfection blue-robed emperor from somewhere. To the 7 colored dragon marquises, their factions did not have many great perfection blue-robed emperors. They would not send one over to surround Heavenly Star Island. There were more important things to do. Sending a small perfection blue-robed emperor to surround Heavenly Star Island was already the most they could give the 7 heroes of the dragon. "Elder brother Xiaobai, you are finally here." After they landed, you quickly ran over. Her anxious face revealed a trace of joy. Lan Xiaobai asked sullenly, "What's going on?" You pointed at Huan Chuyu, who was the leader of the 7 heroes of the dragon. She scolded, "It's still the same as before, looking for an excuse to get us to hand over Neptune's crown." Lan Xiaobai clenched his right fist tightly, his expression turning extremely sullen. For the past year, the other party had been using this excuse to harass Heavenly Star Island. Every time they came, many people died. This was especially so for the innocent ordinary people in Heavenly Star City. When the shock waves from the battles swept through them, many people died. If not for Lord Jiu digging the tunnel, who knew how many more people would have died? Today, the other party came again. They were too arrogant and despotic, completely ignoring their explanations. Lan Xiaobai, we do not have time to waste with you. If you do not hand over Neptune's crown today, none of you can leave. Come back with us and explain yourselves. A youth in purple dragon robes among the 7 heroes of the dragon shouted arrogantly from across the empty space. This was the purple-clad Marquis's descendant. Of the 7 heroes of the dragon, he was the one who liked to harass Heavenly Star Island the most. Emo Chen's expression changed. She said, "This time, they are probably going all out. They want to capture all of us before Xiaochen returns and get Xiaochen to exchange for Neptune's crown." Lan Xiaobai said in a cold voice, "They really grasped the timing well. Given Xiaochen's character, he will definitely hand over Neptune's crown. Who knows, he might even extort other things." You said anxiously, "What should we do? There are so many of them now, and they are holding back Elder Qin." Imochen said calmly, "Don't panic. I can block them first. If we really cannot block them, we will return to the sect. The 9th Heaven's Thunder formation that Xiaochen left there will be sufficient to delay them for a while. We will wait for Xiaochen to return first. We gave you a chance, but you didn't. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers." Huan Chuyu said calmly and waved his hand. The blue-robed emperors beside each of the 7 heroes of the dragon understood. They smiled coldly, and 7 figures charged at Lan Xiaobai, Yu Chenxi, and the others at the same time. Clearly, this Huan Chuyu was very careful despite having a huge advantage. He did not get careless, hoping to succeed in one strike and get the 7 small perfection blue-robed emperors to attack at the same time. With Elder Qin being held back, Lan Xiaobai and the others could not resist at all. "You guys leave first. I'll cover you." Imochen did not say anything more. She quickly formed hand seals, and a fiery light appeared on her body. When she finished forming the hand seals, a screen of fire soared up in front of her, blocking everyone behind her. Bang! The attacks of the 7 small perfection blue-robed emperors struck the screen of fire at the same time. Unexpectedly, it did not shatter immediately. It lasted for a while before it turned into flames and vanished. Huan Chuyu's expression froze. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "Since when did a blue-robed emperor appear on Heavenly Star Island?" What can one blue-robed emperor change? As long as that old fellow is held back, we can deal with this motley crew in minutes." However, Huan Chuyu did not dare to be careless. He said sullenly, "We still have to end this quickly. This time, we have completely shed all pretense of cordiality with Xiaochen. Given Xiaochen's character, he will definitely not let this go. If we still fail and do not obtain the Neptune crown and Neptune headscarf, we will have suffered a great loss. Why are we afraid of him? Would he dare to come to our headquarters and cause trouble? My father can smack him to death with one palm strike," the purple-clad youth said unyieldingly. Huan Chuyu remained silent. Indeed, Xiaochen did not dare to come to their headquarters. However, there would always be a chance to find them alone. If not for Leng Xiaofan sending a message and helping him invite a great perfection blue-robed emperor of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, Huan Chuyu would not have done this no matter what. "Don't let them retreat. 2 of you hold back this girl. The rest, go and capture Lan Xiaobai's group." The cautious Leng Xiaofan did not choose to waste time with Imo Qin. The 7 small perfection blue-robed emperors immediately split into 2 teams. Only 2 of them held back Imochen while the other 5 went to deal with Lan Xiaobai's group. Imochen did not seem to be at a disadvantage when she faced the 2 small perfection blue-robed emperors. Her entire body blazed like flames, even suppressing the two small perfection blue-robed emperors. However, when Imochen saw the 5 small perfection blue-robed emperors split off, she felt somewhat helpless. She was completely held back and could not go over to help. Damn it! A murderous intent flashed in Imochen's eyes. She stretched out her hand, and the Book of Heavenly Works flew out from her spatial ring. Mo-Chen smashed her palm on the Book of Heavenly Works. Instantly, a divine might came from the Book of Heavenly Works. Caught off guard, the 2 small perfection blue-robed emperors were knocked back. However, even if Imo-Chen wanted to save them, it was still too late. Yu and Yu Chenxi's cultivations were too weak. They were instantly caught and had their cultivations suppressed. Then, the 2 small perfection blue-robed emperors tossed them to where the 7 heroes of the dragon were. Someone immediately took out chains and bound the 2 of them, making it impossible for them to move. Chapter 11-12. Lan Xiaobai, who was only a hair's breadth below the blue-robed emperors, weaved in and out of the group. However, there were simply too many of them. The 5 blue-robed emperors surrounded Lan Xiaobai. The moment he appeared in the air, he suffered a heavy blow and vomited a large mouthful of blood. After a few strikes, Lan Xiaobai could no longer move. The 5 blue-robed emperors tossed him to the back. Bang! The purple-clad youth immediately rushed over and kicked ruthlessly, forcing Lan Xiaobai to his knees. Aren't you very incredible? In the past, that old fellow did not give me any face. Let's see if you still dare to be stubborn this time. The purple-clad youth kicked ruthlessly again. You started crying anxiously. She said, "Stop fighting. Stop fighting." The purple-clad youth turned around and looked at Xiao Yu. He laughed loudly and said, "This is the result of working for Xiao Chen. You do not know what is good for you. I told you several times to leave, but you did not. Now, even if you wanted to, you would not get the chance." Lan Xiaobai's face was swollen, and blood flowed from a corner of his lips. Earlier, when the 5 blue-robed emperors surrounded him, he was severely injured. Now, he was humiliated by this person, adding injury to injury. However, Lan Xiaobai did not show any pleading on his face. When he saw that this person wanted to attack you, he shouted coldly, "Try attacking her if you dare. If anything happens to her, I guarantee that even the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will not be able to protect you. You scared me, so I attacked her. What about you?" Huan Chuyu showed an uncertain expression. He did not know the origins of these 2 people, and their martial techniques were very strange. He said coldly, "Stop messing around." The purple-clad youth seemed to fear Huan Chuyu. He did not dare to retort or attack you. Instead, he turned around and kicked Lan Xiaobai away. "You are the most proactive in helping Xiao Chen do things. Every time I come to Heavenly Star Island, you are the one who stops me. Today, I will return the favor to you." Huan Chuyu glanced at the purple-clad youth and knew that Lan Xiaobai and Elder Qin had taught him a lesson when he brought people to Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble. If he didn't vent his anger, he probably wouldn't feel at ease. So, he just let him be. Now that the situation was under control, 2 of the 7 blue-robed emperor went to help deal with Elder Qin, while the remaining 5 dealt with Imo-Chen. Imo-Chen and Elder Qin were in grave danger. They could be captured at any moment. Even if they wanted to leave, it would be difficult. As long as they captured these 2, their plan would succeed. Then, they could retreat calmly and wait for Xiao Chen to return to Heavenly Star Island and come to beg them. At this critical moment, a long wooden box suddenly flew over from the sky. It flew over at lightning speed from afar. The first to bear the brunt was the blue-robed emperor fighting with Elder Qin. The wooden box crashed into him, and the protective laws on his body shattered. Bang! This unremarkable wooden box smashed into this great perfection quasi-emperor, shattering his bones and body into powder. Then, the wooden box fell straight down from the sky. The clouds churned continuously as if it dragged the sky down with it. The momentum of the wooden box's descent was unblockable. The 5 blue-robed emperors fighting with Imo-Chen realized that the situation was not good. They all retreated, resolving Imo-Chen's situation of being surrounded. Bang! The wooden box landed firmly on the ground, and a voice filled with boundless rage spread in all directions. "None of you can leave today." The cold voice spread in all directions, confusing the 7 heroes of the dragon's group. They did not know who this person was, what his identity was, or what he wanted. Huan Chuyu showed a sullen expression, maintaining his calm. He waved his hand and got the 7 blue-robed emperors to retreat, forming a simple protective circle around everyone. The purple-clad youth, who had been teaching Lan Xiaobai a lesson, was startled. He quickly stopped and pulled Lan Xiaobai into the circle. "Chuyu, what should we do? Who exactly is this person? What should we do?" The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's great perfection blue-robed emperor actually died. The other members of the 7 heroes of the dragon were all stupefied. They asked Huan Chuyu in a fluster. Huan Chuyu felt a headache coming on. He only hoped that that person had not returned early. Otherwise, there would be no more chances. He shouted, "Friend, where are you from? To think that you even dare to kill an elder of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. I no longer wish to remain in the Western Sea." "Huan Chuyu, where do you think I am from?" A white figure descended at lightning speed and stood on the wooden box, looking coldly at Huan Chuyu's group. "Big brother Xiao Chen. It really is Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is back." Yu and Yu Chenxi, who were captured by the 7 heroes of the dragon, revealed expressions of joy as they spoke excitedly. "You even shed tears." She said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, quickly chase this group of people away. They bullied elder brother Xiaobai into such a sorry state." Xiao Chen glanced at Lan Xiaobai, who was riddled with wounds, footprints all over his body, and palm prints all over his face. A murderous intent blazed in Xiao Chen's heart like a scarlet flame. Yu was also very kind. Even now, she only said to chase them away. How could it be so simple? The person who attacked had to die. There was no other choice. Huan Chuyu's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly. He could not understand how Xiao Chen had returned so quickly. What he feared had really happened. Suddenly, four dragon roars resounded behind the group. Huan Chuyu turned his head to look, and joy appeared on his face. It was the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Flood Dragon War Chariot. Leng Xiaofan had come personally. They were saved. However, before the smile on Huan Chuyu's face could freeze, he saw the 4 flood dragons charging over ferociously and biting several people to death, forcing the group forward. Huan Chuyu's face turned ashen. He finally understood why Xiao Chen could return early. This fellow snatched away Leng Xiaofan's Flood Dragon War Chariot. Even Leng Xiaofan fell at Xiao Chen's hands. At this thought, Huan Chuyu could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Back then, when Leng Xiaofan sent Xiao Chen a message, he said several times that he had to move quickly without any delays. In the end, Xiao Chen still wasted an entire day to entertain the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's great perfection blue-robed emperor. It was this one day that brought about a calamity to him. The group had long heard of Xiao Chen's fame. During the 4 Seas Hero Gathering, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Without the peak consummation blue-robed emperor here, even if the group worked together, they would not be a match for Xiao Chen. Now, the evil dragons blocked their retreat, and Xiao Chen blocked their way. The previously arrogant and magnificent 7 heroes of the dragon found themselves in a dilemma, their faces turning ashen. "Xiao Chen, be sensible and hand over Neptune's crown. Then let us go. Otherwise, your 3 friends will die." In a fluster, the purple-clad youth grabbed Lan Xiaobai and threatened him loudly. Whoosh! Xiao Chen did not bother speaking nonsense. He pushed off with his feet and shot forward like an arrow at lightning speed. Before the purple-clad youth could see Xiao Chen clearly, he saw Xiao Chen land in front of him and place a finger on the purple-clad youth's forehead. To the purple-clad youth, Xiao Chen's speed was no different from teleportation. Clang! The purple-clad youth's hand weakened, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. He fell backward, and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Blood flowed endlessly, but he was already dead. After killing this trash with one finger, Xiao Chen continued to make lightning-fast moves. It was like no one could stop him. He quickly rescued Yu and Yu Chenxi from the crowd. After gathering the 3 together, Xiao Chen unleashed his aura. The group of people who reacted and prepared to make a move immediately got knocked back by this strong aura. A small number of people with weaker strength were even sent flying by the aura, vomiting blood from their mouths. Get on! With one palm strike each, Xiao Chen gently sent the three onto the flood dragon war chariot that happened to be flying over. Now that the purple-clad youth was rescued, Xiao Chen no longer had any worries. He quickly made his move. As he said, the person who made a move had to die. The purple-clad youth had already died with one finger strike. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's great perfection blue-robed emperor was already dead. The 7 small perfection blue-robed emperors had to die as well. Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning, not holding back at all. The 7 small perfection blue-robed emperors with ferocious auras could not last one round against him. They did not even have a chance to run before they died at Xiao Chen's hands. The city walls were already filled with people who had heard the commotion. These were the people of Heavenly Star Island. When these people saw the 7 blue-robed emperors, who had been harassing Heavenly Star Island and mocking them, die at Xiao Chen's hands, they were all extremely shocked. When these people heard that the person who made a move was the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, the true master of this conferred land, they all became excited. Soon, only Huan Qiuyu and the other 6 of the 7 heroes of the dragon remained after Xiao Chen's attacks. Aside from Huan Qiuyu, who remained relatively calm, the others were so frightened that they trembled. They nearly knelt and begged for mercy. These people had long been frightened out of their wits. After Xiao Chen landed, he did not say a word. He only killed and did not do anything else. Not only did Xiao Chen kill the 7 blue-robed emperors, but he also mercilessly killed the purple-clad marquis's descendants. Originally, these people thought that Xiao Chen would have some misgivings about their father being Emperor Wu and not dare to kill them. However, this thought was very wrong. Not only did Xiao Chen kill them, but he did so without saying anything at all, without any misgivings at all. Sweat poured down Huan Qiuyu's forehead. Under Xiao Chen's gaze, he simply could not endure the immense psychological pressure. He begged for mercy, "Xiao Chen, let us off. I guarantee that we will never come to Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble again." Right. I also guarantee that my blue-clad marquis's bloodline will never appear again. My red-clad marquis's bloodline will also guarantee that it will never appear again. Xiao Chen did not look at the others. He only looked at Huan Qiuyu and said indifferently, "Huan Qiuyu, remember what you said today. I will only say one thing. If you have any grudges, just come at me. Don't make a move on my friends. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I, Xiao Chen, will risk my life to accompany them." When the others heard these words, they could not help but tremble. Then, they looked at the purple-clad youth's corpse on the ground. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. He said that he would risk his life to accompany them. "Many thanks for sparing our lives. We will take our leave now." After obtaining Xiao Chen's forgiveness, the few of them felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. They quickly got up and prepared to leave as far as they could. They no longer dared to remain near Heavenly Star Island. If they did not flee home, they would not feel safe at all.